Otherwise, they measured, the buildings, and they were just outdoors doing the site visits. So that's all completed. So now they have to get all the information into the system before April 1st in order to lodge that first grand list. The final grand list will be lodged in June. So they're busy right now, Doug and Jordy. So the business survey, I've been working with the Business Alliance Group, Lisa Papazian and Mike at the G Store. That's almost ready to go out to the public to get information and try to help some of the businesses that have been impacted here in Putney. So we're kind of reaching out, seeing what they offer for services, if it's takeout, what do they take for payments, that kind of stuff. We've also created a local resources survey, and we're going to work with the farmers market and get that survey. It's just about ready to post onto social media, and we're reaching out to the community to see what local products we have. We know there's farmers, there's meat producers out there, people with eggs and chickens and meat. So we're trying to consolidate what we have in the community so people, instead of traveling into Brattleboro, they might be able to get product right here in Putney. And it's going to help these people that are struggling right now because they're losing income because their eggs are not going to the Putney diner. So it's another resource that we're trying to coordinate. And I'm really thankful for the people out there that are, taking a stand and helping the community and other people. I think it's great.
Yeah. I'm really thankful for you, Karen, for having pulled all this together, because Karen, in her spare time, has been doing all of this. And
I have a good support group here in the office.
She has an amazing support group.
And I think,
that's actually, will all of this go up on the website when it's?
It will.
Fantastic.
And I'm hoping it's going to happen before Friday.
Fantastic.
Because it's so close to being there.
Yeah.
And just to share with everybody, I tried to stay away from Google Docs, but all these people that use it, now I'm teaching myself, the forms, the docs, and I have to be truthful, it's a little bit easier when you're trying to work together on a document.
So proud of you. It's great collaborative work.
You can teach an old dog new tricks, David.
But don't ever call her an old dog.
My phone rang a lot that day.
Oh.
Don't let anybody tell you you're untrainable, David.
Oh, no, anybody tell me anything, that's the problem.
I wanted to just bring up one thing related to the lodging of the grand list, and that is the reason that there's an initial lodging that's basically an estimate, but then there's the grievance period.
Correct.
Grievances may be complicated for us given the circumstances. I mean, that all depends on how timing plays out, but that could be a sticking point for us, so we should just be aware of that.
Can I add, Josh, that usually a grievance, the listers set up, one appointment at a time. So,
right.
It may be 4 people in the room, but you're right. We'll have to look at that because right now the town hall is closed to the public. But,
right.
And at this time we've really stopped all visitors pretty much. It's just employees. Brian comes in, but Joe comes in, and Tom will stop in here, but pretty much the public, not so much.
Well, I know we had a very small number of grievances last year, so hopefully that trend continues, and that's attributed largely to the fact that the listers have been so effective in their work. So hopefully that continues, but
yeah.
But that could be a little bit of an issue for us.
Does grievance have to be done in person? Can it be?
It might be able to do it over the phone, or Skype or Zoom. We might be able to set that up, Laura, for them.
Yeah, be worth thinking about in advance before it comes up.
Yeah.
I'll talk to Jordy. They've been really out straight, Jordy and Doug.
Yeah,
And you have on here business as usual to the best possible extent. So,
It is business. We
Yeah.
gotta continue conducting business,
yep.
so.
All right, we're moving on to warrants.
so I'll make a motion that we approve and execute warrants as presented upon completion of review.
And I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
discussion
signing.
would be, how are we going to do this without David and I in the room?
Okay.
Yeah, wondering that myself.
So
I have
what we,
direction. Hang on.
Oh, is this the starred one? Because I
Yes.
actually.
Yes.
So, there are exceptions to how we process payroll and other bills.
Yep.
And it looks like the second exception is the one that
Yes.
Karen is giving us guidance towards. The second exception allows the select board to authorize one or more members to review and approve orders on behalf of the entire board. A vote to give
So
such.
And seconded.
Okay. Well, we have to, it has to be, we have to move to a point, I would assume in this case it's me, because I'm actually sitting here. So Laura Chapman of the legislative body members to approve and sign orders for the warrants,
so moved.
for this time period. Okay.
And seconded.
Okay.
Did you get that, Alyssa?
I'm trying.
I can give you the language too. It's,
Yeah, can I have that one?
yes.
I'll just add it.
I don't want to, it's okay later. So, and then I think that, so it's been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
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 And then I don't think we actually finished the motion on the warrants. So we did a motion in a motion. So can we all, it's been moved and seconded for the warrants. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Payroll warrant dated March 27th, 2020 in the amount of $17,604.31.
Don't blow it, Laura.
I'm trying, no pressure, right? Thanks, Josh.
Hold it up to the screen so you read it.
Yeah, right here. Can you read that?
14?
Okay. I'm going to try and find all the things that you would ask questions about and ask questions about them.
Accounts payable dated March 14th through March 27, 2020 in the amount of $66,544.23. So it's kind of large because we have the VLCT passive, which is like $20,000 plus in there.
And Simon Operation Services
Yeah.
is another 10,001.
What was the People's Bank, Alyssa?
The US Bank?
5,580.
Yeah, what is
In
that?
this
one?
one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, where did that come from?
What?
Firematic Supply Company, is that for?
That's for Tom.
Is it the credit card, Karen? No, it wasn't that.
No, it's $5,500 and I didn't see no like loan payment.
Oh, that's the taxes.
The payroll
Payroll
taxes?
taxes.
All right, okay.
That was the payroll taxes, did you catch
Phew,
that?
you had me confused.
So the fire tech was fire jacket and fire pants.
Wow, they're expensive.
They're very expensive.
Oh, smokes. And we paid the Wyndham County Sheriffs, which
Yes.
adds a little bit. You guys, I'm doing it.
It's okay.
Right.
Um, I was just wondering if we could do this going forward, if we could have, but it doesn't look like we can.
Well, the thing is, and Laura, we talked about this because you asked whether or not you had to be here tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And I really think we need one select board member,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll decide if we go virtual. You know, I mean, we have BCTV here tonight,
Mm-hmm.
but,
This is their last night with us
We can help you.
for now.
okay.
Yeah.
So we can record and then we can upload to you. All right. So we're still gonna need a select board member here to be present
Mm-hmm.
and at least get one signature on the warrants.
Yeah. Okay.
Do they have to now sign, or is first the nominee?
I would prefer, because the liquor licenses have to be signed off on Josh and David as well.
Yeah.
When you come down, you can also sign the warrant.
I didn't lick them.
You didn't lick what?
Warrants. The warrants.
Yeah, but I might tomorrow.
But she might tomorrow.
Okay.
Watch out for me, Josh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
give you my stamp.
Yeah.
We can get you a stamp.
Okay, so other business.
Oh, we have an executive session.
We have an executive session. Oh, okay.
And Josh, select board members, at this point, I don't believe we're gonna have a decision.
Okay.
I don't think so, no.
No.
Okay. So that probably means you can.
Oh,
So,
you have to decide, you have to vote to go in.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we enter
Are you still?
executive.
And I second that.
Can you read why we're going into executive session, please? It's number 1 on that handout I gave you, right here. Oh, I sent it to them too.
Okay. Title I VSA 313, the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, provided that the public body shall make a final decision to hire or appoint a public official or employee in an open meeting and shall explain the reasons for its final decision during the open meeting. But no decision is going to be made at this time.
Correct.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to go into executive session. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
Okay.
and you'll be inviting Karen to join
And
us.
we'll be inviting Karen to join us.
I'm going to call this meeting to order. And we're going to have a few additions to the agenda, but before we do that, Geraldine, if you want to give us a little tutorial on this new way of meeting.
Yes, sure. Okay, so welcome to the first Dummerston Select Board meeting using Zoom. I'm Geraldine Wilson, one of your 5 Select Board members, and I'm the host for this Zoom meeting. So we're really glad for this alternative.
Just quiet.
Excuse me? Yeah. We're really glad for this alternative way of meeting because of the COVID-19 restrictions. We can't meet in person. So we select board members are kind of anxiously excited about discovering this new way of keeping our town business moving along. This meeting will be recorded, and with all luck, it will be available to be viewed on BCTV as usual, thanks to Brian Bashaw from BCTV. So I'd like to offer a few tips for any Dummerston residents attending this meeting to help us have a successful meeting. As always, we need to list everyone who is in attendance in the minutes. So I'll be assisting Maria Glayback, who's taking minutes, by asking for names. And so please keep yourself on mute to decrease any background noise. For those looking at a computer screen, the mute button is at the bottom on the far left. So if you have something to say, we'll invite you to share as always during the regular agenda item of recognition of visitors and public comments. And we'll ask you to identify yourself first. At other times during the meeting, those on a computer, you may use the chat feature at the bottom of the page. We'll be monitoring that, and anyone who has a question or comment that doesn't get responded to in this meeting, please email us at selectboard@dummerston.org, and we will be sure to respond to you. I'm imagining that we'll get better at managing all of this as time goes on. So with that, I'd like to start our meeting. I do see that Lynn Levine and Cliff Adler have joined. So I'm mentioning that for Maria's sake so that she can include Cliff and Lynn in the list of people who are in attendance. Welcome, Lynn and Cliff. All right, Zeke, so let's start with the agenda.
All right, so the additions we have to the agenda under correspondence for discussion and or action, we have a nuisance dog complaint on Cemetery Road, the Cemetery Road area. We have a request from NEMRIC for computer access to the lister's computer. And we have a letter from the listers that we'll put under correspondence for discussion. Just giving us an update on, or clarification on the reappraisal process. And so with those additions, we'll go straight to our meeting, and we have the minutes from March 11th and March 18th.
This is Terry. I make a motion to approve the minutes of March 11th and March 18th.
And I'll second
And
that.
I second it.
Oh, let David second it.
We have
That's
a
fine.
second
Great.
and third. All right. Any discussion?
No.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Moving on, we have warrants 20 and the payroll 20P.
This is Terry. I'll make a motion to approve bills for payment warrants 20 and 20P.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? Under warrant 20, the total is $13,010.43. And that money is mostly going to payroll transfers, the monthly sheriff bill, fuel, diesel fuel for the town garage, and salt for the roads. Oh, there's also printing the town report. So that's how, those were the top items in that warrant. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And Zeke, I have a question about that. So do we need to do anything about signing it? How did we made a
Oh,
motion?
I think Charlotte is just going to go ahead and use this as that we've approved it, and we have a record of approving it. She's going to use the minutes essentially to,
Okay,
rather than have us sign, go in there and sign it.
okay,
That's
Great.
how we're going to do this for the time being.
okay, great. And before we move on, I'd just like to acknowledge some other people that have joined. So there's someone that's joined at an 802-254-9525 number. And I've unmuted you. Can you just state your name? (25449) I'm sorry, 254-9525. Whose number is that?
Jean Newell.
Oh, thank you, Jean. We just needed your name. Okay, Jean Newell. And then there's someone HJN. So who is that?
I think that's Judy Fink, and no, that's someone else.
So could the person with the initials HJN let us know who they are?
We should explain to them that this is just for the minutes. We need to have a record of everyone who attends.
Maybe they're having trouble. Let me see if I can remove, rename. Okay, well, maybe during the other time, during the recognition of visitors, they'll be able to figure out how to say their name.
Okay, now, so moving on, this is the part of the show where we have visitors or public comments. So if anyone has anything to say that's not on the agenda later on, this is your opportunity to have the stage.
Yeah, so you can unmute yourself and then speak, but do say your name first.
Okay. Well, we'll move on then if we don't have anyone. Apparently, there's nothing for the road foreman's report.
No, there's nothing to report.
Okay.
Everything's going along.
Okay. Sometimes no news is good news.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd
Now,
agree.
yeah, under correspondence for information, is there anything anyone wants to discuss under that? We do have the letter from the listers, just clarifying the reappraisal process. And it's not that the whole process has stopped, but the visits to people's homes is not going to go on right now. But there's apparently work that they can do remotely that they're still going to try to keep going with.
Do you want to, ask Jean to say more about that?
Jean can give us the real scoop. Jean, you there?
Zeke?
Yes.
Michael was just clarifying that they will be doing work remotely or from the computer. They will not be going into people's houses, and that there was a miscommunication or whatever in regard to that before. So we're just trying to clear it up because that's actually the way the listers will be working also.
Right. Okay. Good. Anyone have
Okay.
any questions?
I have a question. Yeah, I have a question. Does that mean that on this reappraisal, there will be no, they won't be going into anybody's houses at all? Or will that come later?
It will be just for the time being, for what we're going through right now in our country. This is one of the precautions.
And so I think what David's asking, Jean, is once, so the appraisal won't get completed until houses have been visited. Is that correct?
That's correct. What they're going to do, they'll be working on like a land chart and things that they can do in the office and not go into people's homes until after this crisis is complete. And then the reappraisal does go on because it has to be done under the contract by next year for 2021 grand list.
Right. And so visits will resume when they're allowed to.
Correct.
Great. Does that answer your question, David?
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Anything else under correspondence for information that you want to discuss?
Well, I don't know, Terry, you might have something to say. So email from the sheriff. It was really interesting to learn that they have about 70% less calls, but they're staying alert. The calls were less because there are a lot less people on the road, right?
Exactly, yes. Yeah, less of that, but noting that there's more cyber issues.
Yes, with people's computers and
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
So I assume as time goes on, he'll give us another update too as to how things are going.
Yeah, it's great that you're our point person and keeping in touch with him. He's great at that.
Okay. Moving on to correspondence for discussion and or action. We have a request from NEMRIC, and they're the ones that maintain the computers for the town office, and they're also doing the reappraisal, as I understand it. And they would like to have, as part of that reappraisal process, they'd like to have remote access to the lister's computer.
Right, right.
So, and apparently Lori, who forwarded this request to us, didn't have a problem with it. So what do you think?
Well, I'd like to hear from Jean again.
I think that they already have access to our computers per se anyway, so I don't think that this should be a problem, as Lori feels that way too. I know they're already doing this with 2 other towns that they are doing reappraisals for.
Okay. Anyone have any other thoughts?
Well, I'm fine with it then.
It's perfectly fine. If they're
Yeah.
comfortable with it, good.
Yeah.
Do you need a motion, Zeke?
Let's see. Let's go ahead and do it. Not sure if we do, but let's go ahead and have a vote, and
Okay.
so it's in the record.
And what is it that you want a motion for again?
This would be to allow NEMRIC to have remote access to the lister's computer.
So I would like to move that we allow NEMRIC to have access to the lister's computers.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? I guess we'll let them know. Next, we had a letter from a resident on Fisk Road about a nuisance dog in the Cemetery Road area that is aggressive and wanders off the owner's property. And there have been times when this dog has been fairly aggressive. And as we have no designated animal control agents in town now, the responsibility falls to the select board. Probably what, let's see, from my understanding of this, I'd say that a dog that wanders off its owner's property is considered to be at large. And although the Dummerston dog ordinance is a little fuzzy on that, the state statutes are very clear that dogs running at large are simply not allowed. And going into the public's right of way is also, and being a problem is also a violation of state statute and to some extent the town's ordinance. So a phone call to the owners of this dog would be asking them to keep the dog on their property and keep a better eye on it would be a first good step. And if they don't comply with that, then the select board could issue a order that the dog, be either tethered, kenneled, or under the owner's control whenever it's outside. So a friendly phone call is probably the first step to take. So.
And Zeke, has this particular dog owner been called before by an animal control officer?
No, this is the first time I've heard of this particular dog.
Hmm.
So usually, over the last 10 years, we've sort of taken complaints sort of step by step, unless there's a real vicious dog issue, where a dog has actually attacked someone.
So, Terry, how would you feel about giving these people a call?
I can do that if you'd like.
You'd be my vote.
Zeke, just clarifying, Zeke, have you talked to the owners of this dog?
I haven't yet. We just got the letter
Okay.
this week.
Okay.
So I could speak with you later and give you some animal control officer
tips,
pointers. Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, that sounds great.
Great. And then we'll give them a warning, and then we'll hope for some cooperation from your part. And we'll hear if they don't. So.
Yeah, and what? So, yeah, I guess I'd like to understand what the next, what the steps are in this. As a person who is, as a group, responsible for this, I don't know quite what the sequence of things is. So you call first with a warning, and then what happens?
Yes, the Dummerston dog ordinance doesn't have much in the way of teeth to it. Sort of friendly persuasion is usually the first step to take, and then we can cite state statute to write an order that would put more, we can write up a violation, and there are some monetary penalties that aren't much, but so there's, and we can write an order that just flatly states that the dog has to be controlled, with a leash or kennel or tether, and it can't leave the owner's property unless it is under the direct control of the owners. So we can do that.
Mm-hmm. And
usually that's a second step in the process.
And then if it does leave, if it, goes against that order, what's the next step?
Usually, we haven't had to do much more than that.
Mm-hmm.
We've never had to seize anyone's dog, or actually we did maybe 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But if the dog attacks someone off the property, then the process is the people who are attacked file a complaint with the select board. We hold a public hearing within 7 days, and we can take whatever action is necessary to mitigate this danger to the public.
Okay, good. Well, that's helpful. That sort of gives me a framework for what we're responsible for. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, and so the dog ordinance for Dummerston is on the town website under the file cabinet. And it was written in 1995 and probably needs to be updated. But, you know, updating an ordinance sometimes is a process.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
thank you.
it's something we should consider if, you know, we're quarantined for a long time. We have time in our hands. We might want to consider. And VLCT has a mod, as they do with most things, has a model dog ordinance that we could make updating our ordinance pretty simple.
Great. Great. Thank you.
Okay. Anything more on that? All right. Thank you, Terry, and I'll talk to you.
Okay.
Under new business, we have the local emergency management updates. Terry has worked on, and we need to approve so they can become official.
There's not a whole lot of changes on this. Mostly it's clerical. It's name changes and stuff like that. So we added some farms on one of the lists per the recommendation of the Wyndham Regional, but other than that, it's just basically name changes.
Sure. Okay. Can we have a motion to approve the local emergency management? Is it?
Oh, yeah. I move that we approve the local emergency management plan as written.
I'll second that.
All right. Any discussion? Okay. Thank you, Terry, for working on that.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Great. Okay, that's done until next year again. So next on the list, Lori Frechette, the town clerk, closed the town office. Was it the beginning of last week or? But then she learned that she can't close the entire building without the select board's approval. And where it seemed to be a time-sensitive issue, we actually, I said we should just close this, given the governor's state of emergency and the advice we were getting from state agencies. We should go ahead and close it, and that we could ratify that at this meeting. So I guess a motion to ratify closing the town office would be what I'd like to have.
I'll move that we ratify the decision of the select board to close the town office. Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
great.
And I just want to make a statement that I think Lori has been doing a great job protecting herself and at the same time keeping business going, town business going, supporting Charlotte, supporting the zoning administrator, and being really helpful to us. So I'm pretty proud of the town office, and Lori's a big part of that.
Right.
Great.
Yes. Yes, it's done a good job. People are still able to get information and
Yep.
what they need. So Lori also recommended that we waive late penalties for dog licensing until she suggests June 1st, and we can revisit this, of course.
Well, it says July 1st.
Oh, July 1st, right.
Yeah.
Okay, July 1st, that's 7. Okay. So what would you like to do?
I'll make
Let's
a
see.
motion. Whoop. to waive the late penalties for dog licensing until July 1st, 2020.
Well, I'll second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, great. All right, so now we come to appointments, reappointments and new appointments to town committees, offices, and boards and commissions. So,
I'll go ahead and make a motion. This is Maria. I'll make a motion that we make the appointments as presented, and hopefully you all reviewed them. And then I will put the complete list in the minutes.
okay, great. So people can see.
I'll second that.
Great. Okay, any discussion? It seemed like there were a lot of reappointments. There weren't a lot of new appointments. We have Joshua Pacheco going from an alternate member of the DRB to a regular member of the DRB. A couple people are dropping off the DRB as their terms have expired. Jen Sargent and Dennis Muse, both of them have been very good members of that board for a number of years. Lewis White is moving up to become the first constable. And fire wardens, Ted Glayback is going to become one of our fire wardens, and the assistant fire warden will be Alan Pike. And those terms will be until 2022. So those were the new appointments. So we have some empty seats on some of the boards, but we can start working on those and get them over as we get a list of what openings we still have. But we have a motion and a second to approve these appointments and reappointments. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, great. Okay. Do we have any unfinished business? Anything? Okay. Well, I guess our first Zoom has gone pretty well, I think.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second that.
Okay.
All right.
Great. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you
Thank
for everyone
Yep.
who joined, and
Thank-
we'll look forward to April 8th at 6 o'clock.
Yes, and thank you very much, Geraldine, for getting us up.
And thank you to Brian.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Great. All right.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
turn to that first, I'm going to turn it over to Representative Donahue first to walk us through some issues around some language that has to do with mental health. And Commissioner Wilson. And then I think we should see, I think my sense is we should probably be able to move fairly quickly through some of this. And then we'll transition without a break to some further conversation. We had some briefing last night, or yesterday, briefly, about healthcare affordability issues. And if we need a break in there to do anything else, we'll do that. Then we will have a break and we'll shift gears to a different topic. Yeah.
Hey, great. We talked about, I mean, there are 3 specific areas, pieces of language. The one we're starting with, I don't think anybody actually has seen actual language, although we've talked about the concept. When DMH presented on the 10-year vision plan, the commissioner said there was one legislative ask in terms of follow-up, not that there isn't a lot of follow-up that the department's doing, but in terms of legislation. And that was the recognition that DMH and the vision can say all sorts of things, but if the whole health system isn't involved and buying in, then we're not going to achieve integration, because it's integration in with a lot of other stuff. So this is the language that would establish that council, which has a lot of membership, because it's really about getting all those other parts of the system on board. So we can walk through the language. I would actually suggest that we first go to the purposes of what the group does, because that will help make it more clear why there's all of the representation that there is. And I know there was one person who reacted, one of the members of the Techno Council, who said, well, our one reaction is it's too heavily on the medical system people and not enough mental health representatives. And I said, well, actually, that's the whole point of this. The mental health folks came up with a plan, and now this is about carrying it forth by engaging the rest of the mental health system. You're able to scroll, or David? We're already scrolled up.
I pulled up to that section. Anne.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so if folks look at the, where it begins after the list, powers and duties, and this is really the core. This is why this council is being established. So it's addressing integration. At the very beginning, it talked about our statutory requirement for integration and the vision plan, but these are the very specific things that would be the council's responsibility. First, identifying
I'm sorry, and I have no idea where we are.
Oh, I'm sorry,
No,
because
that's
I'm looking
okay.
here. So it's on the one that says on the top,
powers and duties. Okay, I got it. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Is it what's up here?
I can't see that far.
So, powers and duties, the council shall address the integration of mental health in the healthcare system, including, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6 duties.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first one is to identify obstacles. In other words, in all of the parts of the system that each of these people represent, where are there obstacles to achieving the goals that have been set out, both in legislation previously and through the vision plan? Second, helping to ensure implementation of those existing laws that require integration within the members' expertise in the council. So different groups representing different parts of the system. If we scroll up a little, we can see 3. And establishing commitments from all of those non-state entities to adopt the practices and implementation tools for integration. Again, that's referencing back to the beginning where we talked about the vision plan and the legislative mandate. Fourth, the council can propose legislation if our current statute is inadequate to achieve it or creates barriers. And then fifth, the routine language on any other duties it deems necessary. It will then report back in, oops, I'm going to scroll here. in 2023. So we're giving, this is a 2-year council to work on this. So report back with recommendations, including whether there's any recommended legislative actions and whether they need to be extended. The assumption is it's 2 years. It's not an ongoing forever group, but it's 2 years to identify and put together how we're going to achieve this. So now if we go back to the start, we can look through the membership. I have sent out contact to everyone who's been asked to be a member, basically saying, if you don't think you belong on this council, speak up. Nobody has said they think they don't belong. I've gotten a number of people saying yes, but nobody has said, oh no, take me off. I don't want to be involved in that. So, but we can look through it. A through F are all commissioners within the state system, beginning mostly with AHS. But you'll see each of those departments in AHS have relevance to integration toward our goal of an integrated system. Corrections has a division in how it delivers healthcare systems and so forth. And the F, then the Commissioner of Financial Regulation, is pretty self-evident why they're important to be a part. We then have both the Green Mountain Care Board and the Secretary of Education. And after that, it begins more the community-wide stakeholders, which includes the Medical Society, the Hospitals Association, Vermont Care Partners, which are the designated agencies, the Vermont Association of Mental Health and Addiction Recovery. That's somebody we haven't actually, I don't know if some of the new members have met. Peter Espen, yeah, who is the executive director of that group. The bi-state primary care, important aspect of primary care delivery. Representative from the University of Vermont Medical School, and that's really important. This was some of what the think tank made recommendations about when we're talking about sort of the unconscious bias of the system, if you will, that right in medical school that needs to begin to be addressed, and we need that commitment from the medical school. One Care, the healthcare advocate, the mental health care advocate, representation from the insurance industry. And just to clarify, council is getting pretty large. Often there isn't a group that represents all of the private insurers. They each speak for themselves. But it didn't really seem rational in terms of expanding the council to have both Blue Cross Blue Shield and MVP representative. I spoke with them about that issue, and MVP said they were completely okay and understood that only the largest insurer, which for Vermont is Blue Cross Blue Shield, represent that perspective. So you can be assured that's not going to create a problem, that it's just one which, in the language of art or whatever, what that's saying is Blue Cross Blue Shield. Then in terms of direct stakeholders, to keep that voice at the table, 2 people who have received services, one of them being somebody who delivers peer services, so that's the peer workforce representation. And then family members, there are 2 also there, because one is family of people who receive services, but the other is a family member who has a child who receives services. So that's the list. I think there's been some cross discussions around trying to make it inclusive. And that's really the core of the bill. There is language at the end that is the routine, the Department of Mental Health chairs, the Department of Health co-chairs. I mentioned the reports. There are directives around meetings, and that is meeting at least bi-monthly, ceases to exist July 30th, 2023. We routinely have councils exist beyond when their final report is, because we may need them to come in and tell us what's in their report and so forth. Reimbursement is under our statute, which basically means people who are not getting paid by their job position for their activities are eligible for a stipend. So, if we could now have our witness comment and maybe answer questions.
Yes, of course. Well, thank you. Good morning. For the record, Sarah Squirrel, Commissioner of the Department of Mental Health. I want to thank Vice Chair Donahue for her leadership on this in terms of thinking about the council. From my perspective, as this committee is aware, the Department of Mental Health really leaned into our charge in terms of articulating a 10-year plan for a future of integration of mental health within the broader healthcare system that I think will benefit generations of Vermonters to come. One of our very specific asks of the legislature was to form this council. We have several other action areas that we are able to implement within our existing authority and resources that we, of course, are working on. But when we think about, as I said before, the 10-year plan wasn't the end, it was just the beginning. And we really want to create conditions for change. I really feel that what we have articulated as a state system, as systems partners, really has the opportunity to be transformational. When we think about implementation, as someone who's been steeped in implementation science, we really need a council, a table that is set with high-level leaders across mental health and our healthcare system if we really want to move things forward and actually operationalize some of the incredible opportunities that we have around integration. So the Department of Mental Health fully supports the representation that's been articulated here. I think from a facilitation standpoint, we're always trying to manage inclusivity and representation with a body that is manageable and that we can really move work forward in a reasonable way. I feel very confident that given the scope of the council as it's currently been presented, that we can be very effective. It is proposed to be chaired by the Commissioner of Mental Health, working in collaboration with the Department of Health. I think that's the right way to approach it because really we can really continue our leadership on the 10-year plan and our vision for integration. I think that the council itself can hold the vision of integration under the tent of the council, which is, I think, significant as we look to move this forward. It also creates an accountability structure that we need. It provides structure so that we can create decision-making. As the Vice Chair noted, we have some significant areas that are actually already statutorily in law, but maybe not being fully implemented. So we need the right folks around the table to help us do that. A good example of that is payment parity in terms of equal rates of payment for the same services when provided by mental health professionals as compared to physical health professionals to ensure that folks can access those services equitably. I also think there is an opportunity as we look to implement the 10-year plan that the council creates an accountability infrastructure to oversee that implementation as we move forward. So those are my high-level comments. Again, the department supports what's been presented, and we're looking forward to this as the next step to advance our statewide work around integration.
Great. Can we, if we could just scroll back to the very beginning, because one question that had already come back is, you know, are we starting over on trying to identify what does it mean to integrate? And I think the introductory language helps makes clear that this is about ensuring that everybody participates in the principles that are already in statute and as envisioned by the plan that's been developed. So this is not to start reworking a plan. This is to involve everyone else in making it happen.
That's a great point. We have put a lot of time and energy over the past year in terms of articulating what our end state is, what those short-term, midterm, and long-term strategies are. The council is a vehicle to advance that work, not to start over.
So any questions?
You have a lot of commissioners here, and then I see or designee. do you expect all your commissioners to participate in the membership of this board, or do you expect it perhaps will be passed off to somebody at a lower grade?
I think it will depend. I think there are commissioners, some we shared, having talked to some of the other commissioners that really want a seat at the table. For some commissioners that I think oversee large departments, sometimes it's actually beneficial to delegate to someone whose particular purview might be a little closer to the provision of mental health services and integrating that broader in the healthcare system. Department for Children and Families is an example of that. It's so big, it could be more beneficial to have someone who is more directly overseeing that specific area.
I think another good example is the Department of Corrections.
Yes.
They have a medical director. That person probably would be better suited than the corrections commissioner.
And if I could say, just as a general observation, this is the type of language that is almost always used when trying to involve, this is not unique to this council, whenever trying to involve a department or an agency, it names the commissioner or secretary or designee so that they have the authority then to find the right person to represent them on any. So that this is not unique language. This is kind of boilerplate language to facilitate the right person being at the table.
That's correct.
Right.
Yeah, could you scroll back up the top?
Sure.
I was reading the first paragraph where it says the purpose of it helping to ensure that all sectors of the healthcare system actively participate in the state's parental. Are you saying there are people that don't participate that should right now?
I am saying that we are moving towards articulating a vision for integration, and in order to achieve that, I think there is a lot of commitment to the vision as it currently stands. The next step is to take that make that more actionable. I think our healthcare partners, which was clearly operationalized in the think tank, really came to the table, and now we need to take it that one step further.
How long has this been a concern?
30 years. Or longer.
I'll speak to that. I think what and I credit Representative Donahue and this committee for really, and the speaker, quite honestly, in saying, in moving responsibility for mental health from the Human Services Committee to this committee, the Healthcare Committee, as a structural statement that mental health is a part of healthcare. Historically, mental health has often been siloed off to the side, both because of sometimes issues of stigma and sometimes issues of disparate funding, different kinds of funding, like, well, we have healthcare here, and maybe we'll do something with mental health. And I think there's a recognition that mental health is an essential component of health and healthcare. And so so I think in many ways, this is a reflection of an historic reintegration of the acknowledgement of mental health as an essential element of healthcare.
And this is a recognition that we're not there yet.
Yeah, and
that there's more work to be done.
So, if you could scroll down to the bottom, then there's a date somewhere there that I saw.
2 years.
January 15, 2023. And you probably will still be here. Would you make sure that there's a follow-up on this?
I sure as heck will.
So that it can be proven that group amounted to something.
If I'm not still a member of the legislature, I will be here as a mental health advocate.
Well, maybe speak from the governor's office if you want. Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. It's admirable that it is so inclusive. It's very inclusive. Is it too big, though, and unwieldy?
It's a great question, and as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we're always trying to balance inclusion and representation with actually facilitating a working group. I think that actually our facilitation of the think tank was a good demonstration of our capacity to take a large group, such as 25 or more key stakeholders, to really have good, solid facilitation. I think the Department of Mental Health has a deep bench of talent when it comes to facilitating large groups, and we will be the primary kind of administrative support. So I think my answer is the group big? Yes. Can we manage it and be a productive entity? Absolutely.
I have a couple things. I guess to Brian Smith's point, it's something I think I've been thinking about a lot as far as creating groups and asking for reports. And I guess just a proposal to the committee that I think it might be a good idea if we hold ourselves to the standard that any time we ask for a report or create a group, at least one member of the committee verbally commits, whether they're reelected or here or not, to follow through to the very end. And this is something I've been thinking about, where I would not ask for another report or group unless I personally was committed that I would stick with it through the end and make something come of it. And it's just a thought to float to the committee. And then my other piece, could you go to the duties? Yeah, I really appreciated the intro part about making sure that it's, the idea is not to come up with a new plan. The idea is to implement the plan that extreme work has gone into coming up with. And the only one here I wonder about is number 1. If identifying obstacles to the full integration of mental health, it seems like a lot of what the vision group was doing was identifying those obstacles. So I wonder if there would be a way to word that something more close to identifying obstacles to the full integration of, and then specifically list the statute and specifically list the 10-year vision. And so it's clear that the idea is not to start at square one with a new discussion of what do we need in our mental health care system, but talk with these stakeholders about, we know what we need and what are the obstacles to all of us getting there. I don't know, just to float that out.
Yeah, I mean, that could work. I think because of the overarching purpose at the beginning, I think that's assumed here, but it also, if it was limited to kind of only identifying obstacles to achieving the vision plan, it might close off some really important pieces of not changing what the vision is, but what the obstacles to achieving it might be. There might be ones that the think tank didn't, because it didn't have this broad inclusion, might not have thought about or been aware of. So it's about achieving the plan and the statutory obligations, which were only put in statute, I think, about 4 years ago in terms of those principles. Identifying obstacles probably wants to stay broad enough for obstacles to achieving those things that might not have been listed in the think tank plan.
What about putting both, like full integration of mental health into a holistic health care system as outlined by, and then list the statute where it says, where it talks about integrate as outlined by the statute and the 10-year vision?
I think that'd be fine. I think that's duplicative of the purpose part, because this is sort of just filling out the details of what was already stated as the purpose of the council at the beginning.
Yeah, the only thing I might add to that is that we did very strategically use appreciative inquiry as a strategy to move this work forward when we look at systems change. Not only do we want to identify obstacles and barriers, we also want to be lifting up the current assets that we have and build on those. That actually creates motivation for the kind of transformational change that we're looking for. So my only other thought reflectively on this was to capture that somehow, that we do have existing assets in the system that we can also build upon, in addition to identifying, the barriers as well.
So can we talk for a minute about the process of moving this forward? There was discussion about having it in our miscellaneous healthcare bill, which we're talking about moving, which we will move by tomorrow. Because it talks about per diems, initially one thought was that perhaps that would pull it pull the whole bill into the Appropriations Committee, because anytime there's per diems, something has to go to Appropriations, and then they have to vote the bill out. It doesn't go directly to the floor. I did note that and I'm not sure that this gets around it, but that the per diems are actually coming out of the mental health budget, so they're not additional per diems that have to be authorized by the Appropriations Committee. And in noting that, it seemed to me that maybe it wouldn't be pulled into appropriations. But I think I would like to take a straw poll on the general construct or language, and then be able to consult with appropriations. Because frankly, I don't want the whole miscellaneous healthcare bill to linger in appropriations. If in fact this becomes a part of it, then we might find another vehicle, or even have it be freestanding, so that if it was required to go to appropriations, this alone would go there rather than all of our other elements.
So rather than a bill number to vote, or where it fits in,
then we'll talk. I'll discuss that further with the committee in terms of the actual vehicle for moving this forward, because I think there's some strategic issues that we should think about in terms of what it might mean to have it go into appropriations as part of a larger bill that otherwise would not be going there. So does that seem agreeable to folks? So with that, then
just take a straw poll.
So I think are people prepared to just in general take a straw poll on the language? Lucy?
Should it be interpreted as a straw poll on generally we like the direction, or a straw poll on
the language?
Exact language?
I'm talking
crossovers tomorrow.
At this point, we need to be moving pieces.
So was there interest in expanding it to talk about the asset? Is now the time to have the final language?
Yes.
So should we talk about if there should be a piece about, in the identifying challenges, also identifying the assets of the
anything that you wish to talk about, this is the time, because you're making a suggestion.
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, it sounded like the commissioner just suggested. Do you want to say?
Okay,
I don't think she was suggesting language. I think she was just talking about.
Well, let's ask her. She was suggesting that.
Let the commissioner.
I think that, I don't know that it requires a language change. I think that it can be inherent, kind of linking back to Vision 2030, which is referenced in the beginning. We have a lot of information about appreciative inquiry in our approach in order to engage the council to feel motivated towards change. We will be facilitating looking at obstacles and assets. So I don't think it's necessarily needing to be included in the language.
Is that satisfactory?
Yes.
Okay, other questions?
We're not talking about a lot of money for this bill.
There's only a maximum of 4 people who would actually be eligible
Most
to ask
people
for a
will
stipend.
be already working under a salaried position.
So I don't see why appropriations would have an issue with it.
Well, they probably wouldn't ultimately, but technically, anytime there are per diems, it has to go there, and they don't deal with this until they've completed the budget. Because they have to look at the entirety of the budget. They set aside a pot of money for per diems, and if it exceeds, and if the request for study committees and per diems exceeds that, then they will pare it back. And so it slows something down from moving through our process. Right.
Is your concern the money coming out of mental health appropriations or health appropriations? Is that the concern?
No.
No.
Then I'm missing what this straw vote is going to be about.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me try to clarify. I was trying to just move us forward and explain that we were initially talking about maybe having this be part of a larger miscellaneous healthcare bill, or alternatively having it stand alone. We could make the decision right now to just have it stand alone as a bill. We could take it to the floor as a bill, and then that would, if it goes to appropriations, so be it. If it doesn't, then our miscellaneous healthcare bill won't have this as part of it.
If it's a standalone bill, there's not a lot of money involved in it, is there?
No.
It doesn't seem to be.
No. Very small amount. So. Maybe that makes sense, just to take one thing off your agenda of people you need to talk to. We could just go ahead and say.
So then the process would be asking Jen to craft this as a committee bill. It's not in that form right now. But we would ask her to put it in the form of a committee bill from the House Healthcare Committee, which we can do, and have this be a standalone bill. Does that seem like that? Maybe that's the most straightforward way to do it. At which point, then, I would suggest this, that we ask her to bring that back to us as a committee bill, and we will vote on that sometime later today, rather than take any more time now. And that way, we'll have it in the form of a bill that we will then have a formal vote.
Sure.
Okay.
Is that the best way? There's no, if we do that, this is not going to fail. Is that correct?
Well, I still will communicate with appropriations, but it avoids the possibility of complicating the House Healthcare Committee, the miscellaneous committee.
To respond, would it be fair to say that it doesn't in any way increase the likelihood that this fails relative to including it? And I think was that your question?
Yes. No, it actually increases the likelihood of something else we're doing, not getting encumbered in appropriations for a period of time. Okay, well, let's leave that there then. But be prepared for us to put that to a committee vote later today, assuming Jen gets a chance to craft it into a committee vote. Okay.
So this next piece is not new language you haven't seen, except that it's pared way back. Because in talking with the Appropriations Committee, this is the part which is a little technical. In fact, in many ways, although it's based on key philosophy about integration, the same topic, it's a technical change in the budget process, which is at its core saying, we should not be siloing our budgets and splitting up where in the budget mental health shows up. Beginning, the first step being about inpatient mental health care. If you recall, when the budgets were introduced to us earlier this year, even a budget adjustment saying, well, we have this increase in rate for the retreat because of their financial situation. Part of that showed up in the DIVA budget, part of it showed up in the DMH budget. So this is really just about having them be in the DIVA budget together. The original language we looked through had this long piece about why this was important. It was language that was important to me, but we got unofficial feedback from the
Becoming important to more people.
but we got unofficial feedback from the Appropriations Committee that they did not have an interest in lengthy language about all the whys and the values and so forth, and they just wanted to get to the kind of the bottom line. So that's really the fundamental change from the language from before. It does still retain the core purpose language, which is pointing out that the budget's an essential structural component about integrated care, and that separating budgets is an obstacle to that reform principle of ensuring equal access. This time we have the actual quote, so that's the section that was referred to on the Integration Council just before. This is a principle that we've adopted already, ensuring equal access to appropriate mental health care in a manner equivalent to other aspects of health care. So that's A. B is just the directive. Shall integrate the public funding, in other words, Medicaid, for inpatient mental health care with the funding for other health care services within the DIVA budget. Oversight and utilization review and how the care is managed is the more policy end. That's the Department of Mental Health's role, so it's noting that that will maintain according to which department is legally overseeing that. On the request of those departments, the date for it actually to occur will be basically to be achieved in fiscal year 2023, which means proposed for the 2022 budget. In other words, not this year, but the year after. And based on that, there is the new section, Section B, which says, because we're giving you an extra year, next year you do have to come back with that kind of layout showing us exactly where the money is in each budget, so that it makes it clearer for that next step the year after to actually do it. And it outlines the existing categories of where this money gets currently split up in inpatient care. So as we scroll down, you see 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the different categories of inpatient psychiatric care, and the different categories of which some are in DIVA's budget and some are in DMH, and folks who are in the CRT, Community Rehabilitation and Treatment Programs, as that line right before the 1, 2, 3, 4 points out, they can be in any one of those 4 subcategories, therefore determining whether they're in the DMH or the DIVA budget. So we're saying, fill us in next year on where all those pieces are following, and then the subsequent year they will all be moved into DIVA. This has absolutely no impact. This language and this directive has absolutely no impact on the budget itself or the amount of money. That's subject to the normal budget process. What it does is move it in terms of which budget it appears in to put it in the budget with the rest of our healthcare budget. So that's the overview of the now much briefer language, and if the commissioner would like to testify. And my understanding is that the commissioner of DIVA has spoken with you, and you are representing both departments as testimony on the record about this.
Yes, the Agency of Human Services as a whole has reviewed this, and we are aligned with the recommendations as proposed in the bill language. And just to echo the Vice Chair's points, that this really does provide the structural components of creating conditions that will support the integration of mental health within the broader healthcare system. Many other states have actually transitioned to integrated financing models, where managed care plans manage all the physical and mental health programs for Medicaid enrollees. So this is aligned with, I think, national practices and where other states are moving. Again, a goal of this is to enhance shared data, incentives, tools to deliver integrated services. The area that I think we just want to be careful about and thoughtful about is that the potential of this integration of the fiscal part of it is really hinged on our ability to ensure that clinical integration is also happening when we think about care coordination. So it's important that for those with complex health and social needs, that the outcome of this is that their care is better coordinated and we have better outcomes. So I just don't want to lose sight of, that is the ultimate goal of what we're trying to achieve. So broadly, the Agency of Human Services supports this as it's currently written. The timeline feels appropriate from our perspective. And I just want to note a few other points related to the custodial and legal role of the Department of Mental Health. So there are some differences between the Department of Mental Health and DIVA. It's important that we recognize that DMH is not an administrator of health insurance like DIVA. We are responsible for prioritizing and managing the care of specific populations. As a custodial commissioner, I feel an enormous responsibility to the individuals who are under the care and custody of the Commissioner of Mental Health. So we want to make sure that as we move towards integrated financing, and this is, I think, reflected in this bill, that for those who are under the care and custody of the Commissioner, particularly for those who are level 1, my care management team manages the care coordination of those individuals from the time that they are in the emergency department, admitted to inpatient, and then transitioning to lower levels of care. So when we think about that integration of the fiscal components and the clinical and programming components, I just really want to ensure that the Department of Mental Health is still overseeing that care coordination. That feels essential from my perspective. When we look at the current budgets between DMH and DIVA, as the Vice Chair noted, that what currently sits in the DMH budget that is separate from or carved out from the DIVA budget is level 1. So that level 1 is inclusive of the Vermont Psychiatric Care Hospital, our level 1 contracts with Rutland Regional Medical Center, and the Brattleboro Retreat. So you'll note at the very end of this, there is noted language related to that our budget presentation that the Vice Chair was noting shall also include any implementation recommendations to achieve that integrated funding. I do think there are some pieces that we'll have to work out behind the scenes because there's current statutory language at the Department of Mental Health related to level 1 and reasonable actual costs. So if those funds shift over to DIVA, then would those contracts for level 1 need to be facilitated by DIVA versus the Department of Mental Health? And there are some pieces that we will have to coordinate around there. Not insurmountable, but certainly some things that we want to think about because those level 1 contracts are essential to us actually creating some accountability so that those Rutland and the Brattleboro Retreat actually accept those individuals. So that's a little bit of an accountability and a leverage point for the Department of Mental Health.
That I should reflect when the commissioner pointed those pieces to me, and that was where, in helping to craft this, I agreed that providing that extra year instead of saying this shall happen for next year's budget made sense.
Yes. The other thing that I would note is that VPCH is also currently all within the Department of Mental Health's budget. The Bratt Psychiatric Care Hospital is run by the Department of Mental Health. They're by my people, they're the staff. So if that entire budget moves to DIVA, that will just be another point that we'll have to navigate in terms of the budget for the hospital will actually sit in a different department than the department that's running the hospital itself. So again, that's why I requested the additional time because we need to respectively figure out how that will work and how we operationalize that and maintain the great outcomes and quality that we're currently achieving at the Bratt Psychiatric Care Hospital. So those, I think that's the summary of my points for the committee related to this proposed language.
On the surface, I mean, this is, the integration seems simple, it's a short bill, but is this going to, behind the scenes, add more bureaucracy or trying to coordinate or, you're talking about we'll work these things out behind the scenes, but in the end, is there going to be another layer that we're not seeing, sort of like the unintended consequences of bureaucracy?
I think that there are certainly going to be some coordination pieces that we will have to work out behind the scenes. They do not feel insurmountable from my perspective, and I think the bigger gain that we're going to make in terms of the fiscal integration of the funding outweighs some of the inconvenience of having to work out some of these things behind the scene. I think managing the VPCH budget is probably my bigger concern and what that means from an operational standpoint. We already have an MOU with DIVA in terms of their kind of delegating Medicaid authority related to level 1 CRT that we oversee. We work very closely together and have a lot of collaboration. So I'm confident that we'll be able to move that forward. And then if we have some time to work with our fiscal offices about the details of the VPCH budget, I don't think that we're going to get overly bogged down in bureaucracy. If those are clear. And I think the language actually supports that because there's clarity of roles that's already articulated in the language.
Well, I was going to say, I didn't understand this yesterday, and I think I have a clearer picture now of what we're talking about, and what you just said makes me feel a little bit better that you're comfortable that the benefits of making the switch will outweigh whatever additional work there is.
Lucy?
Was there any discussion of making the switch except for the VPCH and keeping that in DMH for logistical ease?
That is not currently the recommendation, and I think if we truly want to get a picture of inpatient services without VPCH as part of that integration, we miss a big part of it. So there have been no discussions as of right now in terms of carving out VPCH from the intent of this language.
So the ultimate goal is about having the big picture of this services all in one place from
That's
a budget
correct.
perspective.
That's correct.
And that doesn't work between the two, like it doesn't work to have that big picture when it's split between the two departments.
It makes it more challenging to have that big picture, and it's not aligned with our vision of integration.
I have a couple of questions. Delicate questions, and I don't mean to criticize you or your department or anything like that. But I read somewhere where there was an incident with your department and I guess the corrections department in which an ill patient, whether that patient should go to a hospital emergency room setting versus going to prison corrections department. And I think your department took the stand that that individual should go to a prison setting. And then the corrections department had an issue. They felt that there was a budgetary issue, and that's why that individual was being sent to a corrections department, a prison. Would this bill correct that situation? And do you know what I'm referring to?
We have a lot of situations where the bright line between criminal justice system, criminogenic behavior, and mental health is blurred, and it's confusing. And this is, I think, one of the opportunities we have right now when we think about a true forensic system of care that we're grappling with. So I don't think that this in particular addresses that particular issue. What I can assure you is that the Department of Mental Health as a healthcare provider is managing individuals who might be involved in the criminal justice system to meet their acute mental health needs within an acute care system that is all Medicaid funded. If we are able to treat an individual and their mental illness, it is the requirement that we have to transition them to lower levels of care. That's philosophically and fundamentally what Vermont, a fundamental value of Vermont. Federally, that's what we have to do to meet those mandates. Those decisions are not made for budgetary decisions. Those are clinical decisions that are made to ensure that people are receiving the right care at the right time in the right place. And for some individuals, they might also have criminogenic behaviors and public safety risk that we also have to manage, and so we have to work responsibly with our criminal justice partners. The other piece I would just add is that sometimes because we are a healthcare provider, we have to abide by protected health information. So what you hear publicly or in the media might not actually reflect kind of the true state of the situation. And that's just something the Department of Mental Health has to manage on a daily basis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I was going to say, well, to finish this piece, there is a bill coming over from the Senate that will be asking the House to look a little bit more into that issue of criminal justice, forensic, mental health, which is separate from this issue of when there is mental health hospitalization, does it go into the DIVA or the DMH budget? So the Department of Corrections aspect is not in this bill. That issue is going to be coming to us.
Thank you, Ann. And then one other question. If we already have an MOU, or if you already have an MOU, why do we need a bill?
Because the MOU allows us, it's really just delegating Medicaid authority. So it doesn't address the integration of the funding within the DIVA budget, which is what we're trying to accomplish.
Other questions? So this is language that we only need a vote, not as a bill, but on sending it to ask appropriations to include it in the budget bill, because this is a budget alignment issue, not a, obviously it has policy behind it, but it's not an independent bill.
Again, just to explain that the budget always includes both numbers and appropriations, but there's also budget language that reflects about how to move things around, or in this case, integrate differently. So, and the appropriations committee has asked all committees if we have language for the budget, to have that prepared for them by tomorrow. So they are anticipating the possibility of this as language.
Yes, the person in charge of that, like, actually, I had told them, well, it's on our agenda Thursday. She said, good, I want it Thursday. So, just
So are your questions answered? We prepared to I would do it as a straw poll, really, to move it to the budget language? Yes, Anne-Marie?
I do have. At the end, when they say including any subdivision between the person served by the community rehab and treatment program, they list those. There's no really report, and I know we hate reports, but report back on, yeah, we have these problems worked out, or there's unintended consequences, or we need more time, or is there someone that's going to ride herd on this and bring it back to
So the
the committee?
language B that you see here, the department's fiscal year 2022 budget presentation, which will be our way of articulating the integrated budgets, even though we're not there yet operationally, also includes implementation recommendations. So part of our budget report back to, I'm assuming this committee, will also include implementation recommendations related to some of the areas that the Department of Mental Health has some, coordination concerns that we need to work out. So that's what that language is intended to do.
Okay.
Any other questions? Then I would suggest that we take this language, take a straw poll on recommending that this language be given to the Appropriations Committee as budget language. All those in favor, show of hands. Let the record show that all members present. And Brian, are you on the line still? Do you wish to join us in this?
I am on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
I am here.
Okay. Well, we will. I think at this point we have a clear all members present, and we will. That's sufficient to move the language to the Appropriations Committee. And we will do that, and we'll have you. You can weigh in as you wish along the way, because it will be in the final budget as well. Okay. Thank you. Now, there.
One last piece which we've discussed before, so I'm hoping this is sort of a, we're already there on it, but this last piece is the technical language to achieve the Brattleboro Retreats budget being under the Green Mountain Care Board in the same way all other hospital budgets are. This had been proposed last year. The retreat had concerns about being fully included, so we sort of created a special language review light, if you will. And in light of some of the budget issues that came up this year, some folks like me thought maybe we need to have it fully under the Green Mountain Care Board's review process. So what this language does is it strikes the special carve-out language that we created last year, and then the line after that is just the definitional. The existing definitional talks about hospitals meaning a general hospital, and general hospital excludes psychiatric hospitals. So by striking the word general, it means any licensed hospital. But clearly the one budget that doesn't come under the Green Mountain Care Board is the state-run hospital, VPCH. Their budget is controlled by the legislature and wouldn't be controlled by the Green Mountain Care Board, so it requires adding the language that we're not including hospitals that are run by the state. So this is the way that achieves the purpose of saying the Brattleboro Retreats budget does come under the Green Mountain Care Board. And we did have on the record previously testimony from the chair of the Green Mountain Care Board and the director saying they're fine with this. This does not add a burden on them that requires additional staff requests. Sometimes we ask them to do things, resources of any kind. Sometimes we ask them to do things and they say, look, you're asking us to do something more, we would need more resources to be able to do it. And they told us on the record that's not the case with this. They can handle this with their existing resources.
Questions?
Are we going to hear from the Brattleboro retreat?
We have, they testified earlier on the record in support of this. When they were here. Anyone lose Steve?
Oh, okay, that's, yes, I forgot that, yes.
Earlier.
When he was here talking about the retreat.
We asked specifically when he was here about the retreat early on in the session, and we raised this issue and said it was likely we would be wanting to do this as a recommendation, and he indicated no problem.
I guess maybe I'll go back on the record and look at it. It strikes me as interesting because last year when we brought it up, there seemed to be lots of problems from the retreat's perspective.
And things shifted.
No, I know. It's just I'm curious as to what has been done to resolve the problems that the retreat had last year with it.
I'd be happy to chat.
And I think the issues were not one of difficulty. I think the issues were one of transparency. And last year what we agreed to was that the Secretary of Human Services would have access to Brattleboro Retreat's records sufficiently to know that they were confident in giving the kinds of support increases and rate increases. And at the time it was Secretary Gobet. So we agreed to back off from asking to have it go through the Green Mountain Care Board as a hospital budget review. And then I think in light of the, frankly, the emergent situation, which we were addressing in the very first days of the session, where the Brattleboro Retreat was here with Mike Smith from the Agency of Human Services. It was in that context, before they had resolved how to resolve things, that we also raised the question of having the Brattleboro Retreat given the significant amount of their budget, which is in fact state funds now, be part of the hospital budget review, and he indicated that was not an issue at this time.
Other questions? This again, this is not a freestanding bill. This is a recommendation that approach is already anticipating that we might be proposing.
Well, let me just say out loud, it doesn't seem like that seems satisfactory. I can tell when there's a consensus in the room when there isn't. So if that's not satisfactory, I want to hear what we need to do to.
There seems some uncertainty on faces.
Yeah, right. Does the committee wish to hear from the Brattleboro Retreat directly about this? In which case, we will try our best to arrange that.
I remember them saying, and sort of being very.
Okay, well, I just wanted to check because this is not an issue.
Questions I had.
What's that?
I think it was one of the questions I had when they were here.
But Lori, my response is, quite frankly, it really doesn't matter to me if they are in favor of it, that we have a situation on our hands and they need to be part of the process. So I'm for this kind.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just feel like there's clearly dynamics that I'm missing, especially, I mean, I guess that's where I feel is I maybe need to understand more of the dynamics and said earlier that we could have a conversation. So I guess in my mind, it just kind of feels like maybe that needs to happen before I would feel ready to.
I will say it. I will say it on the record. It's not very distant from what Lori's saying. I think last year they felt able to argue that they were a private hospital and that I mean their fundamental argument, which I believe to really be an issue of not wanting to be as fully transparent as is required of other hospitals. That's my opinion. Their argument was because they're so significantly funded by Medicaid and the Green Mountain Care Board review the bottom line of the review is the Green Mountain Care Board has the authority to say you can't increase your rates. It's a by more than X%. The other hospitals are able to do cost shifting inside their budgets that allow for, if they're required to reduce private payment, their amount of Medicaid is less in terms of all of that functional pieces of the budget. And so the retreat was saying last year, well, we don't think we should be part of that because they can't, we have so much of our budget that's state controlled because of Medicaid. And I think this year the retreat recognized that, quite frankly, from a political perspective, recognized that they weren't in a position to say, we're not comfortable with being required to be evaluated as closely as other hospitals' budgets are. Mm-hmm. And so they were not objecting anymore. And the Green Mountain Care Board clearly will have to look at their budget, understanding the percent that's Medicaid in terms of how it reviews it.
Do we have a sense of how much it will cost the retreat to undergo the budget review process?
No. I mean, we haven't asked that. They did last year, based on the new language, have to start providing a good deal of the information that is required of hospitals for budget review. But
it just seems like an interesting time to be asking them to do something that's going to put more costs on them when we already know that.
Well, I would take the position that it's also a very interesting time, and it's an interesting time when they, in fact, are turning to the state for an additional $1.5 million, when we're already giving them millions of dollars, when their entire budget is practically now state-funded. That it's the time when they should be, even at some additional cost, they should be fully transparent, and they should be not treated differently. Just again, it's interesting in terms of what we were talking about earlier, the integration of mental health and the healthcare system. They are a siloed mental health inpatient facility, or not
they do other stuff, but yeah,
they're
this
not
is in
strictly
terms of
inpatient. But I think that I don't think that we should be making them an exception, or based on the fact that their primary and exclusive work is around mental health and substance use disorders. I think they should be treated the same as other hospitals.
Just to answer that a little bit, at least in my experience at Gifford, the work that goes into presenting the Green Mountain Care Board is sort of presenting the financials you already have. I mean, they do have some format things they want. I would say the bigger issue might be if then the Green Mountain Care Board comes back and says, well, we want a sustainability plan like they're trying to put on other hospitals now, which might involve a little more cost. But they would do it for a reason, and they only do it when the hospitals are financially struggling, and we want to see how it's going to move forward.
That's exactly why we want
That's
them
why we
to
do
go to the Green
it.
Mountain
They
Care
should
Board.
spend whatever time it takes.
I'm sure Secretary Smith would agree with this. I would think so. Okay. So I'm going to ask that we put it to a straw vote to move it to the language in the budget as well. Those, by show of hands, those in favor?
Sorry.
Upset?
Is abstaining a possibility on a straw vote?
No. Oh, on the straw vote, yes. Yes, that's fine. This is a straw vote, yeah. On an actual roll call vote, you can't abstain. So those in favor of moving it to the budget by show of hands? Those opposed? Those abstaining? Okay, that's great. So we'll move to the budget. Thank you. Okay, so I'm now going to, things are shifting as we're sitting and talking. Yes, Sarah.
Thank you.
And we'll let you shift.
Yes, thank you
We'll let you shift.
I really appreciate it.
Great. No, thank you for making yourself available. We really appreciate it. While we were working, I was also being communicated with by the Speaker's office, and there is a chairs meeting that's being called for 10:30. And I'm being asked, the chairs are being asked to meet with the speaker at 10:30. One of the issues that we are being asked to talk about, so I'm going to ask this committee to help me weigh in on a question. And then we will figure out how to get back to affordability, which is on our agenda, which just have to be flexible. Let me make sure I have the. So, I think one of the agenda items of the meeting is to, the language that's been debated is please come prepared to share your top 2 or 3 ideas for emergency support for Vermonters in this evolving crisis. And I think that's an appropriate, and rather than just putting my brain to work, I thought even though we only have 10 or 15 minutes, I would like to engage the committee in helping to think about that. And just as to what recommendations I might take to the chair's meeting with the speaker less than 10:30. Just so you can do maybe the length. And I miss. Wait, Frank? Sure. And I misread it when I first, because there's also been a request, a different kind of request. But this is a request for please come prepared to share your top 2 or 3 ideas for emergency support for Vermonters in this evolving crisis. Now, I would ask that we, part of, given we're the healthcare committee, that might help kind of frame what we're thinking about. But I would like to open it up for a general discussion, and that will help me just bring some thoughts forward to the speakers on this. So what I'm going to suggest is that we each get a turn to be heard, and if someone doesn't wish to speak, that's fine. But I'd like to make sure each of us gets at least a chance to kind of share what things come to mind initially. So,
is this the idea of financial assistance?
It could be. It could be.
Whatever your thoughts.
It could be financial assistance. It's basically what are the things that we need to be thinking about as a legislature or as because we hold unique responsibilities in terms of what actions we need to take to support Vermonters in the COVID-19 evolving situation.
Hello?
Yes, Brian.
I've been thinking a lot about this since I'm self-quarantining right now. Can I say something?
Sure, and I'm just going to suggest, since I'm supposed to be there at 10:30, and I realize this is short notice, but that's why I've been, to be honest, I've been a little antsy in trying to move us along this morning. So apologies for that, but I would like to hear from you, but I want to make sure we have time to hear from everyone else as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to say a lot. What I'm going to say is that I'm going to send to the committee a few documents for us to review and think about. One is, I don't know who it came from. I think it's the ACLU, but it's a long list of things, suggestions of what government should be doing right now to take care of people. And another thing is going to be a list of demands from the Burlington Tenants Union, which is like an organization of tenants who are concerned about how it's going to affect them. These are mostly people living paycheck to paycheck. I'm not going to read all of it because it'll take up too much space right now, but I'm going to share it with the group, and perhaps we can talk about these things a little bit more in detail later. But it covers everything you can think of, from health care, supplies, financial assistance, how are people going to eat, et cetera.
Okay, is that a document you can forward, Brian?
I'll send it right now.
Okay, great. Is there anything else you want to add at this point?
I don't take up too much space in the conversation. I just wanted to throw that out there as a starter. I think other people will probably say a lot of the details of what I'm referring to. So.
Okay, thank you. Mari?
Hi, Brian. This is Mari. Financial concerns is what I am hearing about most, and people being able to quarantine and not, they not have to worry about mortgages and whether that means finding a way to encourage lien holders to allow mortgage holidays for a month. The paid sick leave, paid family and medical leave, it would have been great if we had a strong program. That's a kind of a moot point, but if there's anything that can be done on the short term to help people with their incomes while they're quarantining.
Let's just keep going around and hear from people.
Just to follow up on that, as an employer, what I'm hearing from employees is, will you pay us if we are sick, if we're sick? And I'm sure that there's also, will you pay us if you tell us not to work, if we're
quarantined and we can't work from home.
And that larger businesses are making that commitment. Larger national businesses are making that commitment. They have the resources. A smaller business might not. What can the state do to help?
I think if you get this COVID-19 virus is obviously quite relevant. If someone's going to be homesick, I think there should be some sort of compensation for someone that has COVID-19, not someone that's sick and trying to cash in on it. People get sick every year and they stay home and they lose a little bit of income. But if this virus is involved and the doctor says you have COVID-19, I think there should be some sort of compensation for that if they have to stay home because of this virus.
Yeah, I think pretty much echoing what's been said is my top concern. I just want to add to the conversation. I know I've raised as like a younger member of the legislature a lot kind of the biases that this position puts us in, as far as recognizing that people come to this position from all financial backgrounds, but that we as a legislature likely are biased towards people who could afford to pay for 2 weeks of ourselves needed. And I think it concerns me a lot, because I talk to my constituents and I hope that we stay in touch with the fact that we as a legislature may not be representative of our constituents as far as what it would mean to take. I mean, I just talked to a constituent yesterday who runs a child care center in my town, and she said, like, I should close, I think. Like, the responsible thing to do would be to close, and I cannot make it 2 more weeks if I close, so I'm staying open.
Thank you.
I think the whole idea of large gatherings is something that people talk about. I mean, we've got basketball players and basketball games and all this stuff. But then you have the legislature, which just doesn't seem to be following the large groups. They were keeping outsiders out, and that's a step. But still, when you look at the demographics of the people when you're sitting on the floor, those are the ones that are checking all the boxes, like over 60, pre-existing conditions. And I think we are not leading by example. However, I also realize that money is going to be a big deal going forward on budgets and keeping government running it, and I don't have an answer to that. But I think that's something that needs to go into the conversation, and I'm sure it is, but we don't know anything about it, so that's it. And the other thing is that we are carriers. We are leaving a central point and going to all points of the state and then coming back again. So it's something.
I don't know the nature of the meeting that I'm having, but I can tell you that is seriously being thought about and contemplated, what it means for us to be here and balancing the need for government to function, and that we in fact have a role, and how we meet that.
And one last thing, paid family leave, I don't know how we can reconstitute that for another vote.
That wasn't going to be in effect immediately.
Yeah, but you can't just roll that out.
You just can't do that.
Well, I mean, they're I don't want to speak for what can be done in an emergency situation.
And I agree with some of the stuff that's been said. I think the one thing that I've been thinking about and getting a bug in my ear from my home representative who's on the board of Capstone is just food.
Yes.
And making sure that, I mean, we have a lot of people that, especially kids that get lunch at school, and that's really the best meal they're getting. And whether we need to consider some sort of centralized food production at a school or at a community center or something that could be distributed out to people that are quarantined. I mean, anytime you're moving things around, you're exposing people, but and especially like Meals on Wheels and some of those things we need to think about.
I just wonder, what's the feds doing to help our state? Are they going to provide the state's money to help keep individuals home when they're sick with this virus? You know, it's a difficult time economically. I mean, this could be a very difficult time for our state economically as well as the nation economically. We're seeing it in the stock market currently, but it has other ripples throughout our state and local economies. And, I just worry about the money issue.
Yeah, my top of my mind has been the issue of employment income and quarantine, and I think framing it in terms of healthcare, I can't imagine people not thinking, I don't even want to be tested, because if I'm told I have to self-quarantine, I can't feed my family. And I think even of my hairdresser who has the hair salon in her home, and if she says, oh, I have to self-quarantine for some reason, she can't have any customers coming in. Maybe she shouldn't be, but then she has zero income.
Maybe no customers will be coming in.
Or no customers will be coming in. And the issue becomes, of course, the money. I don't know if the workers' comp system is a tool that can be used. I don't know what the tools are, but that's, I think, my healthcare preeminent concern.
Oh, can I mention one other thing? Sure. Besides the economic issue, the medical issue. Do we have the equipment to treat, a major pandemic, particularly when it comes to respirators? How many respirators, does the average hospital have? I'm sure UVM has a great number of them, but that concerns me. Yeah.
I'm just going to add, I agree with all of it. I'm particularly concerned about food, not just for children, but seniors and those in need. And also, I think the state needs to be helping municipalities in coming up with plans to physically check on seniors and those in need. A little bit to get to Ann's point of, are there people in their home who are sick who are not coming to be tested because they're scared of what the cost is going to be? And just making sure they're okay.
Did we get the test? Are there enough tests? It's like there are, there aren't, there,
No, I think we don't know. I think we don't know it. I want to just mention a couple things. One is that medications, access to essential medications for people who, in fact, if they're being asked to self-quarantine, or if in fact there's social distancing to the degree that different things have happened in different settings as this is advanced, and the barriers to, I was approached by someone who said, my child needs insulin, my family member needs insulin. I can't afford to put out what the code pay is for a month's supply of what's being required to get an advanced supply of medication, even though I'm being told try to get advanced supply so that you're not you don't have to worry about that. But it said we literally don't have the funds to do that. And in light of some of what we're talking about, and I don't know what the answer to this is, but quite honestly, I think the mental health pressures are going to be there, or they are already elevated for the entire population. And for people, for everyone, there's a significantly heightened level of anxiety and fear. And, you can name it, just cascade through the issues. And I think we need to at least recognize that and recognize that the pressures on all of our formal systems, but our informal systems are going to be highly pressured as well. So,
Just add on to that
please.
point. I know healthcare workers.
In our healthcare.
I mean, that's my biggest concern is that this does take off. We have a limited supply, and how are we going to protect them, keep them safe, keep them working to help the people that are
Please.
Devin Green from Vermont Association of
And I need to go to an emergency
I just
meeting.
want to do a quick public service announcement along those lines of protecting hospital resources is call your primary care provider, get advice from your primary care provider. Do not physically go to the emergency room unless you're short of breath. Don't go to the emergency room if you've had, like
I've been putting that out to my constituents already.
Good. I'm glad you're doing it because you are the leaders in your community. So send that message.
So we're taking our break. Come back at 4:40, see if our chair's back.
Yep.
What time?
And we will hold on to 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock?
Have you heard that?
Yes, Brad.
I'll call back at 11. Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
Oh, all right. So I'm going to just give you some report back from the meeting I was just a part of. We met, the Speaker's office was an emergency meeting of the chairs, and the intent was both to hear what, as we did some go around, what were some of the top ideas to how to respond for Vermonters in this emergency situation. We did that, and I reported back on most of the ideas that we talked about here, and then, as did others, not every committee had taken time to look at it as a committee, but the Speaker then asked each committee to take some specific responsibility over the next several days, and I want to share within the framework of trying to see if there were immediate policy changes or financial changes that should be put on the agenda, literally on the agenda on the floor of the House today or tomorrow, and immediate short-term changes. And we were asked specifically to look at the issues of the impact on home health, on folks, healthcare workers who are going into settings to sustain folks, to look at the issues of mental health and whether there are any financial or policy or financial changes that need to be facilitated to allow what needs to happen over the next immediate period of time. And I also raised the issue of pharmacy and access, and I think issues of access to essential medications or supplies that are sufficient. And I think quite apart from that, but in addition, is hospital situation, hospital preparedness. So I'm going to, and that we need to balance trying to find a way to try to engage the key stakeholders on those issues with our committees, that this is, as the Speaker said, this is no time to form a task force to figure this out. This is a time to see if there are immediate actions that people are putting on the table that then we can, in turn, have drafted. The Speaker's office will take charge of what the vehicle is if there's a decision that something needs to happen. So I think I need to step back and look at what we have left on our agenda, because every committee also is facing crossover. There's some suggestion that maybe crossover will be moved, but in the meantime, crossover has not been moved. And we're trying to find a balance between looking at prioritizing what it is we're trying to move forward and with looking at these issues. Now, I'm just frankly trying to think out loud right now think what we might do is, I think we have a specific proposal in front of us that I think is prepared to, that is a longer term. This is not a short term immediate issue, but is a longer term piece, but I think one which we might be able to go through quickly. And so why don't we do that? In the meantime, I would like, looking around the room, but also thinking that some of the key players, both around home health issues, mental health issues, and pharmacy issues in terms of carriers and obviously pharmacy. So what I'm going to ask is that if you're in the room and you are engaged in that specific, in any of those three specific areas, or in hospital preparedness, that you be thinking about, are there immediate policy changes that you believe should happen and could happen in the in the immediate term, and or financial changes that would be necessary in order to support Vermonters, that the legislature has the ability to take steps in the next 48 hours. I'm asking you to be thinking about that, and for us to be reaching out to other stakeholders who are similarly situated. But I think in the meantime, we'll find a time either later today or certainly tomorrow to come back and see what those proposals are. So I know that some folks who are engaged in these issues are in the room and some are not, but that's, if you, to the degree you who are can communicate with your stakeholder colleagues who would be a key stakeholder on that, if you would ask them. This is a request from the House Healthcare Committee to help us think about those immediate policy changes or financial changes, financial issues that could be addressed by the legislature in the next 48 hours that would be essential in anticipating the needs of Vermonters. Is that, I know that doesn't answer a lot of questions, but I think that's the framework that I'm asking us to think. I would ask us as committee members to be thinking in those terms, but I also want to reach out and engage the stakeholder community as well. But I think we have something in front of us which I think we could take a look at, which is a longer term, because we also have a longer term responsibility, so we're going to try to balance all these issues. Okay.
Nothing. Okay.
So I think we have brought some people together around at least one of the proposals longer term. It is definitely longer term, but nevertheless could potentially have be quite important around prescription drug issues. And Gloria, are you prepared to help us walk through this? And
Christina, would you mind coming up? Yeah. And Jeff's here.
Okay.
So we talked about this, and then there was a small group that kind of met separately and talked through how we can make this happen. So we have some language that I will walk through, or Christine, if you want to walk through it.
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. Why don't you walk through it since you drafted it, and then we'll answer questions, and then Jeff's here to respond as well.
So Christina McLaughlin, Green Mountain Care Board. I can't take full credit for drafting it, but it was a group effort at the board. So in front of you is some, and it is posted online, some proposed language. This proposed language for the board to develop a prescription drug technical advisory group to do exactly what it says, have some transparency around prescription drugs. So just to read through it, the Green Mountain Care Board shall establish a prescription drug technical advisory group pursuant to 18 VSA section 9374 E2 to provide input and recommendations to the topics described in subsection E to the board. Through January 15th, 2022, the board shall appoint interested stakeholders with applicable subject matter expertise as appropriate. Part B, the prescription drug technical advisory group may provide recommendations to the board on one or more of the following topics. One, models that enhance the board's ability to analyze, monitor, or report the pricing of prescription drug products, or the relationship between prescription drug pricing and consumer prescription drug costs, the effectiveness of prescription drug initiatives on prescription drug costs, or 3, other mechanisms for increasing prescription drug price transparency at one or more levels of prescription drug supply chain. The Green Mountain Care Board shall provide a report to the General Assembly on or before January 15th, 2022, based on the recommendations from this advisory group, and we suggested that the effective date is effective upon passage.
So I have a question. Why the 2022 date?
So, at the board and working with Jeff, Jeff Hochberg, we agreed that either we ask for money so we can contract out some of this work, or we can not ask for money and have a little more time to work on this. And we felt the no money ask was a safer bet.
Okay. Questions?
I don't see, I mean, we're analyzing, we're monitoring. I don't see where we're actually taking any action to decrease the cost of pharmaceuticals in Vermont.
So that is somewhat of the intent of this. It is to bring in all these experts and others to develop a model or options for the board to review and analyze prescription drug costs and see what the best mode of action is. I think with this Friday deadline and this is pretty broad language, and we wanted it to be broad so that we had some more power to develop.
But again, I just don't see the action in this at all, other than monitoring and...
So, I guess if I were to be completely honest, if we were to take action, the path would have maybe a lot of resistance. So I know there is this struggle to want to have action, and maybe Jeff can speak more of this as well, because he is in this work.
I want to see prescription drugs at a lower cost.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see insulin products at a lower cost, and I just don't see that this bill cuts it.
Can I chime in on my friend Christina? Because I know you know this, but you probably don't have it at the top of your mind. Susan Barrett, Executive Director of Green Mountain Care Board. We, and also this committee, has worked closely with NASHP, National Academy of State Health Policy. They're a nonpartisan group that brings together states to work on issues such as they have a task force on prescription drug price transparency and reduction in prices of cost control for prescription drugs, and I was an initial member of that task force. So they are working right now on some additional programs that are not ready for prime time, and so we can't share the specifics with you, that we believe we would like to work on with them and could fit into this language and and the intent of the work that they're doing is going exactly where you're going in terms of getting to the root of the matter. So I don't know if there's language we could add, like to work with NASHP on additional I don't know what else I can say.
We will work with NASHP either way. We are and we have been, and the timing's just off.
Yeah.
I believe Trish Riley said that within the next month.
From NASHP.
Yes, the next month or two, it will be up and proposed, and as long as everything goes well, again, we just can't. It cannot be shared at this time.
And if I can just add one thing regarding NASHP membrane. We worked with them on the drug importation for those who weren't here at the time. So there is a working relationship that's established with them, which is good. Are you good? I know you're not good, but are you going to ask me questions?
Well, I guess I would just also say if we had something that we could put on the table to take direct action on at this point in time, would we put it on the table? I don't think we have that. I know the Senate has looked at issues around insulin and capping insulin co-pays or some element of that. That will be coming over from the Senate. That's why we did not take that specific issue up in this committee. But there are and I don't think we're prepared at this point. There's the bill in front of us that would task the Green Mountain Care Board with actually setting caps on prices and controls on prescription drug prices. I don't think we have the ability to move that. That bill that would not move anywhere at this point in time. It would simply grind into endless testimony. But I think the intent is to try to give the Green Mountain Care Board some additional ability to dig into prescription drug pricing issues in particular and position them to work with us with more specific targeted proposals that hopefully will emerge in the medium term, if not the near term.
Exactly.
I would just say, if I have your assurances that you're going to do something, that we're going to have some sort of action, hopefully, then I will support this bill.
I think it's a frustration that we don't have some, and the issues are complex about what we can do at the state level and what can be done at the federal level. We're kind of caught in the midst of a lot of this.
Nashby likes to continuously remind us that a lot of these proposals that they have is met with resistance, and that takes time and money sometimes. So we were trying to, I think everyone agrees that we need to do more. It's just we need to find out what's the best path to do more.
David and Lucy. Brian.
I've been listening to this. Advisory groups, suggestion groups. We're going to look into this. We're going to think about it. We're going to talk about it. And we're going to discuss it by January 15th, 2022. That's sitting in a room pedaling a bicycle and pedaling, getting absolutely nowhere. In a year or 2 years from now, you're still sitting in the same living room pedaling a bicycle. And right now, in the Green Mountain Care Board has had plenty of time to do something about this, about prescription drugs, and nothing's been done. And that's all we do in here is talk about it and listen to people talk about it. Why doesn't somebody actually do something?
So our regulatory role is given to us by the legislature. So what we work on is in statute, and with our limited staff, that's what we can do. And there were various bills proposed that would have given us that more authority, but like Chair Lippert just mentioned, there.
And I would say, I mean, I've only been in this committee for a couple of years, but every year we have tried to take steps, and it is frustrating and it is slow.
Steps, particularly
around prescription drugs, I'm sorry, yes. And it's frustrating and it's slow, and in some regards we have our hands tied between, as Bill said, what we can do versus what the feds have to do. I hear your frustration. I'm there too. I mean, prescription drugs is one of the reasons we have high healthcare costs. So I think this is a good step in the right direction. I wish it was more too, but I think it's what we can do.
I could remind this committee that there are other reports that the state, the board has a report relating to prescription drug costs. There's many transparency reports that are for transparency. So this is really to see what action we can take and just kind of evaluate, just like everyone has mentioned, what the state's power can
And can I be blunt and just say that if we had a proposal on the table here for the Green Mountain Care Board to take specific action, we would be hearing why would the Green Mountain Care Board, why should they be taking specific action? Why should we allow them to take action? So and I'm not directing that at either of you, but just generally, this is the dilemma we are in the midst of, and this is trying to give them some additional ability to work with the appropriate people to develop the capacity for us then to identify and debate, frankly, specific actions. If we were talking about having the Green Mountain Care Board actually put price controls on prescription drugs, which is embedded in one of the bills, we would be needing to take some very extensive testimony. And if we come to that, if we ever come to that, that would be a significant step beyond which we have not given them any type of authority. So it's a frustration for all of us at a time when we know that prescription drugs, and I'll just say that for myself, we passed the first bill on price transparency in the country around prescription drugs. We were the first state to pass a bill around importation, allowing to work with the federal government about the potential of Canadian imported drugs from Canada. And my point of view is we need to keep just taking step after step and not stop. But we are not going to, but there's not a single thing that is available to us to do at the moment that I'm aware of.
Except make noise.
Well,
We can
and
do
this is part of that.
Yeah.
I agree. And I think, frankly, to be quite honest, and I'll just be really blunt about it, for us to make noise on a bipartisan, tripartisan basis, and that's what we have done successfully up to this point. When we have moved the bills on truck price transparency in the face of objections from the pharma and the pharmaceutical industry, when we did Canadian drug importation, this committee collectively on a tripartisan at the time basis said we need to make noise and we need to make it clear that there's action that needs to be taken. And so I'm hoping that we can continue to do that even in the face of knowing that this is not sufficient.
I would like to see more follow-up rather than wait to 2022 on. I know Town of Derby's still waiting for their Y2K generators. Like 20 years ago, the state promised the Town of Derby generators when we were going to turn into Y2K. Still waiting for them. I hope we don't have to wait that long for something like this to happen. That might be a little bit of an over-exaggeration, but
Can we add a line about giving Derby their generators?
I think so. I think we should do that. And where are the Derby generators?
Yes.
I can add here, we're happy to check in with this committee on our progress towards this. I think Christina did an excellent job describing the conundrum we're in, that we have other duties we're performing, and we are very, to your point about the task force and the technical advisory group, we have a very successful technical advisory group, the primary care advisory group, that actually, I believe, brought to light a lot of the workforce issues that you're dealing with now. So I think that this is a promising avenue. And I don't know if you want to put in a check-in, we're happy to do that next year as a progress on our a check-in on our progress. That's easy enough.
And if we are,
that would be absolutely appropriate, because that's what our expectation is, that this is not something we're going to sit back and wait until 2022 for.
if we are being honest too, this has no cost attached, but it will take a lot of staff time, and after the session ends, we are quite busy. So we are happy to do a January check-in if that's what January 2021.
There be a January check-in, January 2021 check-in with the health welfare committees and the appropriate.
That helps remind us to.
Yes, absolutely. Where it does.
As much, as Lucy said before, we ask for stuff and then we run out of time.
And we're a very transparent board, so we will most likely have a committee page on this. We will post meeting information. We will make this as transparent as possible.
Okay. Given the context in which we're doing all of this, I'm going to suggest that. Thank you. Unless there are other specific questions for Christina, there are. Okay.
I just was. You also did.
Go ahead.
I just was wondering what in this is outside of the board's current powers versus what new authority does this grant the board?
So this really doesn't. We came to this realizing we can use our existing authority to create a technical advisory group. And since there were all these other bills that were this bigger ask, we took into consideration all the other bills and came up with this that we felt, we can't make everyone happy, but we felt with working with Jeff Hochberg and internally that this is what we can do with our current staff, our current timeline. And so this isn't giving us anything new per se, but this is, to put in language that we will come back and report in 2021 and 2022.
I have two questions, and they may not be best directed at you, so you can say so if you like. I'm not clear on what, in number 2, what a prescription drug initiative would mean.
So the effectiveness of prescription drug initiatives, I guess when we propose recommendations as to how to control prescription drug costs or be more transparent or whatever it may be, how effective those initiatives may be.
Okay. So, and if everyone understands that that's what that means, the language just seemed a little vague, prescription drug initiative, but if it's clear to the board, then good. And then I'm also not clear myself on, in number 1, the difference between pricing and costs. So we're using both of those terms to mean not the same thing?
So I guess pricing is pricing, which can mean various things, but cost to, say, the consumers,
the ultimate cost to the consumer. So when we say the relationship in the end of part 1, relationship between prescription drug pricing and consumer prescription drug costs, that's retail or list pricing. Is that what we mean by the first?
List pricing, but then the cost. There's so many.
I can help. So there's quite a few different costs, and Jeff could probably take a minute and walk through it when he comes up. That happen through the supply chain, and then what does the customer and the patient end up paying? There's a lot. I mean, when we drafted our last bill, it was very like wholesale acquisition costs versus some other costs. So we'll let Jeff comment to that. So hold that question too.
Okay.
Anything else for the agreement here? Sorry.
Yeah, I have one more question. I don't know whether this bill should cover this, whether it's an issue that you would look at. But it has to do with the coronavirus. I don't know what type of pharmaceuticals or meds that will be required to attack this virus. But will the Green Mountain Care Board also be looking at, say, price gouging that I'm sure will probably come up eventually?
I'm sure. I mean, that's why we kept this language pretty broad. We can look at everything and anything.
So this would be covered and would be reported, I guess.
Yeah.
I think that's an important point. I think, in this kind of emergent situation, we would particularly need to be aware of protecting Vermonters from being exploited. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Jeff, would you like to comment?
Absolutely. So, Jeff Hochberg, Vermont Retail Druggist and Pharmacy owner in the state. First, I think I need a tissue to cry because I think the comments that I just heard from the committee about wanting to do more to tackle this, it's been my almost career endeavor here for the last 10 years of advocating to this committee and others about the need for transparency, the need to make change. And what I've come to learn, maybe apart from maybe Susan and maybe Mike, who've probably been at this a little bit longer than I have, the point I'd like to make is that, I can come here and I can give you a bill. I could give you NCOIL's recommended language for reforming PBM that's going to have downward effect on patient copays today, but then turn around a year from now and may have lasting impacts on premiums. And I can say that I'm being underpaid on these drugs, I'm being overpaid on these drugs. The hospitals are having excess access issues. These meds, the 340B pricing, the insulin pricing, there's so many factors that go into this that the one thing that I've learned over the years is that what we need more than anything is true, reliable data to move forward effectively. And that's what this bill does. And that's why we fully support this bill. And it is, I think it's a milestone to really put it in statute, to actively drive a cost containment data acquisition program that is going to perpetuate throughout our lifetimes. And that's what's key. Because we could institute something today, we may not see any savings tomorrow. And we want to be able to make sound decisions going forward because we've tried things in the past and they just haven't panned out. Well, why? And we hear from different stakeholders. You hear from me that, this is what's going on in pharmacy. You'll hear from the insurers, this is what's going on in insurance world. So there's a lot to it. And I'm very thankful that this committee is concerned and wants to act today. But I think this is going to be this appropriate step to move forward effectively, and given the time crunch, to move forward this year to have something that actually goes across and without drawing in just everyone for the woodworks. So that said, we fully support this bill, and I'd like to thank the Green Mountain Care Board for their work on coming up with this. And I'm always available to come here and testify more to the comings and goings of pharmacy matters. I'll just start by saying, too, that one, I don't have any hand sanitizer available for you. So I can't sell anymore. It's not available to me.
I thought you wanted some right now.
I have my own stockpile at home. Thank you, though. To the board's or to the committee's chairman, your comments earlier about what some of the things we need to think about now in the immediate. I have actually thought a lot about this. We've been in active discussion both within our store group, with other stores. I've been in conversation recently with the national committees. There's a lot of discussion going on about what is going on currently. And there are going to be access issues. There already are access issues. I think one thing that I would like to stress to this committee that I would, thinking outside of the box, some things that I would like to see are maybe an emergency access request. Okay? You asked the question about what are the treatments for coronavirus. Viruses, there are a heck of a lot of treatment. Unless you have a drug that's developed specific to target a specific virus, there's little you can do other than really protect against treat symptoms, and you can treat secondary infections. What we're seeing and what we're being told at the pharmacy level now is to try to gain access to inhalers, to steroids, to antibiotics, and all of those are already under allocation from all the wholesalers. So the wholesalers are already limiting how much is available to the local pharmacies and to the hospital entities. So the drug supply chain has been disrupted, and a lot of it has to do with China, because 80% of the raw ingredients used to manufacture all drugs in the United States come from India and China. So there will be a slowdown that will be perpetuated beyond this quarter. It will continue on at least through quarter two before we see a true reform of it. Also, the drugs that are being investigated by the big manufacturers, by Gilead, by AbbVie, you see these in the headlines. These drugs are all very expensive drugs. They're usually limited distribution drugs, and they're usually restricted network drugs. One thing that I think would be helpful is that maybe an emergency measure to require that these drugs be available to every access point possible within our system. Every retail community pharmacy should be able to access these products as appropriate and go through so that we can distribute to the general public as quickly as possible.
So let me ask you specifically about that, because we are looking for immediate recommendations, but that sounds to me like that's probably a federal recommendation rather than a state recommendation. Would that be fair to say, or am I misunderstanding?
No, because a lot of it is dictated by the insurance market.
Dictated by?
The insurance market, even under the exchange book. So where certain drugs are acquired by patients is dictated to a level within the insurance market, and that would need to be uplifted in addition to any federal stoppages that may exist in the pipeline. But there is, without question, a hard insurance market, narrow marketing of certain drug classes.
You're talking about prior authorization and...
Prior authorizations, certain medications, which they like to call specialty medications, have limited restricted networks. They may not be limited distribution drugs. I have full access to some of these drugs, but yet I can't dispense them to patients because I'm not in network to dispense them. So something like that may be of consideration, increasing access. One thing that I hear constantly in the news about is this massive move, which we're seeing today, about liquidation and move to capitalization for individuals and companies. So perhaps maybe a moratorium on deductibles so that the constituents are only paying copays or even bottom tier copays in the interim here, so that their own financial resources are not depleted amidst any potential fallout that may come, so that they can prepare effectively. They can buy other consumables as necessary, water, whatever, just toilet paper, which is hard to get to. And I think the third thing that I would suggest for consideration would be something to protect the healthcare industry. Pharmacies, hospitals, physicians' offices, in order for those to work, all require significant infrastructure of staff. In the event of a massive outbreak, if our staff goes down, we cannot continue to service our population. What I think would be, and this is just an idea that popped into my head, is some assistance with small businesses to furlough positions so that we could self-isolate in staff members to keep rotating in without any certainly, so that they can be compensated for this lack of actual work hours. But we could rotate people in so that in the event that people, there is an outbreak, they're somewhat segregated and can effectively manage with minimal staff so that we can continue to service throughout the outbreak. I think I'm kind of explaining that correctly. I don't know. It's just an idea that popped in my head.
I'm not sure I fully follow.
Let me try this again.
But I'm going to suggest that I'm not going to try to promote, but I'm going to ask you to think about it and try to articulate something further for us at a later time.
So, those are, I think, my comments.
I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
Mark?
About the bill, so you can find that. So I'm concerned that the language about the interested stakeholders, the board shall appoint interested stakeholders with applicable subject matter expertise as appropriate. Do you think that's clear enough and strong enough to make sure that it's not, the stakeholders are not lopsided, it's not one-sided?
No, I think that's sufficient enough. I think one of the things you run into is if it gets, I think the board, I have full confidence in the board to do that. I'm not concerned about that.
Right.
Do you think that January 15th, 2021 would be a better date than January 15th, 2022? Just your opinion.
My opinion would be, of course it does. I mean, the more information that comes, I mean, it may not be the full report. I think an updated report. I do not think that a solid report that's going to give answers, meaningful answers for strong, comprehensive action is going to be ready before 2022. It's just unrealistic.
Boy, that's a year.
I've spent too long trying to convince people about how pharmacy even works. I'm still doing Pharmacy 101. I think Brian Murphy and I think Susan Kowski are still doing Pharmacy 101 discussions here with various committees. It's a very complicated industry. So I think it's unreasonable for a full report to be issued by 2022 with some kind of update periodically or whatever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask that we're going to come back to this once we asked for there to be an addition of a check-in with this committee in 2021, and we'll come back to that in terms of having the language in front of the group. So I'm going to need to step back and think about how to touch base with all of you and how best to proceed. We have some new challenges on our plate as well as our ongoing work, and so I'm just going to ask you to be flexible and stay connected stay connected with Dennis and with our emails that'll give you an alert. We may choose to be back in here this afternoon, and in the meantime, we're going to be reaching out to the appropriate stakeholders to get further input, in terms of immediate steps that we can take to support Vermonters around issues of home health, mental health, pharmacy, etc. And while at the same time trying to move some of our agenda forward.
Yeah, I was just going to request of members, because we couldn't get to the affordability piece this morning, that to the extent you can get the time to read the language and ask questions offline in anticipation of us being able to discuss it at some point, hopefully. But to the extent that can expedite everybody's understanding, and you're able to do that.
I think in the interest of everyone's well-being, let's stop for lunch.
Okay. Members of the public, did you have anything from public?
I already addressed with you guys prior.
Well, it wasn't official, so
Oh.
so just real quick, if you'd like to, so you can get your time on the TV.
Oh, well, appreciate it. Mark Formel.
That's what you came here for, right?
Dover resident. I came here to learn, honestly.
I was joking.
No, I know. I just came up with one discrepancy, which was a line item under principal's office for other professional services. It had account listing 5343, and I believe it should have been 5341 for other professional services, which I spoke to Mr. Martin earlier today about when we went over the budget together, and thanked him for his time and helping me understand what the certain line numbers represent and how they apply to our budget.
Okay, and then Matt, you're gonna get an answer for us.
Yeah.
If it's a typo or if it's,
Yeah.
because Mark just looked it up online, there aren't any, or I think Tammy, I'm sorry.
Tammy did.
The new account that Lori just developed
Might be
for
a
the
new account.
upcoming budget.
Yeah, so we'll find out, and Matt will send a note home with your kids or something.
Okay.
Okay, Matt, so you just let him know, and, okay, thank you. Hey, Andrew.
Hi.
Hey, Andy. Review and approve the minutes of the February 17th and March 4th meetings. So for some reason, we also got a copy of the February 11th meeting, which is actually the school district annual meeting. And I noticed, Andy, and I forgot, nobody ever really approves them, right? They just kind of, the annual meeting minutes, you just kind of file them away, right?
Well, no, I have Bob Backus sign them.
Okay, has that been done?
Yeah, for last year, not for this year.
Okay, so you just deal with that. We don't have to do anything with the...
No.
Okay. So if anybody wants a copy, I have a copy of it if you want to look at it. I mean, I glanced through it, and it made everything as clear as mud. What was that one article that we had?
Change the date?
Yeah, change the date.
That one.
I think it captured it pretty well.
Nice.
Yeah, there's like 3 votes there, so that
Yeah.
definitely... That was fun, huh?
Yeah.
So I have the February 17th meeting, and then the March 4th meeting. So is there any, I think, Mark, you had some names that were...
Yeah, the February 17th, there was no administration at that particular meeting. So Bill, Tammy, and Matt to be taken off. Other than that, it seemed accurate.
Okay, so let's do that one separately then. So can somebody make a motion to approve the February 17th meeting minutes without?
Sure.
Okay, so Rick moved.
With the changes?
With the changes.
Okay, I second.
Mark seconds it. Is there any more discussion?
No.
Yes, Matt.
I just noticed under next meeting, it says March 4th at 6:30. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh, that was the one that was on a Wednesday night.
Yeah,
Got
that
it.
was the one, the reorganizational meeting.
Okay.
That's when we met.
Got it, thanks.
It does, I'll bring that up in a second.
Okay, so if there's no other discussion, all those in favor of the February 17th minutes, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Appears to pass unanimously. I have the Wednesday, March 4th minutes. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve them?
I make a motion that we approve the March 4th minutes.
Okay, do we have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Mark seconds it, so there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those are
One question.
approved.
Speaking of minutes, is there anyone taking tonight's minutes?
Yes,
The cameras.
The camera.
and then Peter's gonna write it off the camera.
Gotcha. Okay.
And Matt, you're just gonna take some notes, or, no? Okay,
I'm not taking notes.
Okay.
okay, cool.
You want me to take some notes?
Nope, that's fine. Okay.
One thing of note, the agenda is saying, our next meeting is at 6:30 in Woodsboro.
Yeah, we'll fix that.
Six.
We always warn the meetings, and our meetings say 6, so that was just a typo. So under correspondence, I have one letter from Matt. Dear members of the River Valley Unified School District Board, I would like to take the opportunity to respond to Mrs. Kraft's letter to the school board dated January 30th, 2020. I met with Mr. and Mrs. Crafts during the week of February 24th, where we discussed some of their more specific concerns, including the role of actions and how we can improve communication in that area. As you may know, the IB program places a strong emphasis on taking action as compared to just researching or creating materials on a particular topic. Students are asked to take action, to do something rather than just talk about it. We certainly do not want students to shy away from the complex topics, but rather to dig into them and work through them. Regarding students being graded on who they are, the Crafts were referring to our analysis of student progress towards demonstrating the characteristics associated with the IB attributes. As part of the IB program, we use a group of behavior attributes that guide our daily work, help clarify behavioral expectations in public spaces, habits of mind, and habits of work. These attributes are rated on a slightly different scale than other academic standards in an effort to distinguish them from those skills. A 3-point scale for this indication how often a student demonstrates the behaviors associated with the attribute. Never, sometimes, most of the time, for example. This system is meant to help identify the behaviors that represent the attributes or values we hold highly and encourage students to strive for most of the time. In her letter, Ms. Crafts questioned the strength and priority of the team of teachers here at the Dover School as compared to past staff members. In terms of the strength of the Dover staff team, certainly the team remains strong and dedicated, placing children at the top of our priority list every day. They prove this through their dedication to children, long hours, and high-quality lesson preparation and delivery. Ms. Crafts and her family, along with all other Dover School families, enjoy that benefit every day. Ms. Crafts mentioned that some traditions had ended when Mr. Davis retired. Of course, we all miss Mr. Davis, but when veteran teachers leave, often the richness they take with them was a result of their personal investment in individual skills. Unfortunately, there are times when beloved traditions must be replaced by other activities. New staff members bring new ideas and new traditions. This is a natural part of the growth and change of any organization. It is true that the Dover School has a long tradition of strong core values and broad general knowledge of the global village, as Ms. Crafts noted. While I was not present during the decision-making period, my understanding of at least one reason the community chose to pursue the IB program was to further develop those traditions and to define the academic program within the structure of the international accreditation offered by the IB program. The expenses associated with the authorization were justified on the basis of the community's ability to offer world-class education and to play a role in marketing the wonderful work being done at the Dover School on behalf of the local economic development. This, in addition to the ability to attract families in support of developing the local workforce and overall economic development. Finally, to provide the next level of challenge to a school community doing well as measured by the basic usual measures schools are typically measured by. Much of the staff turnover during the past 4 years has been on account of added staff, as in the case of the added 5th grade teacher, expected retirements, and unexpected moves. Most of the changes were anticipated when I was hired, as noted by the hiring committee. Every new hire during my tenure has been enthusiastic about assimilating the IB instructional style because they understand the value of and the opportunity presented by teaching within a program that is considered the gold standard globally. In terms of enrollment, with the exception of last year to this year, enrollment has been relatively steady over the past several years. In terms of test scores, there have been many factors that may have influenced this change. Due to the small class sizes, changes in assessment and staff turnover will be very difficult to attribute declining test scores to any one thing, including the addition of a formal structure to the academic program. As a school, we responded to the trend in SBAC scores in the following ways. There's 5 bullet points. We implemented a math achievement plan which yielded a 15% increase in math proficiency on SBAC scores in the first year of implementation, 2018-2019. We added a benchmark assessment system that gives us a significant amount of skill level data for each student. In 2018-2019, our fall to winter benchmark performance was excellent. This year's results are even better, indicating that in January, 87% of our students are in the low risk category for achieving grade level expectation in math skills by the end of the year. And math has never been one of our strong subjects, has it? Our staff participated in significant professional development in math instructional practices over the past 2 years. We are seeing the results of that investment now. We have made significant changes to the unified art schedule as well as daily classroom schedules, ensuring there is dedicated time daily for core math and ELA instruction as well as WIN time, which stands for What I Need, in every classroom K through 6. This time allows teachers to work with small groups of students on specific gaps and basic skills. We're in the process of implementing the supervisor union's academic support team model of targeted intervention. Regarding Ms. Kraft's comments about teacher burnout, I must disagree. I believe our teachers are stronger and more reflective now than at any point during my tenure. Admittedly, during the final years of IB candidacy phase, the staff was working extremely hard to meet authorization requirements, and the workload was formidable. Since the formal authorization in the spring of 2018, most of that attention has been released. The following steps have been taken to manage the institutional stress we face at school. 1, the WCSU has provided trauma-informed schools training for all employees over the past 2 years, which has allowed us to gain a better understanding of the challenges faced by staff members and systems to address those challenges. Second point, we have 2 delegates representing Dover in the WCSU Trauma Catalyst Group to address specific institutional stress facing our employees. Third point is the Catalyst members and I meet regularly to ensure this work reaches our staff effectively. Our delegation has regular staff meeting time on a monthly basis. And lastly, the staff members participate in regular wellness activities as directed by our health PE teacher and spend a significant amount of time collaborating, working together on various school and community projects, leveling out the tremendous load teachers face. Frankly, I don't know that we've ever dedicated more resources to stress management than we do now. This Dover School faculty is fiercely committed to the well-being and education of all students. Teachers regularly work 9 to 10-hour days, often spending weekends, holidays, and vacations preparing their lessons, not because they feel pressure to do so, but because they are driven to provide the best education possible, and they have a very high expectation of themselves and their work. In terms of the school website, there are some areas of the website that are out of date. Most, if not all, of the pieces that are out of date have been remedied. This is more due to a lack of administrative systems than teacher overload. Teachers and tech support staff have been engaged to help remedy this problem. While I was not present when the program was initially described to parents, I can assure the board that I observe classroom instruction almost every day, and the IB program is being implemented with fidelity as required by the International Baccalaureate Organization. The IB program remains generally the same, however, the concept of student agency fostering more independent choice and input into their inquiries has been added recently. The change in Think Like Planners is purely teachers' changes in the name, approaches to learning. The skills have not changed, however, it may be that what Mrs. Kraft sees as different than originally explained. Reflection and change are a required part of the action cycle and certainly are required for improvement. The designated core instruction times I mentioned earlier are dedicated to teaching basic skills. There's also time dedicated to IB projects within the school day. Teachers do an excellent job of balancing student needs with time. It is best practice to provide students with some sort of schedule so they can anticipate and be prepared for what is coming during the day. The fact that we may label inquiry time certainly means all the reading, writing, math, science, history that may go into a given unit. We also use win time, what I need, because it allows us to dedicate even more time to gaps in basic skills as needed. This year, spring of 2020, marks the end of our second full year of implementing the program as a fully authorized school. Parental and community understanding of the IB program is a regular topic of discussion among the IB coordinators and principals. The IB program is complex and requires a significant and ongoing informational campaign to help community members fully understand the language and concepts. This is something we've tried to establish, but certainly could use more time and resources to implement. We feel that students are doing an excellent job of assimilating the language and concepts of the IP program. They may not always be able to communicate their knowledge with their families, but we continue to try new ways to improve home-school communications. Mrs. Kraft noted it is commendable to try new things, a position I fully support. The school community should feel proud that they decided to take on implementing a world-class academic program in a small school with small resources. We believe in the power of reflection. The program will undergo a 2-year review this spring, at which time we'll have more data about how parents, students, and staff feel the implementation is progressing. As always, please let me know if you have any further questions, and thank you for your time and continued support. Matt Martin. So we do have it on the schedule to discuss this, and you were waiting for, you were going to do a survey. So,
yeah.
And that goes out soon?
We expect that to go out next week.
I think we're on the schedule of the first meeting in May.
It's originally the second meeting in May, but there was a response.
Right, because we wanted to do it in Dover.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would it be possible for you to email that letter to the whole board? There was a lot there.
Yeah.
I'd just like to be able to read it.
I didn't read it very well.
You read it extremely well, but you read it a lot faster than my mind can process every word.
I only stumbled over every other word. Okay, thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Everybody good? Anybody? Okay, old business, equity, calendar for discussion. So you should have a thing that looks like this, and it shows goals for the year. And one of the things was, Maura had asked us to look at local equity definition, and we also talked about unity. So that's supposed to be in April. So Matt, just make sure that between you, Tammy, and Bill, we have that for one of our next meetings so that we can discuss that.
Got it.
The other thing we wanted to talk about was working on our web and communications presence. So I think, so we have website design, we have web and communication presence as a goal for April. And we just asked that this stay on the calendar. We have all that stuff from last year. When Mark wasn't on the board, he was helping us. So can we just get that back, and maybe for our next meeting, we can do those two things, just at least start on those. Now, isn't Wyndham Central working on some new web stuff too? Because I'd asked about email addresses, I think, and you guys.
Tammy, have you heard any? I haven't heard any news on that project, but I can ask Bill. We can ask Bill about it.
If you let me know what what he says also, because I'm starting to put a mock-up together, which I had planned on having ready for today, but my dog ate my homework.
Okay.
The other, okay, B22A complaint policy, discussion of possible action. So we had, at the meeting on we did public complaints about personnel, policy D10. So that's been moved to warn.
You know what?
On the 17th.
I have to apologize. That was a typo in the minutes that I forgot to bring up. That policy is actually B22.
Okay. So it wasn't policy B.
It wasn't D10. D10, I don't think, my book at home, but the small folder right in front of you is all the policies. I don't think there is a D10.
Okay, so it was B22.
Yeah. And that was warned.
So that was warned, so that hasn't been voted, approved yet.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
To approve that?
Yeah.
Then I do.
So does everybody remember policy B22, which was complaint?
Public complaints.
So we have a motion to approve policy B22. It's been warned. It's been warned since February 17th, so it's been over a month. Matt or Tammy, did you guys get any comments from anybody? No. Okay, so we have a motion. Do I have a second to his motion?
Second, sure.
Okay, so Rick seconds a motion, and it's to approve policy B22. So if there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous. B22 is now a policy. It's been approved by the board. Matt, will you just get one that, I don't seem to have one. So could we just have one so we can you can just write that it was approved on this date?
Is this public complaints?
Yes.
And I have it as B22A.
No, that's the other one. There was one specific to staff.
I just have 22 copies of 22A in my
Okay,
packet.
we just need to,
That's on the-
right, it's not in the packet, so it got missed.
You just need a
Okay,
blank copy of it?
I need a blank copy of it.
Okay.
It was personnel complaints.
Personnel. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's see if I can find it.
Okay. Auditor appointments, Andrew.
Yeah.
Well, we can address B22A.
Oh, I'm sorry, B22A, complaint
Sorry,
policy.
Andy.
So, complaint policy, so we asked that there wasn't a general complaint policy because it used to be a little bit less specific, but now it's specific to staff members. So we wanted a complaint policy if somebody had a complaint other than a staff complaint, like they thought the color of the school building was not proper, or, you know, that the school bus shouldn't be yellow, whatever. So we have, so they took B22 and just added a little A after it, so now that's our complaint policy for public complaints. So everybody should have a copy of that.
Yeah.
And should have had a copy for a while. We are we're practicing social distancing, so. You're on it? Cool. So, B22A, is there, so we have to warn this to be posted, and then we get to vote after it's been posted for a couple weeks.
I'd like to move that we post it with one change.
Okay, but why don't we discuss your change first?
Under resolving complaints,
Yeah.
the last word of that sentence should be complaint, not complainant.
Yeah, and I thought that was why we.
fixed.
I thought it was supposed to be fixed.
Okay, I'm gonna do it on this one and give this one to Matt. Okay, Matt?
Wait, so what, the word should be what?
The complaint should be in writing, stating the issue and supporting facts, not the complainant should be in writing. It's
Yeah.
the,
Okay.
It's the last word of the first sentence under
Resolving
complaints.
oh, well, there's two.
The complaint should be in writing.
The complaint should be.
Yes.
The complaint should be encouraged first to bring a complaint to the principal.
Which is
Right.
correct.
That's
The
correct.
complaint should be in writing, stating the issues and supporting facts.
And that should be, the complaint should be in writing.
Right.
The last word of the sentence only. should be changed to complaint from complainant.
Well, it's not the last word, it's
Not
the
the last
second.
word of the sentence.
It's the second word.
Last word of the line, I
Yes,
apologize.
Yes.
Yeah, the last word.
All right,
Okay.
that's what confused me. Yep, gotcha.
Okay, is everybody good with that?
Somebody have a dictionary for me?
Okay, so Mark, with that change, are you willing to make a motion to approve, to warn this?
To warn, I am, yes.
Okay,
I
so
made that motion.
Mark moves to warn it. Will somebody second that?
Second.
Laura seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so unanimously that carries. Matt, I'm gonna leave that here for you.
Thanks.
Okay, auditor appointments. So we asked at our annual meeting, we talked about auditors and whether we needed them or not. So we asked Bill to look into it. And it's interesting.
Yes, Bill or Andy?
Well, we asked both of them, I think, right?
I think you did.
So Bill came up with it, because we're a union school district, we need auditors, but if we were a town school district, we didn't? Is that what you got, or
I
what did you
don't
get?
know what Bill got.
Okay. What did you get?
Here's what I got. I got that, and this is me playing lawyer here. Now, you folks have an auditing firm come in once a year, do you? Right?
Yes.
Takes care of all the SU's books, including yours, including everything you do?
Yes.
All right. So basically, you know, the statute says you gotta elect 3 auditors. There's also a statute, so school law is newer than town law. A lot more town laws, right? So when they decided to make all these laws pertaining to schools, they adopted this little law here that says, when in doubt, look at the town laws. If we didn't cover it under school laws, the same laws that apply to towns apply to schools. And the town law says that at an annual meeting, you can vote to eliminate the office of auditor. So basically, you know, if you ask 2 different lawyers, they'll give you 2 different opinions. If you want to be sure that you can eliminate the office of auditor, or you want to be on firmer ground, I would ask an attorney whom you pay for an opinion on that. It's still going to be an opinion. The bottom line is that the people's interests are taken care of by the auditing firm whom you hire. And if you were to decide to vote to eliminate auditors, worst case scenario, somebody challenges you on it, and either you go to court or you say, okay, we'll appoint auditors and move forward.
Which it seems like it's gonna happen anyways, because nobody seems to come forward.
Right. So it's kind of, unfortunately, there's no case law. Nobody's ever taken a school district to court for eliminating the office of auditor, but, you know, there's something to hang your hat on if you wanted to try it.
Okay, so do you know a person by the name of know a person by the name of J.P. Isabel at Vermont.gov?
Yeah, JP, yeah.
Okay, so Bill sent this to JP also.
Yeah, right.
And JP, so you did really good, because he mentions via 16 VSA 706J.
Yeah.
And says it says a town school district does not elect auditors. However, for a union school district, it seems that 3 auditors are required to be elected.
Right.
Because I think he says for that shall.
Right.
So if nobody runs, it's just like anything else, I think. So we should just probably appoint 3 auditors and maybe put this on for next year to discuss about voting it down, referencing.
Yeah, I would say you have a lot of latitude here, okay? I would say JP's gonna give you a very conservative opinion, as he should, right? I'm sort of telling you, you can do this, and under your circumstances, I feel comfortable telling you that you're looking out for everybody's interests by hiring that auditing firm to come in once a year and take care of the books, right? JP's not gonna tell you that. If you decide not to appoint anybody and leave those positions vacant, Still, no harm that I can see to the people's interests or to the fiscal responsibility. But that's up to you. You want to appoint auditors, go ahead. You know, I don't, the downside of either not appointing auditors or eliminating them is that somebody challenges you on that. And what are the consequences of that? Well, you then appoint auditors, or, you know, or not, whatever. But the books are taken care of is the bottom line.
Right.
And it's your decision.
And we can comfortably go before the voters of both towns, I think, and say that we're comfortable that our money's being looked after. Nobody went to Bermuda for a 2-week winter vacation.
How about Bahamas?
They may have gone to the
They were
Bahamas.
pretty comfortable with that this year, right, when we voted.
Right.
So, and they
Yeah.
also voted not to elect.
It was
Well, it's not that
their
they didn't
vote.
vote, but
They didn't vote
nobody,
not to. They, yeah.
nobody came forward, and Bob went through.
Well,
it.
they,
I thought there was more to
actually,
it than
they
that,
voted
though,
to
wasn't it?
bypass the article.
They voted to bypass the article, not just to not elect someone.
Actually, you know what?
Is that correct?
Got it right here, guys.
You got the minutes right here.
Dr. Backus explained the allowable methods of appointing. Dr. Backus knows voters could choose to not to nominate anyone. It was suggested to pass over the nominations. Mr. Captain noted there had been nothing due this year, so Ms. Rand moved to pass over Article 4. So they just passed over.
They passed it over, so it wasn't that
Okay.
anyone came forward. So you're saying we can not appoint someone this year, and then next year we could put on to no longer have auditors? If we put that on the warning next year?
Yeah, so basically it's your decision. I don't think it's a big deal if you leave the positions open and don't appoint anybody. Technically, you should probably, within a reasonable time frame, appoint auditors because they weren't elected. But in this particular situation, I don't think it's that big of a deal. You have an auditing firm who's going to come in
Yeah.
and do the books better than any elected auditors you could elect at town meeting.
Right.
So if you leave them open, in my opinion, though you might not be following the letter of the law.
Yeah, well, I think because the voters determined to pass it over, but it wasn't just someone stepping forward, they basically gave us the okay, that it's okay not to, for us to appoint. That's the way I see it, but.
For us to appoint.
Well, I am.
To appoint.
Sorry.
He's
Yes.
been raising his hand. I'm sorry.
Right.
Go ahead.
So, since the auditor position is a paid position, I believe it's on the board, right? Would that then become a surplus for the school system, or would that then, those funds just be allocated for the professional that we're hiring to come in and do the books?
No, it would just be, we wouldn't spend money in that line item.
Okay, so then
Not
would that
every-
be a
not every
surplus?
line- Just because there's money in a line item doesn't mean it's always got to get spent. So
Okay.
you know, if I could predict what's going to happen a year and a half out, I would not be here.
Well, no, I just
We would miss
no
you.
one has a crystal ball.
Right, so.
And
so-
last year, the auditors didn't do anything.
Right,
Even though
as
we had them.
Randy Capitani said at the
Yeah.
meeting.
Right.
I think it's, yeah.
Yeah, so the questions to the board, is the board comfortable without appointing auditors, or do we want to ask the 3 auditors we had before if they'd like to be appointed again and do nothing again for the year?
I'm pretty comfortable. I
With
was gonna say,
not having
I'd like to at least attempt to appoint, if people have an interest, and put on the warning next year, asking the people whether they want to eliminate that position.
Okay, Dwight?
I feel comfortable not having them because the people kind of told us this year that they were willing to pass over it because they didn't do anything.
Okay, and you agreed with Dwight. Where did you come down? Did you agree with
Yes.
them? Okay, so we're not gonna appoint anybody this year, and if somebody makes some, like Andy said, if somebody holds our feet to the fire, then we'll do what we have to do.
Worst case scenario is we have to appoint someone.
If someone
That's the worst
challenges
case
us
scenario.
in the court.
Right.
Why would they do that if it wasn't any purpose? Is there any?
Okay.
Some people just like to bring things up.
I think you made a good point at the meeting, you know, what was it, fence watcher?
Yeah.
Where of
Where-
Cole, I mean, these are all
Where of Cole.
on town meeting day as positions that are still
Oh,
having
we
to
can-
fill, but yet nobody weighs coal anymore.
And those are all money, you know what I'm saying? You cut, if they let you guys get away from those things, right? You get
Well,
money.
we had 3 auditors last year, but they didn't do anything, so they didn't collect any
They
money.
don't meet, they don't get paid, so.
Right, it's only when they meet. It's like the moderator doesn't get money every month. He just, if he wants to put in to get paid when he has a meeting.
But we do budget for it, that's the question.
Yeah, but that just carries over in the surplus, or if it makes us less of a deficit. Andrew, thank you. It's really good when we
Thank you,
can
Andy.
get together and discuss. So to get Andy out of here, I'm going to skip around a little bit. One of the, just because I asked him to stop in and we're running a little late. One of the things that Andy had brought up at a couple meetings, I think the meeting in Wardsboro, was about the advisory committee. So Randy referenced, which he brought us a copy of, our Articles of Agreement and Article 17. Will take appropriate steps to include residents from all member towns in policy and budget development. So it says the board may establish for each school a building-based school advisory committee. So I think Andrew felt that could have addressed some issues that had gotten brought up, or I don't want to put words in your mouth. Why don't I let you?
That's page 2 of the thing I just handed you. And basically, it occurred to me during the informational meetings, given some of the questions, that this might be a way to involve parents and members of the community in the budget process during the year, so that the questions didn't come up right at the end of the budget process when you're not prepared to deal with them. But other than just having read the Articles of Agreement and it popping into my mind, that's all I really know about this. So I figured I'd copy the article for you and let you folks and the principals do what you will with it.
So one of the things is, this was originally put in when there was 3 schools, and we were spread out a little further, when Marlboro was still considering. And some of the things is, we have allowed a lot of public opportunities for participation in policy and budget development because we don't do anything behind closed doors. So every time we discuss the budget, starting in September, we were on TV, and it is in open board meetings. We do really work hard to make sure we hold meetings in different towns, and that was one of the things we kind of faced when we were a 3-town community, because then it would be even longer before we get back into towns. We try to share information on the website, even though I know the website's been a little tough, and videos. So I'm not against a school-based advisory group. I just wonder if we would get any more participation, or if everybody would wait till the end. So I'm not sure what other people's thoughts are, but it's definitely something we can either ask about, we can see if there is interest from people to do that, and/or not. Well, no, my thought was, how do we get people to understand when we're, it's, I think it may be more of a reaching out to get more people interested before the budget's finalized, while we're actually talking about budgets. And maybe we need to hold some specific meetings in September when we give instruction to the superintendent's office and the administration about what the budget wants to look like, and make a point of making sure that we advertise that. I don't know if that may not be better, a better solution, but then, everybody can always say, I couldn't make that. You never get a chance for everybody to make meetings. So we in Dover, and I don't know if you guys ever did in Wardsboro, we did actually have a budget committee at one time, and it was basically the same people. It didn't bring any new people in, but again, that was a long time ago, and I think we should retry things, and it is something that we are allowed to do. So Andy, I appreciate you bringing it up. I think it's a really good point. I'd like to hear, if you have nothing else to add, I'd like to just hear from our administrators and see. I know, like, we used to do coffee with the board after, morning sing on Fridays, and then that kind of, people stopped coming. Is there other times that we
tried that too, coffee conversation. We tried to offer it after our all-school meeting, and they were well attended, maybe 2 or 3 parents in the beginning, and then as time went on, it was me. waiting for parents.
Right.
Having a conversation with yourself.
Sure. I think maybe because a lot of parents work, I know my wife wanted to meet, go to the other board meetings after school sing, or the coffee meetings, to discuss and understand more of the, not the politics, but more what's going on in our community here at the school. If we did have a different time, and maybe if it was announced, one thing that's really great about this school, and I believe Wardsboro too, is that not only do we get an email, but we get a text that says, hey, look at your email. This is what's going on. I wish that more boards in our community, especially the Water Abatement Board,
hang on.
also did that.
Yeah, just be specific to us, because we have no say or control over any other board.
If maybe those meetings were advertised, or if we were getting the text for maybe later in the evening on different dates, we might have a better turnout because of different parents' work schedules and some parents being single parents, having to work. I think maybe it's just the time that doesn't work for a lot of parents, where we might have a better turnout. And if we could try that, and then we were texted and given the emails like we are most of the meetings here, that it might be more advantageous.
Matt, do you send out a text that there's gonna be a school board meeting?
We don't announce the board meetings by text. It is on the calendar on the school website.
How hard would that be for us to do? Would that add an
Pretty
additional
easy.
burden to you folks, or would that be pretty?
It's pretty fast and pretty easy.
Can we send that out and then just let people know where the agenda is?
Sure.
And maybe, then maybe that kind of answers a little bit of what you're saying. The other thing is, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just a follow-up question. So you're thinking, I mean, as you're talking, I'm thinking during budget development, say in the fall when we're, starting to think about the programs. Is that what you're thinking in terms of time?
That's, yeah.
No, I'm thinking all board meetings.
Just all of them across the board?
Right, because again, there may be something that somebody's thinking about and may not have to do with budget. And, they may say, God, I want to go, and it just gives them a little extra reminder.
Yeah.
I think he makes a good point about not everybody, I don't think we're gonna be able to have 6 different meetings so we can have, 6 different time periods for everybody, but I think we can definitely get it out there more to the staff or more to the public, and if that's a way that, some parents get it, I'm all for reaching out to parents.
So, a question for Matt. That texting service system that you use, can non-parents be included on that if they wanted to?
They can be.
Okay. Just come to you or Tammy?
Yeah, we can make custom lists that we include in that or not include.
I like the idea of that, and obviously getting the agendas out, but I think if we can if there's a certain theme that we're hitting on at that meeting.
Well, yeah.
That was just, you were getting at before, whether it be transportation or the, development of the budget. So just kind of hit that one theme home, like this is your chance to talk about this topic. I know that happened to me in the past. I'm just go to a meeting hoping, and the agenda's there, I get it, but sometimes it's hard to know. If a parent's told, we're going to be talking about transportation today, we're going to be talking about the budget today, we're going to be talking about development of school programs, you might get people to show up for that.
Then we have to pick which
Well,
items on an agenda.
it's the agenda in addition to this part.
I think we can ask our administration to just kind of they're gonna have a feel for what people think are important in their schools. So we'll just, they can just say, hey, look, one of the things that's gonna be discussed is something,
Right.
but please check the agenda for a full list.
Yeah.
Is
That's a
that
good
too
idea.
hard? That's not putting too much pressure on you guys, is
We
it?
just need to coordinate because we don't work off of the same exact system. We just
Yeah.
need
Right.
to coordinate times so that we're all sending it out at the same time, so everyone's getting the same information at the same time.
And that kind of fits what you were saying, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
The other thing I would like to, just because Andy has brought it up a couple times, I think he got brought up at our annual meeting, is let's just see if we can weigh out, is there any interest in the building, in residents and parents? I don't know if it include residents. Yeah, it says residents and members. Is there any interest in meeting with the administration and or a group to talk about what's going on in the schools, and just we'll gauge the interest. I know sometimes we send something out and ask for volunteers for something, we get no response, but this would be a good chance just to gauge how many people would be interested and would maybe participate.
So can you say that again from the top, just so I can...
Just that, you know, the board is thinking about a school advisory committee, you know, that could meet maybe with the administrators in each building to, Andy's got a copy of it. Is that what you just gave him?
I'm giving them a copy of that article from the Articles of Agreement that it talks about school advisory committees, so just for their information.
Matt, it specifically says a building-based school advisory committee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would just suggest that with surveys going out, that might be a nice place to put that, if we could
Okay.
put that information in
Well,
the
you guys
survey.
do
And then
surveys, so,
we could put that
yeah,
information
I just
in
think, just let's gauge what interest there is, you know?
We were wondering a little bit about that work being redundant to the board. Were there any concerns about that?
Well, let's see how it goes.
See what the interest is first.
I mean, I guess if you get no interest, then
Yeah.
it's a moot point. And then I just think it's the charge of what the committee does, the advisory group is. And I know there's some, West River has those, so we can maybe, you know, instead of reinventing the wheel, maybe we'll, if there is any interest, then we can look into what West River does and see how that fits for us. Is everybody okay with that?
What's in the articles is pretty specific. I mean, it's open meeting laws. It even includes making videos, making them available online, so that would be an expense that we would incur. So I just think
Well, we do, all those four things, that's what we do. We've been doing that from day one.
Right, but we're talking about separate meetings now.
No, the advisory committee would meet separately for
Right.
that building, but they don't, we wouldn't meet separately with each advisory committee. The advisory committees would talk to the principal, and the principal can bring whatever that advisory group is to us.
Right, but this is what the advisory committee has to follow, based on the articles. That's what I'm saying.
No, we can
We'd have
adjust
to
that.
amend it.
Right.
Yeah.
So we can do whatever, because I'm sure the West River group did the same exact thing, had the same exact article, but they just put some guidelines to help guide the group more than this, or more specific. So let's just see what the West River group did, because they had the same exact article. And I know they are doing advisory groups, but they're also 5 buildings, and they're in a little different situation than us.
Different towns, yeah.
Yeah. Andy, you good?
I didn't read it that those meetings necessarily had to be televised.
No, I don't
I thought they
either.
were talking about,
It has a colon at the end of that paragraph.
yeah, but if you read that sentence, it's not referring to those meetings.
Right, it's the Unified District Board will provide public opportunities for participation in policy and budget development by practices including holding meetings in different member towns, we do that, holding several budget information sessions, we do that, sharing information on the board and school website, we hope we're doing that as best we can, and making videos of board meetings available online.
It's a poorly written paragraph.
It's poorly written.
If those are separate, I think it's written I think the way it's written, that those are meant to be included in the paragraph above it.
No, I
don't agree. But it's poorly written, I agree with that. You know, I think it's just kind of listing a list of items that the board needs to.
So that whole last sentence could be a new paragraph.
Right.
And, you know, I don't know why it wasn't, and if, you know, the whole thing was kind of a blur. I mean, I think that's what I'm saying, is I think we're doing everything that we said, it's just there's not a committee that is meeting with the principal to advise on the building, specific building.
Yeah.
And we've never told anybody they couldn't come to us and give us advice or their thoughts or
I was only referring to if we have this committee.
Yeah.
Unless we change this article, they need to follow those.
No, I disagree totally. But let's have that, I mean, it may be a moot point, there may be nobody that comes along. Hard to tell. Hard to tell and not knowing. The other thing Andy did for us is Andy at the end of the last meeting, I think it was somewhat talking with also, can't think of her name, in Wards, Jackie, the town clerk, was that they were, there was some concern about the election of a person from Wardsboro for the school board, and then, could we vote both school board members at the school district annual meeting instead of in Dover at the town meeting, by ballot in Wardsboro, by floor vote at the town meeting. Because they used to, even though they used to vote from the floor, it was at the school district meeting the night before.
So basically, when we were warning the town meetings and your annual meeting, the process was real clunky and didn't work awesome. Everybody had to sign everybody else's warning. Questions about whether, if the moderator for the school district was not also the moderator for Wardsboro, how would they open a separate school meeting to then elect their director at their town meeting? And there's a lot of clunkiness to the way we elect our school district directors. In Dover, if I wasn't your clerk and you needed to run an election separate from town elections, as long as I'm your clerk, that's not going to be a problem. As long as I'm the clerk in Dover, even if you elect somebody else for your clerk, it's not going to be a problem. I'll take care of that. But there's a lot of clunkiness to the system, the way it works, and I was thinking, gosh, it would be so easy and simple if you just elected your directors all at your annual meeting from the floor. Simple, no problems. And I wanted to talk to you about that, and that's why I'm here. And I've kind of decided it should be clunky in the way it is, because I don't think that's a great idea. Wardsboro didn't come up with a director this year and from the floor.
Usual too. They have to stop the meeting and then enter into a new meeting.
Yeah.
What was the term they used? To suspend the meeting and then enter into our meeting and then go back into.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but clunky is a good word.
It's clunky. And how do you improve that? I don't know. I in Dover, I love to have people petition to be on an Australian ballot because they need to be invested at least enough to get signatures on a page. Whereas if you just show up to a floor vote and nobody, you don't feel like standing up in front of everybody and putting yourself forward in that way. Nobody knows you're there. Nobody knows to vote for. I like doing it the way we do it in Dover. I don't know what would improve Wardsboro, and I don't personally think it should be changed, as clunky as it is. But I put that on here for you guys to talk about because you can change these things. And what I gave you on page 3 and 4 is what you need to know in order to change these things.
And this is the stuff you gave us when we were discussing the original change.
I gave you this stuff already. I just cut it all down to specifically voting for your directors. If you want to change something there, you can change something, and you don't need a vote at a town meeting. You guys can change it as the board, and I wanted you to be aware of that, know how to do it, and discuss amongst yourselves what you want to do.
So historically, remember when we formed this district, the state required us to make the first election had to be by ballot. And there was 3 of us because we were electing the whole new board. And then because Wardsboro had always voted from the floor, there was some discussion. We talked about it for almost 2 years, I think. Because the first year wasn't because we didn't have to elect the first year. It was 2, 3, and 4 year positions.
Yeah.
So but we felt that, Dover and Wardsboro could be separate. We would respect each other's town's uniqueness. And that's why we went back to the floor vote in Wardsboro, but according to what Andy's saying, we can change it back to a ballot vote. That may make town meeting in Wardsboro less funky, I guess, or less clunky.
So going to a ballot vote in Wardsboro at their town meeting might be problematic, and you want to talk to their town clerk about that, because they don't currently do that.
They
For
don't
me,
vote anybody.
they vote from the floor for everything in Wardsboro. So for me, it's simple to put another race on the town meeting ballot. It's nothing to me. But in Wardsboro, it would be a whole, then they'd have to be open from 7 a.m. or 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and get their BCA together to hand count votes, and it would be a big production for them, whereas for me, it's no big deal.
And if they had a special, if we had a special school district meeting just for Wardsboro voters the night before, like they used to, because there's nothing other than just voting that position, there may be nobody shows up.
Sure.
If we try to go, I mean, so yeah, it's what's the?
So can we vote from the floor at our annual meeting for Wardsboro?
I believe you could do that, yeah.
I would think that would be the best approach if it's for us.
Well, so I had one question about that though, because one of the things Andy had mentioned was, we can give, if you're from Wardsboro, we have to identify who the voters are. Right. And one of the things that, remember in the first vote, when we voted the ballot for the budget, they had to be commingled so you couldn't tell who was voting for the budget and who wasn't. So I just want to, if we were to do something like that, I would want to make sure that we can protect, because it isn't, we don't want to know who voted up and down the budget, and so we don't want to say, okay, all the Wardsboro people sit here and all the Dover people sit here, so we can vote that one article. But then when we vote on the budget, we can say, oh, everybody that went aye is over there, and everybody that went nay is there.
When people come into the room and you're checking them off the checklist, you can have slips of paper, red for Dover, blue for Wardsboro. Jackie hands out blue slips of paper to voters. I hand out red slips. When it's time to vote for your director in Wardsboro, blue slips are in the air.
Then you still identifying what town people are from.
Yeah,
but just for that one article, because that's the only time.
Why wouldn't you want to identify what town people are from?
Well, I just thought, because of when we voted the budget, remember one of the things is when we commingled the ballots on the budget vote, we didn't want to be able to say, hey, Wardsboro or Dover voted the budget down. We didn't want to pit.
So you only do pieces of paper when you elect your officer, you do voice vote for the budget.
Right. So it
or
can be very
call for a
simple
paper ballot.
that Jackie gives a piece of paper to the people from Wardsboro, and we have that article be, elect from the floor the Wardsboro school director, and just the people with the orange or whatever colored paper are the only ones that get to vote, and we keep the Dover vote as a ballot like we have, because like you said, it's not a big deal.
Right.
And I think an easier approach is we only really need to vote if more than one person is nominated.
That's right.
So if two people are nominated, then we can do it by paper ballot, and when you go up to vote, they can check your name off the registry list, knowing you're a Wardsboro resident.
Right.
So well, let me ask this before we go any further. We've got 3 people here from Wardsboro. So are you folks interested in changing the way we vote again in Wardsboro?
I think we've been having a tough time to get anybody. I mean, I don't know as if going back to a ballot to be voted on.
Back to a ballot.
But would you think at the annual school district meeting?
I don't know if you're going to get anybody to come forward there either.
Well, I think you would. Because historically we've met the night before, and there was hardly anyone from let's say parent age at this meeting at the town meeting. So we certainly would have more people who are invested in school at the annual meeting.
It seemed like historically we voted it from the floor, and historically we appointed somebody almost every single time.
Huh. You didn't?
We appointed somebody.
Well, I went to
that was the night before.
The night before meeting.
Right.
Because I went to the last couple, and I remember going. You were in there, and you refused one time, and Rick refused.
Yeah, but we've had better luck.
Yeah, because you guys agreed. Thank you.
But I mean, it's definitely a concern, you know, not having someone and seeing the clunkiness in the process. You know, it's almost like it's got to be a setup. Like, you know, someone's got to show up that meeting knowing they want to be on the board. Whereas you'll have more people at the annual meeting. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think it would be better.
Saying that's why if you go around and you have to collect the signatures,
Oh, it's usually
you're
just
making a commitment to run for that seat.
Yeah, but like Andy said, then that creates a whole new, because then the town clerk has to have the
You would
board's
need your town clerk on board. If she's on board, that's cool. You can go that way.
Yeah, I agree with you too on that point. If you go by ballot, then you know for sure going in.
We got 3 people for this
Right.
board.
Oh, I see
because
what you're
3 people had to go around and collect signatures.
Tammy, do you want, as a Wardsboro resident?
I kind of agree with Dwight. I think the audience for the possibility of a school board member would more likely attend the annual school board meeting versus the town meetings. And just the history that I've gone to the town meetings and the school meetings, it seems like we have more parents that go to an annual meeting, or someone that might be interested in becoming a school board member.
Andrew, I hate to do this to you, buddy. Would you be willing to talk to the Wardsboro town clerk?
I would.
And see if they would have any, if she would have any interest, if we could maybe make like the last article just for Wardsboro, however we need to do it, but see if that is an option to vote from the floor at the school district meeting for just the Wardsboro person.
So what do you want me to ask her?
Would she be willing, is that something she'd be willing to work with? That
The Wardsboro director is voted from the floor at your
district
meeting.
annual meeting.
Ask her opinion.
Yeah.
She's not gonna,
You won't mind that.
yeah, I'll ask her that, for
Well,
sure.
just to make sure,
Yep,
we're
absolutely.
assuming.
Good
that.
idea.
No, what about
Yes.
the ballot? Can you
And
ask
no,
her?
well, hang on.
Oh,
So that's
sorry.
question number one. And then the second question is, you know, would she be willing to, if they were to be elected by ballot on some day, because it doesn't have to be town meeting day. She could do a ballot any day, couldn't they?
Well, at that point, right, it might not be your town clerk that does it. If it's on town meeting day, it makes sense for your town clerk to do it, right? If it's not on town meeting day though, wouldn't it be me as your clerk running an election for you?
Oh, you don't have access to the voters list, do you? Can you look into that too? How would that work? Could we do a different day?
Could you do an Australian ballot on a different day?
Oh. Could you do it?
Could I do an Australian ballot on a different day?
Right, and how would you do that? You'd have to find a place in Wardsboro.
Why do you
set
want
up.
to do this now? Just out of curiosity?
Well, because one of the comments Rick just made was that, you know, if somebody has to go get 10 or 12 signatures, you're more invested, and you may get some people that are interested in running.
Why wouldn't you want to do it on town meeting day? Dover does it on town meeting day.
Because I thought we just said that Jackie didn't want to do that in Wardsboro because she would have to be
I
there.
didn't
at
say she
7.
didn't want to do it. I would say I
Okay.
said she had to be on board.
Can you ask her if she would be on board for that?
I will.
Yeah. So there's 2 options we're looking at.
Thank you, Andy.
And we've got a long time. I mean, it's nothing.
You can ask for a raise.
Maybe.
Well, that's why I feel bad, because we told him we wouldn't overburden him.
You probably
If he
told me to
creeped
be here
up.
5 minutes tonight too, right?
No, I told him an hour.
No, I'm more than happy to do this stuff for you. All right, so in the event that Jackie, or I think Jackie's retiring, it would be Michelle, was adverse to running an Australian ballot at their town meeting, you want to know what would be involved for me to run an Australian ballot on a different day.
Right.
Maybe for both towns on a different day, or Dover's town meeting in Wardsboro at a different day?
Well,
or
so my only thought, though, again, too, is I'm not going to drive to Wardsboro to vote.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
but I'll drive to Dover to
Yeah.
vote. And I don't, you know, maybe Tammy doesn't work in Dover. She lives in Wardsboro and works there. So for her to drive to Dover to vote doesn't make a lot of sense.
Right.
So I guess it's kind of up in the air. So we're interested in how does a floor vote work the night of the annual meeting? Because it's in a different town. And then number 2, how can we do an Australian ballot for Wardsboro? Because Dover, like you said, is pretty easy.
All right, I will figure that out and get back to you.
Now, the only other thing too, Andy, and I don't know, and maybe it's something that we can, and I'm just throwing it out there, is maybe we have, maybe we vote from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the school director the day of the annual meeting.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
My only question.
10 a.m. maybe to 7 p.m.
Okay, I didn't know if he had to be at 7 or that's just.
It's gonna be like 9 hours. Has to start at least by 10 and end by 7.
My only other question though is, would we then have to also though, because does that mean before we start the annual meeting, we have to count the votes so you can swear the new members in to sit at the board? Or would it be that they take office?
No, yeah, it would be dependent upon the term of your, typically you serve through that annual meeting.
Right, but that's usually because your annual meeting's before the vote's done. So what I was always told is that I was on the school board through till 7 o'clock until the voting stopped. And then I no longer had a position until I got enough votes to win my spot back.
Jeez, I wasn't aware of that.
So
you have to fulfill your duties as a member of the Board of Civil Authority counting votes.
Yeah, so I don't know, that was a Mary Lou thing.
All right.
But that's old too, maybe
I'll ask
changed.
Mary Lou, see what she says.
You won't.
All right, I'll figure that out too.
Yeah, just, that's, but again, if we set the term, to be the day after, whatever.
All right.
So just, I mean, it's a lot of odds and ends there, but I think, you know what, we thought we had it nailed down, and I guess we didn't, so we'll keep going until we get it right, or the state changes their mind and makes us combine with Massachusetts and New Hampshire.
Okay.
Not New York.
No.
No.
Are you good with that, Andy? Are you as clear as mine?
Yeah.
Does anybody else have anything to try to screw Andy up with? Okay, we really appreciate this, Andy. This is really helpful.
Thank you, Andy.
You're welcome. Good.
So we'll talk, when you get the information, just let me know, and we'll schedule you again at a time that's convenient.
You got it.
Okay, thank you, buddy.
Yep, thank you.
So we got principals reports. I think we had some written reports from you folks, didn't we?
Yep.
So other than what's on the written report, does anybody have any questions about what's in the written report?
Several of the items have changed since this was written.
Okay, well,
It's
go ahead.
amazing what happens in a week, I guess.
I'm sorry, what?
Several of the items on the principal's report have changed since it was written.
Okay. So you guys wrote it together, the report?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So who wants to tell us about the changes?
Parent conferences will not be held Thursday, March 19th. They will be done via video conferencing or such remote services for teachers.
Just under that, the third grade students from Woodsboro will not be attending studies classes.
So is that program put off, or?
It is supposed to run through March and into part of April, and as of now, school is dismissed, so that will not take place.
So if they have school in May and June, though, that probably won't?
Probably not.
What about like the training?
The NSTA.
Yeah.
The conference was canceled.
Not surprised. Not a surprise.
Okay. So other than that, does anybody have any questions on the principal's written report before we move forward? Do you want a copy of it?
No, I have.
Okay. Okay, if there's nothing on that, do you have anything to add?
I would just love to draw your attention to the incredible progress that Wardsboro and Dover students have made this year so far. We're super psyched about it, and I hope you are too. If anybody has any questions about that page that didn't print very well, but came through in your email in color.
Oh, I have it, it's really pretty.
Oh, you got the color version,
Very
yeah.
colorful. Yeah, no, I actually thought, I was impressed with the numbers.
We would love to talk, answer any questions you might have about
I didn't have any questions, but.
I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I said, is there anything in your written report? So everybody was good with your written report. So is there anything besides your written report we need to know from the administration?
anything to add.
I think maybe later on the agenda, some things might come up.
Yeah, so I was thinking, we got this COVID-19 update. So I think we'll deal with the response you gave to the press and stuff then. Okay. Principal Superintendent's report, Bill gave us his cabinet report. Which is, again, was before all these changes.
Yeah.
And Bill's not here, but he talked about the current bill in the Senate. So the Senate did pass out a 4-page bill. Do you want to speak to that, or?
Go right ahead.
So I read it, and unless I read it wrong, it does nothing for this year. It just says that there needs to be a report done. I thought we had the report, and that it needs to, and that for next year that they need to act on this. And there's nothing even about the cap, having something done with the cap. But what it does do is it gets a bill to go between the two chambers, the House and the Senate, so that somebody
It gets it to go to the full Senate.
full Senate.
First.
Oh, so this hasn't been voted by the Senate.
It came out of the Senate Education Committee.
So Senate Ed, so what's gonna happen is if this gets passed in some form though, it at least then gets a bill to the House that the House gets to look at and can also be amended by the full House. So it's important for, even though it doesn't have everything we asked, we would like to have seen, it does have a possibility that we can add stuff to it, correct?
Chia?
Not we, those, them.
Representatives of ours.
Right.
I have two things. One, is that bill changed from a week ago? What they actually passed out of committee, it's the same?
It's the same thing we passed out. I believe it is the same thing that they passed out of committee. It was handed to me.
No, I mean, what they passed out of committee, I haven't seen it since, for a week now.
I don't know if it's posted on the site. I think I sent it to you, Rich, as a copy, right? And
Yeah.
Senator Baruth actually handed me a copy of it.
Yeah, it's changed a little bit. The other thing is, last Wednesday, I was appointed to the VSBA as Wyndham rep. And this was a big topic of our meeting. We did, what was passed, what got off the floor is a recommendation to the legislature to work fast but thoughtfully, and not too fast. The two Wyndham reps, Dan MacArthur and myself, were the only ones to vote for something that said get it done for the next budget year. Everyone else said no.
Are you good with
That, I'm good, yeah. So that's where we are with them. They will be testifying.
Everybody good?
It's a constitutional issue,
I
so.
said that,
Yeah,
and
that's fine. I
it
mean-
was kind of dismissed.
Well, it's easier. It lets a whole lot of people off the hook and buys a lot of time if kids who are being hurt have to sue for this to be fixed.
And it takes us a lot longer to get something done.
That's right.
Could probably hold a whole meeting on it.
Okay, everybody good? Any more discussion on that? Laura, thank you for keeping us up to speed on that, too. I really appreciate it.
Rich came up and
Had some Kool-Aid.
had some Kool-Aid.
It's good Kool-Aid.
We are on,
I haven't heard anything today either. I'll let y'all know. Okay, I just, oh, pardon?
and I'm sure everybody's very busy.
We have two, I've been to these other principals, but they fit under superintendents too. The IB coordinators gave a February and March update. Did everybody get those? Is there any questions on that? Cool. Budget development presentation debrief. So we have, we talked about it a little bit, but I asked Lori to send us a, along with this, also a financial review. So we know that we got to work on the budget, and Mark said he would work with Anita a little bit when we do the new budget for next year. And I think we're all in agreement to add the 4 pages to the book to expand on this a little bit and make it a little bit more user-friendly. So I think we're all good with that.
One recommendation I will have is we take the account numbers out and put line numbers in.
Yeah, because the account numbers really don't mean anything to anybody but us.
Right.
And then that moves everything over to, I think.
Yep, good point.
Matt, could you send an email to Lori just stating that, to kind of keep in the back of her mind for us?
What would you like that email to say?
Just that we want to take the account numbers right out of the budget.
Got it.
That we use, that we print. I mean,
An ad
not,
line.
for her, I know it's important, but for us,
And add line numbers, you said?
the account numbers.
But add line numbers?
No, but that allows you to shift it over
Oh, okay.
so that things can spread out a little bit, so it's not feeling so jammed up.
In what we printed in the brochure, the report did not have line numbers in it. Because Anita had to take account for space, so she left the account numbers in.
So that level can actually have a number, just so we can, like, people can say,
Yes.
hey, on page 3,
line X.
35, what is that? And it's easier for us, because I struggled a lot, a couple times, trying to find numbers, and especially because our books were different. But again, it's, really, it's a new experience for all of us. It's different.
Rich.
Yeah. Hang on one sec.
Yeah, thank you.
What was? Lost my train of thought. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it wasn't you.
If I just backtrack a minute, we said something about children being hurt in a report. Was that the superintendent's report? I'm sorry?
I missed your question.
No, we were talking about, So we were talking about the state's education financing system. And that has been in place for 2 decades. And a new report came out and highlighted that there is a piece that is really unjust. And so we are working with other districts to try and get that changed, because it's not allowing enough resources to go to poor kids and rural kids. So that was me that was saying that, and that's what's happening, and we are working on it.
Can I get a copy of that, or can I look up that?
A copy of what?
So there is legislation.
So I have to go to
It would be on the Senate.
the Senate.
Yep, that just came out of the Senate Education Committee.
The report itself is available on
Yep.
multiple locations, including Laura's website.
Yep, you can find, it's called the Pupil Waiting Report. And that is available on my website.
And it's only 150 pages.
That's all right. Article or, what is it, 4,600? That's a few hundred pages.
Act 46.
I had to study that,
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are you all set?
Yeah, no, it caught me and I just kind of missed
Yep.
it.
Can I make just one more comment? If you're looking up that, there are, in the back of it are the actual numbers that they ran. They are for the 2018 budget year. There are new numbers that are going to be coming out very soon for the 2020 numbers. So comparing apples to apples, you want the 2020 numbers. The 2018 was before some of the Act 46 mergers, so it's hard to compare apples to apples.
I know the AOE did a lot of revising also, their website.
They're
Rule 4600 as well.
Yeah, they're both available on the AOE's website.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, update work plan, so we kind of glanced at that earlier in the meeting, but this plan of action for 2020. So this is what I think we want to look for. So in April, we want to measure progress. District advisory councils, we're going to have some discussions on that. Matt, you're going to send that email out. Matt and Tammy. Web communication presence, we have that to work on. That's a board and administrative thing, so we'll work together on that. Matt, you said you took care of a lot of that in your letter or some of the stuff was taken care of, and I know Mark has put some links together.
Website. Oh, yeah.
And then local equity definition unity, so make sure that Bill has something. You got, yep, in April. That's more of what you had requested. Transportation is a real, we got to start talking about transportation now, and we have that in April too, but we need Chris to work on that with us, Matt, too.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get, Chris isn't going to be trying to work on the RFP with West River until May.
But we need to have a discussion before that, because if he's going to put an RFP together for West River, we may want to do something together. So we need to. So before he does that RFP, I mean, I guess I can call.
He was going to put in. He was going to give me a call before he puts that together,
okay.
And we can either convene the whole transportation committee or I can bring it to the board.
But make sure before that goes out, because that's what's been our problem every year, is that they put it out and then it's too late.
Yeah, I've talked to him a couple times about it already.
Okay. Matt, make sure he understands that we need to.
So my question is, you said before he puts that out, ... Before he puts it out, what would you like him to do? Run it by you?
We'd like to know. We'd like to know what the whole transportation for the entire district's going to look like.
So the RVUSD board would like to know the big picture before the RFP
So that,
goes out.
are there any chances for us to get involved? So between you and Mark, will you make sure that happens, Tammy? Because you're part of the West River thing too, so. Okay. And then budget development, just I think we need to just get Lori here to talk about how you put the budget together and let people know ahead of time to look at the budget. May, we're talking about equity definition to begin the discussion. And the goal is to create local equity definition. In June, we'll do equity definition and work for June, July. Goals and measures in August for the principals report. And then identifying budget priorities and formats in November. State of the school from the principals in December. And then in March, we have 2 budget informational sessions. So you got this as a worksheet, so if there's any other things we want to see in there, make sure we get that in there. Lead water update, I think from both of you in your principal's reports, you had that we're all set. We're just waiting to retest, but everything that tested high has been replaced. So you don't have to worry about lead, but now you got to worry about this other stuff. Yes, sir.
I just had a suggestion.
About lead?
No, it's about water. And for my family at home, we put aerators in our faucets, 0.38 gallons per minute, to save cost for our water use. And I don't know what the schools are doing, but I'm hoping to like we're doing solar panels for renewable energy. To save on water and maybe to help teach our children about saving our natural resource, possibly installing, and it's a nominal fee, it's only like 3 to 5 hours a piece.
Hang on a second, I'm going to shut you right down.
Okay.
So it's a good point. We're a public water system, so we can't just do whatever we want to do. The state of Vermont tells us what we can and can't do. And it's through regulations from the federal government comes down, and that's why we tested for lead in copper. And we're required, when we went on the fire district, when we went to sewer too, that we had to do everything we could to use as little water as possible.
So measures have already been put in place.
Yeah, so a lot of that's already been done, and we can't just do something that we think is good without getting approval from the state, because we are both schools are public water systems. So we have to have a public water system operator. They have to file certain reports, and the state mandates what we do and don't do. So.
Right, so that would be Bart.
No, that's
He's
Bart.
the chief operator. No,
Sewer is different than water. Bart has nothing to do with the water systems in town. There is no public, there is no community, there is no town of Dover water system like there's the North Branch Fire District.
So this school system's not on North Branch Fire District?
The sewage is, but not the water. The
Right,
water.
so this is, I'm talking about water leaving, not the water coming in.
Right. So the
water
way
leaving.
the fire district judges water is by what comes in, because they don't measure it as it goes out. They measure the water as it comes in. But the state has required us to be on low flow or whatever we've had to do in the past. It's because the state regulates our water coming in. Okay? The state also regulates the water going out through the fire district. Not Bart. Bart has rules he has to follow.
Right, I didn't know if there were any measures like I'm taking at home that we could use here in
We've
their
done all,
school.
we had to do those when we hooked up to the sewer. When we
2 years ago, or
we hooked up to
whenever
the
it
sewer
was.
many years ago. It was like 25 years ago. It was before I was on the board.
Okay.
They ran a separate sewer line up just for us. The town voted to put money away for reserves. And then the water system was updated, but that has nothing to do with the fire district. That is a separate organization that oversees the fresh water. And it's through the state.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
Cool. You got contracts for us?
Then I have that other policy.
Yeah, I've got that down here somewhere.
This is from earlier in the meeting, 22 regular.
Oh,
You asked for it, so we could put the.
So we adopted it on 3/16, 2020, right? Okay, perfect, thank you. Well, are these in executive session or are these in?
Contractual? I think those would be executive session.
Executive.
Okay, I don't know why they had staff contracts, actually. So we'll move that into executive session because it's contractual and personnel. COVID-19 update, so we got from Bill before things closed up. Oh, I'm sorry, one other quick thing. So the PFSAs that we were supposed to test for, what is it, PFASs.
You don't know about lead testing?
No, lead is different. This was the other stuff that we tested for. Didn't all the schools have to test for PFSAs, which is like the stuff that they had in Pownell in the water system?
Yes.
And we were all okay, right? Both buildings?
As far as I know, yes.
I haven't heard otherwise. I'll have to dig in.
Okay. Just so I get this magazine, Vermont Rural Water Operators. And the Mount Holly School, the small rural public elementary school, less than 100 students, has cumulative levels for 5 of the PFASs at 323 parts PPT. I forget what that stands for. Its assumed source is FFF. It is financially strapped due to consolidation issues and is looking at cutting bus services because of lack of funding available for the PFAS response. The school also has no funding available to hire an engineer to go through the 8 response action alternatives mandated by the state drinking water program. And the school has asked Vermont Rural Water Association to step in and be their advocate. See news coverage of the school. So it's interesting that this, a school can just say, oh, well, we can't do anything because we don't have the funding, but yet, when we try to do that with our water system, they didn't really care. So if we ever have an issue with that, we should probably follow what Mount Holly's doing.
Yeah, I think more schools should do what they're doing.
Yeah, no, they should.
Yeah.
Because they keep throwing us rules, like with the lead, they did put money aside to fix the lead issues.
Yeah.
But this PSFA stuff, they haven't done anything, and it's getting to be a pain in the for other people. COVID-19, so Bill sent out a few things for this COVID-19. Did everybody see the school closure information about during a novel coronavirus outbreak, which was revised on March 10th? So I guess this is what you guys used, Matt, when you met today?
Well, we didn't use that today because the agency and the Department of Health have released new updates since then.
Okay, so this is no good now.
I wouldn't throw it away, but
well, I don't need it because I'm not closing school.
Yeah, there have been updates.
So on Saturday, Bill wrote that at 3:15 on Saturday, Governor Scott said, basically, to close all the schools. So as part of that, you guys met with Bill today. So all the administrators met with the superintendent, and tell us what you guys are doing. Either one.
Sure. So we met today to discuss the current state of affairs, given the governor's announcement about school closures. We clarified the fact that we're taking the route of school dismissal, which means that we can still provide some services while children are not in the building. In particular, we're looking at consistency of learning, dealing with meals and specialized services for students receiving specialized instruction. I think it's a wonderfully coordinated supervisory union effort. The team is strong and is working together, sharing ideas, working on consistent notices and notifications of our families, trying to have a consistent program of supports for all of our students, district-wide, supervisory union-wide. They're essentially using tomorrow and the rest of the days this week to prepare for longer-term materials.
Who is that?
Teachers, sorry, thank you, Rebecca. Teachers will be using, well, actually, they've been working since we got that notice on Thursday. So they were informed on Thursday that there would be closures and that we would have to prepare kind of a short-term reaction, what to do this week, and then a longer-term reaction for what to do in the coming weeks. Again, I'm very impressed with all the principals report that staff has been, for lack of a better word, enthusiastically embracing new ideas about how to deliver materials, using new technology platforms, utilizing the high-speed internet at school, utilizing the many free resources that have emerged in the last week that companies are giving away to teachers and families to help make that transition more seamless. I think we found we have pretty good resources between our two schools to supply families with what they need in terms of technology, printouts. We're making plans now for dealing with food and getting the meals out there and figuring out who needs food and how they're going to get it. And then the last step that actually is kind of coming together, I don't know your experience, but we had a meeting via video conference today with a family for an IEP, and we had people coming from all over the place in that meeting, so we're trying to observe the recommendations of the Department of Health in terms of not bringing people together in groups. Did I miss anything?
No, I think Matt really covered everything. I would echo what you said about teachers really sort of embracing the moment and really doing their best in a last-minute effort to get materials ready for students so that their learning continues during the dismissal. Teachers, again, are, like Matt said, they're going to be trying some new things, maybe some online learning, maybe some Google Hangouts and chats. Google Classroom will be utilized, so they're really being creative and open to new ideas.
So, I have questions. Questions. And I know this is emerging, So I'll just tell you.
Evolving,
Yeah.
yes.
One of the things that I am most concerned about is, I think there's a great opportunity with online learning. I'm most concerned about our kids being able to access that. I think I heard you talk about maybe equipment, making sure that's available, but it's the infrastructure piece that I'm most concerned about, and particularly in Woodsboro. And so, is there anything more about that you're able to share right now, or is that something that you're trying to get your arms around?
At this time, we're gathering information. Matt and I developed a survey that asked questions regarding families' internet as well as their access to devices. And we are, again, still collecting that information, but we would be able to report out on that once all of that information is collected by us.
Please keep me posted on that.
You'll use that, you follow up on
Yeah.
that? Yeah, go ahead.
Follow up on that. We have roughly half of the responses have been received to that from our Dover group. And the connectivity was a little surprising to me, and I know you'll be interested in this number. At this point, I'm reporting about around 55% of our families reporting adequate internet connectivity, which is lower than I thought. And by adequate, we're saying 50 megabits or more.
50?
50.
50?
Yeah.
What was the choice
That's more
below
than is
that?
available in Dover.
What was your question?
What was the choice below that?
Just inadequate, less than 50.
50 is not available in
So
Dover.
I know you all are dealing with a lot of things. It seems like one of the things that might be helpful is if we can figure out some, so it's DSL, that probably a lot of, anybody that's got it in Wardsboro, in Eastover, that's what we have. I know when the 50, I was like, what are you talking about?
Does 50 sound high to you?
Yes.
50 is really high.
50
I
is
can't do
really
it.
high.
If you have
That
fiber,
does not
you
sound
can
weird to me.
get up to a gigabit.
So if you were to ask 10
100.
or 5,
Yes.
5,
Five.
then I would be surprised.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
so a
do.
lot of people have DSL. And that's fiber, what you just said. 50 is fiber,
It's also could be
Over
cable.
the telephone line.
Could be
Over.
cable. but it's not DSL.
So maybe it's important for us to kind of retool that question.
I know you're doing a
And
lot
try to
around
gather
this.
that.
If there's something that we can do to be helpful or that can be done at the supervisory union to push that out.
Yeah, more so than speed, you want to know if they are comfortable and if it works, what you're trying to do is working.
Right, the overall group our group feels confident that things with text or internet sites, web pages will be fine. They're worried about video, streaming video.
That's, and I think that would be
Conferencing.
appropriate
Things like
at
that.
with DSL in some of the rural areas to be worried about streaming.
Right.
But kids will be able to access.
Yeah, and I'm happy to report that 100% of our families did check that they do have internet access. So all of our families do have access to it at least. Whether or not it's adequate is a whole nother
That's another
ballgame.
question.
What about, Matt, was that a separate question then?
Well, we decided to send the surveys out independently so that we could get a sense from each community what the needs were.
So it'd just be interesting. So you don't know how many of our families actually have access to internet?
So we have results that say, I think I have one report of the 46 responses that said, I do not have internet.
Okay, that's good.
But we don't know if that's availability or they just have chosen not to have
It could be that they've just chosen not to do it. And we don't know that. We'll have
Or
to follow up
financial
on
reasons.
this.
Just for your information, the two primary internet service providers in Dover are Duncan Cable, which is 12.
25. Isn't it? Cable's 25.3.
No, coax. DSL maxes out at 25.2 around us,
DSL.
and
Yeah.
Duncan maxes out at 12 down, 3 up.
Really?
Yes.
I think consolidated, which we get 7 down.
Yeah.
In one.
Right.
That's what I get.
It depends on where you are,
Right.
but it maxes out at 25.2 for consolidated. And then obviously it has to do with distance from their central office, but what you can get. but you're not gonna get 50. Rich thinks he's on fiber, but,
I am on fiber.
oh,
I know
your,
I'm on
your,
fiber.
your office?
No, I'm
Yeah,
in her
my
office.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, that's different. Fiber runs down 100, but it's not available residential.
Oh, well,
Right.
it's home.
Which is fine, it's just, you're gonna want stuff
Are you
lower
inviting all the kids over to your office?
No,
Yeah.
because
If you need
we have a
help,
sign that says do not
I
come
know you've
in.
got a bunch of other stuff.
There's
that
a
you're
dog there
dealing with, but if you need help,
yesterday,
I'll-
this morning, not letting dogs.
No, not today. He didn't come to work. Hang on a second, folks, because we're gonna start losing it.
Do the teachers, are they still coming to the schools so you guys can collaborate on how this is working, or are they going to be working from home?
Teachers, yes, teachers will be coming to the schools.
They're still
and
coming
They
into
are
this.
making themselves available to families as well.
I think that's
Great.
great, because they can kind of
Yeah,
work
excellent.
together and working on plans for each other.
Go ahead.
Really,
Finish up.
I'm really happy to hear about the meals and some of the socialization you were talking about, with the interaction, because I think that's going to be a big issue. The kids aren't socializing and working together, so that's really great to hear. What
Well,
about,
while you're on that though, so one of my understandings is, and correct me if I'm wrong, because we're still serving the meals, and because we've given homework or given work out to them, or we're working with them, although school isn't in session in the building, we can count these days as school days, correct?
That's why it's considered a dismissal versus a closure.
Okay, so everybody understands that? Okay, because that doesn't mean we're going to school till August.
no.
Yeah, okay,
No,
go ahead,
good.
Dwight.
That's really, hey, what about, is there like a plan for physical education, like to the
There
kids?
is actually,
Yeah.
our PE teacher at Wardsboro was able to send something out last week that our teachers got a hold of. So some of our teachers have put that on their Google Classrooms, and then we've also put that hard copy within packets for students to do as well,
That's great.
with a log and all
This is
sorts of other
fantastic.
stuff.
You guys have done all this work so quickly. Really good.
It's really come together quickly.
Yes.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
On a positive note, homework is already being handed in. So this is great.
Why'd you bring homework
Working out well.
Yeah.
Your story about your daughter is a good one. How she's got her room set up.
Oh, yeah.
A classroom now.
She does her
She's got a
bedroom
desk
up into a classroom.
Well, those are things you can probably share on social, like what kids are doing in their own rooms and things like this.
Oh, but we also have to be careful what we share too.
Yeah, that's right. That's true
Yeah,
too.
we wouldn't.
So just so everybody knows, Lauren, who's usually here with us from the Valley News, couldn't make it, but she did send a letter to Matt that Matt responded to, and I think it's a really good. I just want to read some of the responses. So although attendance was generally low, we did have school today at WCSU, except for Marlboro. The leadership team met today and decided not to have school tomorrow and begin preparations for the dismissal period as described in Bill's letter. And my understanding was like 38% of the kids were here, so a lot of students chose not to.
Yeah, less than that.
So that's why they chose not to extend it tomorrow too. Since there were so few students in attendance today, we couldn't send much work home. Beginning Wednesday, we'll be implementing a pickup and drop-off system for schoolwork over the coming weeks. Most families will receive clarity on this by tomorrow if they haven't already, so I think that's really a good move. At this point, we will hold our River Valley Union School District meeting as planned at 6 p.m. tonight in Dover. While the public can still access recorded versions of the meeting through BCTV, I expect we'll begin experimenting with live streaming, other stuff. So one of the things they said, so I was on Friday, I did check in to see if we should have the meeting. Everything, and even if you review the governor's press conference on Friday, it was a lot different, yeah. So I did again today. Mark actually emailed me and somebody else, and I said, well, hang on, or Lauren did. And I said, I'm not sure I'm waiting to get hold of Bill, but you guys were meeting. I never got hold of him till lunchtime. He felt that we were okay because we're a small group. We could spread out enough, except for you guys. And then, and we should be in pretty good shape. We may want to reconsider other meetings. Matt had a possibility of doing some stuff, and Laura said she can call in, but because we didn't warn it, and because if we allow one person, we have to allow everybody, I said no to it this time. I think what we should do is, before we have our next meeting for April, is, maybe like next week, let's just see what's going on and what the recommendations are and what we're doing, and figure out if we do need to meet in April, the beginning of April, and how we do that. But I know we can do it. We're allowed to, but we have to give a number. We have to allow a number for anybody to call in, not just the board members.
So I would hope that the superintendent is working on that at a supervisory union level for all of the boards. And if not, I hope you guys could convey that, although I'm sure he's watching.
No, he won't be watching.
It's not live.
No, I mean, he'll watch it at some point.
And then Wardsboro students will be able to access meals through, this was the meal question, through the West River School District.
So I can explain how that's going to work a little bit. There'll be 3 locations where students or families can pick up meals. That will be Jamaica Village School, Newbrook Elementary School, as well as Leland and Gray, and that is from 11 until 1, Monday through Friday. And it will contain either a bag lunch or some sort of a meal for lunch, as well as the next day's breakfast. Then they would come back the next day and get those other 2 meals.
How far is Jamaica?
Jamaica from Wardsboro, or from
Like
here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not for our for
Oh, okay.
students in Dover, okay?
Just
Hang on a
curious.
second. Matt says, you want me to just read it? Yeah. Okay, so what's happening with the Dover students is they need to call the school by 9 a.m. on the day they would like a meal, and between 11:30 and 12:30, there'll be a bag lunch available at the school for them to pick up. If they can't pick it up, if there's an issue with picking stuff up, they need to just at 9 a.m. Let Matt know or let somebody here know, and they'll make alternate arrangements. So just so everybody knows, for Dover, I'm having an emergency management meeting tomorrow to discuss what we're going to do in Dover, because it's not only just students, but there's people that may be self-quarantining that we need to take care of, or seniors that don't want to go out to keep from getting exposed. So we're working on a couple different things. So Matt, I've been asked to come to the meeting tomorrow. So if he can come too, so we can work that out, and then if we can help you out a little bit too, if it's not too far out of the Dover area. I'm not sure who I'm going to get for volunteers and whatnot, but
I will.
Okay, well, so we may have some possibilities, if students can't get, or families can't get somewhere, so.
I know one of the concerns that Chef Chris Parker, who was the chef at West River, had was that immediately he doesn't think the need is going to be great, but as time goes on, the need might be greater.
More.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Got a couple of questions. One, looking backwards. Is Dover going to be offering breakfasts okay, so it won't just be lunches that they'll be picking up?
So I think it's the same as West River. The plan is to put breakfast food in the lunch bag,
Okay.
so that they can have breakfast for the next day when they pick up their lunch on that day.
Great.
And it'll be cereal, it'll be, things that we can transport and store.
But something like that.
It'll be something, yeah.
Another question. If students don't have internet or adequate internet at home, can arrangements be made in the school facilities, especially with teachers being there, for them to come either use computers there or interact?
At this point, the answer is yes, unless they declare something different.
Okay.
That's the plan for families that might need internet access. Families can also drive up if they want to be quarantined and access the internet from the parking lot.
That's fantastic.
Which is an option, yeah. And if we need to make that more available, we can as well.
Thank you.
My bag.
You all set, Mark?
I'm good, yep.
Have we beat this virus into the ground, guys?
Not yet.
Not enough.
Okay. So part of this too, this Blizzard bags thing was, there's a link to it if you got it electronically. So Ken McFadden requested for Wyndham Central that we discuss this. So I guess what this is some schools have done it where they have it set up so that students have a pile of material, or the staff has material preset, so that if there was to be a blizzard and school would be closed for a couple of weeks, the children can take it home and they don't count all the snow days.
For a blizzard?
Well, in the old days, we used to get that. I mean, it seems like I remember power being out for 2 or 3 weeks in Townsend, and so we had no school just because there's no power. So anyways, that's something that they were talking about that Ken wants to bring up a policy about, So I think that's gonna come through central office, through Wyndham Central. And I don't know, I guess that's kind of what you're trying to do now, right, Matt?
Yeah, that is essentially what we're doing, is planning for instruction without attendance.
He's a member, he's a member of the West River Board. He used to be chair of the Newbrook Board, and he's been on for quite a while, too. So in part of this is we have a new policy to consider, and Bill sent this to everybody, F31, emergency closings. The school board, through its superintendent, may order the closing of any and all schools whose operation on a short-term basis would pose a serious threat to students or staff. Implementation. Such emergencies may be caused by weather conditions, equipment breakdown, bomb threats, or health problems. The superintendent will also have the authority to delay school opening, dismiss early due to inclement weather or other emergencies. In all cases, notification will be given to staff and the public according to a predetermined plan developed by the superintendent. The board chair will be notified as soon as practical by the superintendent when school is closed for emergencies. Days lost due to emergency closings will be rescheduled so that the school will be in session as required by state law. So did anybody actually read this or look at this beforehand?
I didn't get it till, no.
You didn't get it?
I don't think
It's part of the packet.
Was it?
Yeah.
The last
We're
packet.
sitting here.
Okay.
So my one comment is during Irene, a lot of schools were closed, but because we felt in Dover it was important for some normalcy, you know, we opened school just when it was supposed to be. And I think it made a lot of difference because parents could bring their children to school and then go do whatever they need to do to take care of stuff at home. So I'm okay with this, but I think we need to, some schools are different. I mean, we don't get affected by flooding as much, you know, up here on the hill. I don't know, Tammy, what the Wardsboro building, if during Irene, I don't know how
It was
close.
just access.
You couldn't get there.
Access
Yeah.
to school.
Well, you could get here from Dover, you just couldn't get here from out of town.
Yeah, some of the back roads.
We had every road within a day open that you could at least transverse, and believe me, they were all out there because that was one comment that was brought up during those meetings was, can't we keep people off the road for a couple days? So anyways, my only concern would be that we need the ability, because we may decide it's more important to be open than it is closed, just to be able to feed kids and do some stuff. So I don't think it's a bad policy, but I would like to maybe modify it a little for the river valleys. So since people didn't really get to see it, why don't we just look at it and we'll discuss it at the next meeting? So we can all be on the same page. Is that okay with
Well,
everybody?
This is not anything he's gonna need at this point, right?
No.
So I think the governor trumped him, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and the last sentence is it doesn't apply now because we're not closing, we're dismissing. So this policy wouldn't apply anyway.
Right. So is everybody good with that, or anybody?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Rick, you also?
Yeah.
Okay. So I had this thing called Come Together Now. It was, I don't know if anybody remembers the John Lennon song, so, Matt does, yeah. And
Now
if
it's
you
in
know,
my head.
if you know the history of it, there was a politician running for office in California, and he asked Lennon to write him a song for his campaign, so,
He has the right person.
he didn't use it, so, then he actually tried to sue the Beatles for it. But one of the things I just wanted to ask about, and it's nothing that we're going to put together right now, but just to get on kind of our radar, is, I asked about like graduation. So in Dover, historically, we've always had the school board attend the Dover graduation. I think Rick told me that Wardsboro was similar. And, so if we do graduation on the same night, does the board from Dover attend the Dover side? How do we do that? Do we have a graduation, maybe up at the Grand Summit that we do both schools? And then there was things like, we heard during budget time about the ski program, that there was nothing to do if you didn't ski, but yet Tammy does something in Wardsboro with snowshoeing. So could we bring Dover students over to go snowshoeing and then take the Wardsboro students to Mount Snow in our transportation, and then in the bus that the River Valley owns, and then bring them back and drop them off and pick up our Dover students to give them something to do. I was just are there other things where we can start doing some more stuff together as one unit versus two totally separate schools in totally separate parts of the state? So it's nothing that I want to make any decisions, but I do think for graduation is definitely something we should start thinking about. And I'd like to get, recommendations from our administrators and also, from parents, 6th grade parents, what they think. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Along those lines, in your principal's report, Tammy, you talked about 2 programs that your kids were going to be going to. I'm guessing that's not going to happen. Is that something that can be expanded to both schools?
Well, Starbase is really far. It's in Rutland, and it's a 5 individual, it's an amazing program. It's 5-day trips to Rutland. From here, it's nearly 2 hours. It's on the north side of Rutland.
Okay.
So it's really not feasible. Wardsboro's an extra half an hour closer, so it's much more feasible. So I would love to go to Starbase, but I think it's too far for us to do. The other program that was canceled was a teacher training program in STEM. Right? That was the other. I don't think there was another
programs that the students were going to be going to.
program.
I read this stuff last week and
Yeah.
I don't remember.
No, I think it was only the one, wasn't it?
It's just been the one. Okay.
Anyway, Starbase is awesome if you ever get a chance. It's an amazing program.
Take the board.
It's super cool.
Are they doing
Yeah.
QA this year? Is that gonna happen?
Well, scheduled still. It's still on the
It
schedule.
may be closed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's great. I think those 2 are good examples. The ski program, I'd be very much in favor of combining those 2, having ski all ski together would be great. And
And
graduation
again,
makes sense too.
it's not an end-all be-all, it was just to start us
Yeah.
thinking. Again, I was told, I'm still a little upset that it says Dover School District on the buses and not River Valley's Unified School District, but I was told that's gonna get fixed this year.
I mentioned to someone, they were talking about going to Brattleboro, and I said, for secondary school, I said, you just pick up the bus in Dover, and they didn't realize they could do that.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, it's your bus. Yeah. So maybe
So,
sooner.
yeah, I think, again, we're still in some growing, we're learning, we're growing, and we're figuring things out.
Yeah.
So, okay, so just we'll work on that and we'll get that on. Matt, can you just make a note, make sure that gets on the calendar so it doesn't get forgotten?
The graduation. And
Well, no,
sharing.
just the combine, more commingling of the schools, I guess.
Joint activities.
Come together now, and then you can sing it for us
Be
next
all
time.
together now. All together.
That's a whole
That's another
difference.
Beatles song.
Yeah. And then the financial review, I just thought that we're close enough in the year. Lori did the financial review. Since we're running late, I don't want to go through line item by line item. But if you look at the last page, we're on target for a flat or possible small deficit revenue expense if we use the full $200,000. So
I like that Boston accent in there.
yeah, wasn't that good?
Pretty good.
It's because I couldn't get to go to the St. Patrick's Day Parade yesterday in South. But anyways, I like, she does really good with the available balance and, kind of encumbered, because a lot of times we would look at things, especially when we used to have the teachers' contracts that they would get paid at the end of the year for like the last 2 months. So you're like, wow, we're doing really, really good. And then all of a sudden, $200,000 goes out like that.
Or tuition bills came out late.
Yeah, so then that happens a lot. I think the tuition bills look pretty good, if I remember, when I looked at them.
Where are we looking total secondary expenses?
Yeah, somebody hasn't, we haven't been billed by a couple, it looks like. So, but anyways, she's projected out that we should be pretty close, and, I think in one of the emails I saw that there's going to be pretty shortly no more purchasing anything by staff. If it's not essential, we will hold off buying it, just because the budget's going to get close. But that's a lot better than being told we're $500,000 over budget right now. So,
That's, so in light of that, Matt, that seems like that could be somewhat problematic, given, don't buy anything, given that we're asking our,
Anything non-essential.
not, so, right. So are we likely to see any savings with the shutdown? So I know we're paying people to work, which we should. We're feeding kids, which we should. Can you think of anything that we might be saving?
No fuel in the transportation.
Yeah.
Oh, the bus, okay.
And instead of the janitor, the custodial staff having, at least in this building, work on the drive the buses, they'll have more time to do some other projects that have been sitting, so we should get some
Well, I'm
stuff
just,
caught
I
up.
mean, because we're gonna need to probably expend some unanticipated dollars if this goes on.
We should see some savings in our custodial.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it's again,
Are
it's.
you worried about that at all? Or do you feel like you have enough? Well, it's so new.
Yeah, I'm not worried about resources.
No.
Okay.
I think we have what we need.
I mean, I'd be
To
more
innovate.
concerned about things like, do you have enough cleaning stuff? Because can you not get,
These aren't here.
you know, did every month, did you order disinfectants, now we can't get them?
We do have enough cleaning stuff.
I think
We have
probably
enough.
leave that right there.
We could help if you're low.
No, don't.
That's a call.
Okay. So,
And Lori did say if there's any questions, please email her your questions and she'll answer them.
we're gonna have her at a meeting in the future, or we'll have her on, however we do, we'll have her on my flip phone or something. And, you know, we can ask questions then too, but I think I wanted to just get a feel for where we were with the budget to make sure we weren't like really looking at some bad stuff going on. Now, the other question's gonna come up too, though, is a lot of people I know are coming up that have second homes because they don't wanna be in the cities that have been quarantined. Are they gonna want services for their students?
I haven't had any inquiries about that so far.
And again, you know, big change. Tomorrow we may all wake up and everything may be right as rain.
It's all a dream.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Again, we wake up and it's Stephen King there behind the camera.
That's right.
Okay, so I got a couple executive session items. We have a contractual, we have personnel, we have contracts.
So moved.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We're in executive session. You don't want to stick around. Okay, so by unanimous consent, we're out of executive session at I've got 8:55?
8:53.
8:53. Okay,
That's what I
so,
already wrote down,
Rick and Rich will keep the board informed about the contractual issue. And then I got two other items that we can deal with.
Need a motion for the
Yep.
handbook? Move to adopt the support personnel handbook in its current form.
As submitted.
As submitted.
There we go. Okay, so we have a motion to adopt the second handbook and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. And then the second item is,
Since I've already been told that I made the motion, move to approve the contracts coming out of central office as submitted with one change from, on one contract from .35 to .2 time.
okay.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second to approve all the contracts as submitted for the professional staff in both buildings for next year, with one change, which is the one person is at a .35 on the contract and is only supposed to be a .2. So the administration will check into that. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. So we are in good shape. So I'll give you these back, Matt, for Tammy, who's taking these.
Either one.
Okay.
We'll see. I may not drive down on Wednesday. Are you driving over to Townsend?
Yeah.
Do you want to take them? Maybe we should separate them out by building.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
react to that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna turn the one that needs to be fixed right like that, and then
Perfect.
the list is in the front.
Yeah, we'll.
Okay, and then the last thing, we want to just do 2 resignations. So Lauren Quimby is asking, she's going to resign effective the end of the 2021 school year. Oh, from the Dover School for the 2021 school year. She will complete her current contract as she's relocating. And then this is to the River Valley Board. Please accept this letter as my formal notice of retirement as a Dover sixth grade classroom teacher as the end of the 1920 school year. And she, Dover School's been an important part of her life, and grateful for having had the opportunity to teach here for all these years. So we, with regret, we accept both resignations at this time. And Matt, we've talked about a hiring process, Matt and Tammy, so we've got 3 or 4 positions, so we should be good to move forward.
Ready to go.
Okay, so the last thing I need is a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Dwight moves to adjourn. Rick seconds it.
Yes, absolutely.
And all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, we're out of here.
Good meeting.
Excellent meeting, guys.
These are difficult and uncertain times. It's important for everyone to understand our mission, which is to slow down the spread of this virus in order to protect those at risk of getting very sick, which includes the elderly and the very ill. It's also important to understand that even though most of us will have mild to moderate symptoms if we get it, we can all transmit it. So we all have a role to play in making sure we don't pass it on to those who are at the highest risk. To further the point, the best information we currently have from the experts, learning from other countries, says that slowing it down is the best way to make sure the care is available to those who need it, especially the most vulnerable, who may need hospitalization. This is literally in our hands. We need everyone to accept this reality and be part of this effort. Slowing this down or flattening the curve is the most important thing we can do. Mitigation, along with simple steps like washing your hands a lot, staying home when you can, and social distancing can help protect loved ones, friends, and neighbors who are at higher risk. On Friday, to act on this strategy, I declared a state of emergency, and we put in place a wide range of measures to slow this pandemic. From limiting public gatherings and restricting visitors at long-term care facilities and hospitals, to banning state employee work travel, encouraging and facilitating telework, extending unemployment benefits for those who have to be self-isolated, and much, much more. Sunday, I ordered the dismissal of pre-K through 12 schools, which began today. With it came the challenge of coming up with an education plan so kids can continue to learn. Monday, I ordered the closure of bars and restaurants statewide, though they can still offer takeout. And yesterday, I directed the closure of licensed child care centers across the state. However, I've asked centers and schools to provide childcare services for those deemed essential personnel. This includes healthcare and public health workers, first responders and those involved in our state emergency operations centers, and many others, knowing we may need to add to this list. I realize, even as we ask many to step back to help slow the spread of this virus, we're asking others, including educators and child care providers, to step up and provide a critical service so those who are on the front lines can continue to care for the sick, protect the public, and manage this ever-evolving challenge. Now, I know some won't be able to, and that's okay. But for those who can, we appreciate your help, because filling the need by teachers, child care providers, and school support staff is critical to our response. Understanding how challenging but important these directives are, I've also asked Neil Lunderville and Liz Miller to lead this effort to support the Agency of Education with this critical work. Liz, who served under Governor Shumlin, and Neil, who served under Governor Douglas, have a wealth of experience in state government and the private sector and have already hit the ground running. And they're working on other projects as well. I want to, again, remind Vermonters that more measures are inevitable. We're already working on a directive for hospitals to postpone elective procedures. More details will come on this and others. But I will continue to make decisions based on science, data, and the guidance of an incredible team of leaders and experts I have working with me. This is a moment of service for all of us, from those working on the front lines in healthcare to those who are simply following our social distancing guidance to protect others. We're all in this together, and we will get through it. Just like during Irene, we're facing new challenges every single day. And I know some are feeling scared, worried, and overwhelmed, just like after Irene. But we made it through, and we'll do it again because we're Vermont strong. In times like this, Vermonters rise to the occasion. We help our neighbors, we answer the call of duty, and we get creative to solve big problems. I'm seeing it every day, from healthcare workers, state employees, school administrators, and business owners, from those adjusting hours at grocery stores and adding curbside service, to organizing online card drives to send love to their grandparents who can't have visitors right now, and so many more initiatives. These people, with their compassion and commitment to service, show me that we will get through this, and we'll do it together. So I'm now going to turn this over to Education Secretary Dan French to share more details on our latest education guidance.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. This is an unprecedented situation that's calling on everyone to make difficult decisions and to take quick actions. I wanted to highlight a few aspects of this work. Firstly, childcare. We issued new guidance to schools last night to support the provision of childcare for the children of essential personnel. These essential persons include currently educators, healthcare providers and emergency workers, first responders, servicemen and women in our National Guard who have been activated for COVID-19, and state employees working on the COVID-19 emergency response. Schools have been directed to provide care to enrolled students up to at least grade 8, and where necessary to students from other towns or districts. And we are currently working with districts this morning to support them in organizing this work. Our guidance also directs the continued payment of pre-K tuition to private providers as established under Act 166. These funds are already in school budgets and paid for out of the education fund. We mentioned our work under feeding students. We've received the necessary waiver from the USDA to offer reimbursed student meals on a distributed basis. 39 of our approximately 60 supervisory unions have applications approved and are ready to start serving meals. Many are doing so today. 7 other SUs are in the process of having their applications finalized, and we are working directly with the remaining SUs to expedite their application process. Labor issues have emerged as a concern. We're asking a lot of our education labor force during the state of emergency. We need their expertise and dedication as we navigate these uncharted and unprecedented times. We have directed education staff to report to work during this 2-week period of school closure to accomplish 3 main objectives. 1, to maintain the education programs of students. 2, to support our most vulnerable students. And 3, to plan for the continuity of education programs in the event of a prolonged school closure. We are not expecting school staff to report to work if they have concerns about their personal health. Specifically, the following educators are not required to be in public school buildings: educators with compromised immune conditions, educators who reside with someone with a compromised immune condition, educators suffering from anxiety, expectant educators, educators with infants, and educators over 60. In other words, anyone with a serious physical or mental health issue is not being required to be in a public building. Also, I've directed schools to ensure all staff get paid for their regular scheduled hours during this 2-week period. Lastly, I just want to mention work we're doing around this issue of continuity of education. As I mentioned, we are using this 2-week closure period to prepare for an extended period of school closure if that becomes necessary. We are actively engaged in planning work at the agency and at the local level to ensure all students will be able to continue to make academic progress in the event of a longer period of school closure. Many of our high schools can deliver instruction online, even though student access to the internet and computers at home is uneven around the state. We will need to be more creative with the provision of educational services at the elementary and primary grades, but we will work closely with districts to start and plan this work together. And I'm very optimistic about our ability to creatively solve that issue. Now I'll turn it over to Dr. Levine.
Thank you. First, I'd like to give somewhat of a situational update. At the moment, we have 19 total positive tests in Vermont. To put that in perspective, that's out of a total testing run of about 600 tests. So clearly, far more negatives than positives, but obviously we're going to focus on these positives very intently. We always discuss how many people we're still monitoring in the state as a health department, and I'm not going to give you a precise number because that changes so rapidly. Each time you have a positive test result, there's abundance of surveillance and phone calls and interactions with people who may or may not have had contact with the actual case. And if that case happens to be in a healthcare setting, the numbers can get quite large. So just accept the fact that there are hundreds of Vermonters that are being monitored and interacted with regarding these 19 positive tests. I wanted to just spend a few moments and feed off of a bit what the governor was saying about the overall strategy, just so people can sort of see with some clarity why all this is happening so fast and where we're going, both as a state and in some respects as a nation. So there are some fancy words, but everything began with the word containment. And containment is kind of just what it says. You identify cases. To identify cases means you have to be testing, so you need to have some capacity to test, and you have to have some ability to prioritize those tests. Having done that, you begin to identify cases, and you rapidly isolate those cases, assuming they're in the community still and not requiring hospitalization. And we've had plenty who are still in the community that did not require hospitalization, to be clear about that. And then we do something called contact tracing, so that we make sure that those who may have had some contact with a case know exactly what it is they should do to prevent further transmission of COVID-19 across our communities. We are still doing that, and that's what I would term a parallel strategy to the now more significant strategy of mitigation, trying to slow but not necessarily stop the viral spread, because we know we can't stop it at this point, but we can slow it down And we've shown you curves before in the past that really focus on our ability to not have a rapid spike and overwhelm our healthcare system, but to have a more gradual flattened curve, which frankly may take longer to dissipate, but will have a much lower burden on the population at large and on the healthcare system's ability to cope. The prime mitigation strategy goes under the other fancy term social distancing, which I hope everyone sees we're trying to practice up here on the podium today. Maintaining that distance from others that as human beings we don't do every day. That's not what we're accustomed to. We high five, we shake hands, we embrace. Well, we're asking Vermonters to go through a significant amount of behavior change. And that's uncomfortable, and that's something you have to kind of be actually conscious of every time because your tendency is to do the things you've always done. So we understand that that's hard and may require a lot of support. And all the strategies that have occurred since we really called this an emergency, in a state of emergency, are really falling into place in that social distancing category. So some of them had to do with protecting our most vulnerable and our elderly, regarding visitation policies to hospitals, to long-term care facilities, nursing homes, etc. Some of them had to do with how we tend to gather in groups, and you've heard numbers go from 250 down to 50, and to me, the number's irrelevant because people are already understanding that it's probably not a good idea to be in a crowd at a time when you're talking about an infectious disease that can be easily transmitted through the air from one person to another. So people are already falling into line with that, and it's just the idea that we don't get into congregate settings that are very crowded. Then we have all of the issues of schools, which you've just heard about, which I won't perseverate on. Changes in work policies, changes in the way that workers can or cannot travel, and then really as part of the gregarious nature of human beings, where do we usually do that? Well, we do that sometimes in restaurants and bars. And now you've heard new policies regarding those. And the only thing I want to say about those is, again, every step of the way in managing this, I think, very manageable epidemic requires resourcefulness, creativity, innovation. And even restaurants and bars can be innovative, as they're all learning now with bring something to your car, takeout priority, interacting with people in ways that they have to deliver food, but still being able to actually do that, even though people can't sit down at a table with one another inside their premises. So again, I know this requires significant behavior change and hard work, and nobody's going to deny how hard it may be. Really does require sort of a social compact and an idea that we're all here to cooperate with one another, and I'm confident that we as a state can rally to that cause. The final stage of sort of where we're going and the aspiration of all of us in the United States, never mind just Vermont, is a state where they sometimes call it suppression. So you've slowed the growth of the curve, it's been flattened, but eventually you want it to come down. And that's when you enter that state. We have good experience now just by watching the rest of the world, because as you know, the US was not the first country to be affected. So even though China has received a lot of criticism, they are now in a phase where things are much more controlled, and they're seeing decreasing numbers of cases all the time, especially in that hot zone, but even in the rest of their country. South Korea is another example of that. And soon we hope we'll have some European examples of that. We need to observe critically and learn from those experiences, and I'm confident that we will. We will also learn about the timing of these things. We can set arbitrary dates of 2 weeks of this or 3 weeks of that, maybe a month, maybe 2 months, but we'll actually get a little more certainty about how we actually figure that out, because we'll learn from their experiences and see, as they've eased up on some of these more restrictive policies, how things have gone. And is this something that in the short term can be managed very well? Or is it something we're really in for a long-term kind of approach to until vaccines develop sometime in the next 12 to 12 plus months? So again, we know these things have a lot of impact. They have impacts socially, economically, health-wise, etc. But we will learn from other experiences and I think benefit from those and really begin to see where the light is at the end of the tunnel in terms of how the strategies you've heard outlined today can play out in the future. I believe I'm the last speaker.
I'm happy to turn it over to questions right now. Are we taking one from the floor first?
We're going to take one from the phone first. So
Okay.
Wilson or Lisa from the AP.
Hi, it's Lisa from AP. I noticed that the state is now delineating between Vermonters and non-residents who have gotten positive results of who have COVID-19. And why is that? And does it make a difference to do that?
Yeah, thank you very much. The question was about how we report the numbers of those who have positive tests in Vermont. That was a bit of a miscommunication on our part, to be quite frank, yesterday. I wanted to make sure that we were adjusted. We had just one number of both non-resident and resident positive tests, and to carry that forward, what happened was they eliminated the non-resident and carried the Vermont number. So the point was, and we've clarified this and now it's rectified, we'll be reporting just one number of those affected in Vermont that have the positive tests in Vermont from now going forward.
Okay, so the next question, Molly from 7 Days.
Thank you. I was wondering, Governor and Secretary French, if you could speak to any continued risk at the child care facilities caring for emergency workers and health workers. Obviously, your order of closure was designed to reduce the spread, but are there any steps considered to keep addressing that spread at these more limited centers?
I'll have Secretary French offer a few words and then maybe someone else. Secretary Smith.
Thank you. Yes, in our guidance that was published last night, we talk about the social distancing measures and our continued disinfection measures to ensure that these workplaces are safe. But it is a priority to ensure that those employees and workers that are on the front line of this emergency don't have to worry about their child care needs, and we're working hard to accomplish both of those goals.
Molly, this is Mike Smith at AHS. As you know, we've limited the size of the classroom size for these facilities down to 10. That means no more than 10 people in that room. We've also put the various sanitation requirements in place, and if we need to make those stricter, we will. Both Dan and myself have the ability to make stricter recommendations as we move forward. So right now, we limited the class size. We've put in fairly strict sanitation sort of requirements, and we feel that will ensure, or at least make people feel comfortable about the safety of the decision we've made.
Thank you.
Governor, just your reaction to the president announcing earlier today that joint decision between the United States and Canada to close the northern border except for essential traffic.
I wasn't aware of the directive from the president, so I don't know the details of that. Obviously, we have a few concerns. We have employees who live in Canada that are part of our healthcare system in the Northeast region and maybe even the Northwest region. So that's a concern. I would think they would qualify as being essential. And we have to do everything we can. I know Canada has taken some extreme steps as well in Quebec and across the whole country, and we're going to have to do the same. So I would assume that in conjunction with Canada, this is the right step to take, while understanding that we have a lot of trade, and we still rely on a number of employees from there. Anyone else want to add anything to that?
Lola from BT Digger.
Hi. I was wondering, are you concerned about the ability of schools to be able to carry out this mandate to provide this child care, you know, especially in more thinly staffed districts that might see a lot of staff say, I can't carry out this work, you know, either because I'm anxious for myself or immunocompromised or et cetera, et cetera.
Secretary French.
Hi, Lola. Yes, I mean, it is a concern, and we've been actively engaged with districts this morning as they're trying to navigate both the provision of continuity of education and child care service. At the same time, I think we've seen some really creative responses and really positive support of teachers stepping up to help assist in this moment of emergency. So it's going to be challenges, but just one in a series of challenges that we're going to have to navigate. But as Dr. Levine and the governor said, our priority now is to bend that curve as best we can, and I think is a moment of service for all of us, and I know educators and teachers will step up and help in that regard.
Super quick follow-up, I'm so sorry. What about, so child care have been asked to do this, but not, ordered, schools have, if you have a 3-year-old and you're a nurse, and your child care is shut down, can you bring them to the local public school?
In our guidance, we had to make a delineation between students age 0 for 5 and 6 through 8th grade. So currently, public schools are equipped to handle age 6 up to 8th grade fairly easily, both from a safety and an educational standpoint. We were less comfortable making a provision for younger children under 5, but we'll certainly reevaluate if the need becomes necessary.
Let me just.
So right now it's go ahead.
This is Mike Smith. Let me just sort of bring the pre-K up where we are right now. As you know, we have instituted a pre-K program for essential children, and those child care centers we're starting to contact now. Last night we contacted 41 programs in just one and a half hours so far. 288 children have been identified as essential people. I've got to emphasize this. There has been enormous collaboration among the private child care providers, and we can't thank them enough in terms of what we're doing and how we're moving forward to this. We've actually ID'd many potential additional staff to deploy to other facilities that may be limited to a facility that needs those employees. So we really are seeing the healthcare, I'm in so many different realms here, but the child care community really stepping up to this, and many centers have told us that they're willing to work extra shifts. So we are grateful to all the kids, all the centers. We're working with organizations like Let's Grow Kids to bring all this together. And I've got to say, just in what I'm hearing in the feedback that's coming back, it's incredible how Vermonters are trying to help Vermonters get through this time.
Bob from Brattleboro Reformer.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, so yesterday the state of New Hampshire announced that it was expanding unemployment benefits for people who have to stay home with school-aged children. Has Vermont considered, enacted, discussed this at all?
Yeah, I'm going to have our Commissioner of Labor answer that.
Sure. So I had a chance to review the legislation that came out of New Hampshire, and while I haven't been able to do the background on it, one thing that needs to be considered is it looks like there was some legislation passed that allowed those individuals to become eligible, and that is something we are working with the Vermont legislature right now to expand benefits to those that have to stay home with a family member who becomes ill or is quarantined or isolated. So yes, we are considering it, and it is moving through the legislative process, but it does require a change in state statute.
I would also add that the legislature has been very receptive to any of our needs and is a very willing partner. So we're working through many of those initiatives as well as many others at this point in time.
Pete Hirschfeld from VPR.
Thank you.
Pete, VPR.
Thank you, Brittany. Seems to be some increasing concern about Vermont's inmate population. Are you testing individuals that are entering the correction system right now as inmates? Can you talk about any other specific mitigation strategies, Mike, that you're using to address that concern?
Sure. We are testing in terms of screen testing inmates that are coming in to the facilities. If you're talking COVID-19 testing, the answer is no, because they aren't showing symptoms of COVID-19, or they wouldn't be allowed into the facility. So we are screening those. We've also put video visiting apparatus so that visitors are now can't meet personally with inmates, but they can meet via video conferencing. We also are looking at how we segregate our population to be in smaller groups when they're in recreation areas. We have contingency plans that have been put in place in case we do have a illness within our facility. So the social distancing things that you see are a little bit different in our correctional facilities, but we're putting in place those social distancing where we can, and in many cases you'll see the social distancing happen within our correctional facilities. I do want to emphasize that we are being pretty stringent on making sure that those screening processes are happening on entrance are really diligent as we move forward. We cannot allow a case to come into the correctional facility. One last thing, Peter, we are stocking up on supplies a little bit more than we normally would in case we have an outbreak. That includes mat supplies for those who are under medical treatment for addiction. So we're doing all that right now, and there's other contingency plans in place or being worked on.
Calvin, WCX.
So do we have enough tests in place, or does the state have enough tests for widespread testing? And do we know, I guess, how widespread the disease is if we don't test widespread? We're still hearing from people that are sick, but they can't get a referral from their doctor because they don't have a travel history. So
Yeah.
are we past that?
Commissioner Levine.
Thank you for asking about testing. So I don't want to give the appearance I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, but I do want to show reality and optimism at the same time. We have testing capacity now to do all of the testing that we've currently been asked to do in terms of physicians coming to the clinical judgment that their patients should have testing. We are grouping those into higher and lower priority. I think you'll understand that those in the higher priority group may be in a hospital bed or in an ICU bed. They may be a healthcare worker who has to know if they can continue to work in the healthcare system, etc. We have done all of our testing in state at our public health lab because, like most states, that's what we have available to us right now. And in that public health lab, we have supplies of test kits and reagents and everything that's needed to do the tests, but we are limited in how far that supply will take us. We have literally 10 or 12 pathways that we're looking at simultaneously for obtaining more test kits, reagent supplies, machinery to do the testing with, personnel to do the testing, and that's at all levels, local, regional, national, that's public and private. So it's quite expansive. Vermont is no different than any other state in the country with regards to not being able to do what I would call expansive health surveillance, knowing in the entire population how much disease is present, whether there are people who are asymptomatic or only mildly symptomatic compared to those who are acutely ill in a hospital setting. But I think as a country, you're going to find in the next week or two, we are all going to catch up rather rapidly. So we're working very closely with the Health and Human Services apparatus in Washington, with the FDA and with the CDC, all in actually separate strategies. We are working very closely with the UVM College of Medicine and the UVM Medical Center, and we are working very closely with the partnership you've often heard about from the federal level of public-private partnership with companies that are commercial and will have testing capability as we speak. They're just coming online now. So what I envision is that we will have greater local support through our affiliation and partnering with the UVM College of Medicine and Medical Center, and that will help us with this more high priority group, which we'll continue to maintain in state, and we'll have opportunities to do more of the lower priority but necessary not only public health work, but reassuring our citizens' work about their conditions through these more national lab testing opportunities. But I have to provide a realistic expectation that these national opportunities won't have the turnaround time we've come to expect locally, which is within 24 hours. They may be 72 hours, maybe even as long as 96 hours, but we'll be careful to make sure that they are in the group that is lower priority. I do want all Vermonters to know that we still need to have rational and reasonable expectations of who should be tested, who should not be tested, and our clinical community understands that and will work with their patients to help them understand that. Because at the present time, it could overwhelm the system if everybody felt that their test was the most important and that they needed to have it done immediately. Because we're certainly not in a situation where we can do that today.
Patricia from Bennington Banner. Patricia, Bennington Banner.
Oh, the mute button. I'm sorry. I see in the guidance here that during the closure period, schools are directed to provide care to, at a minimum, students enrolled in their school up to grade 8. Would that be, that does not include pre-kindergarten students, correct? I believe Secretary French mentioned this. It's just kindergarten up through grade 8 that are currently enrolled at that school?
The guidance speaks to age 6 as being the cutoff, not necessarily distinguishing between pre-K. The guidance also speaks to the eventuality of giving those essential employees the opportunity to place their student in a district other than their home district. So for instance, if it was more convenient for them to access care in a school that's located in the community where they work, we want to provide for the maximum flexibility in that regard.
So they have to provide care, these schools, for age 6 up to grade 8, currently, as of right now, the students that are enrolled in that school.
And for eventually, and if there's a need for those essential workers that might be working in those communities and find it more convenient to access care in that location.
Liz, Burlington Free Press.
Hi, thank you. I wondered how many child, hello?
Yes, we have you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I wondered how many child care centers in the state are going to be closed down because of this order. If you guys have any idea as to the number at this point?
The governor's order requires all child care centers to be closed down with the exception of meeting the needs of the essential persons. We'll have an accurate picture of that by the end of the day of how many that will be. But one of the things that I just want to emphasize as we're looking at this is we wanted to make sure that the child care system was still in place as we rolled through this crisis. And what we have decided to do is continue the subsidies for the child care system as we move forward. So if a child care system does close down, we will continue the subsidies for that child care system. And if they take essential personnel's children, we'll look at how we can make that more of an incentive for that child care facility to take those children. And that's something we're looking at right now.
Call-in, 7 days.
Hi, yeah, so I have a question about vulnerable populations. Should DOC furlough inmates to reduce the risk in prisons, and how does the health department assess the likelihood of spread at the Burlington nursing home with a positive case? Thanks.
Want to take that one first?
Yeah, Dr. Levine here. I'll take the nursing home. When it comes to nursing homes, obviously, by definition, everyone there is a vulnerable population. So we have to have consistently across nursing homes adequate guidelines in place, an adequate regulatory structure that would make it important for them to adhere to. And I want people to be reassured that that does exist in Vermont. And indeed, this particular facility that we're focusing on, if I could use the word, passed with flying colors without any deficiencies about 4 or 5 months ago. All nursing homes are, of course, petrified in the wintertime of infectious diseases that can take hold there, not just COVID-19, but other viruses, including the flu. So they have to have effective infection control programs in place. They have to have good advisement about those programs, and they do. So we're certain that they have the programs at this facility. The health department and Dale were instrumental in sending out abundant communications as the COVID epidemic began regarding good prevention strategies, good surveillance strategies, et cetera. And now that we have a case, obviously we have embarked on a significant venture here to work with the nursing home to identify all those in the nursing home, specifically those who work there, but others as well, who may have had contact with this index case. In addition to that, we have part of our public health team with skills in infection prevention actually going to the nursing home to actually work with them and support them in their activities and make sure that all the appropriate containment processes and prevention practices are in place.
Nick, local
Wait,
2244.
we got another part to the question.
Sorry, hold please.
Colin, I believe you said furloughed prisoners, or furloughed inmates. Is that what your question was? What are we doing in terms of those? Well, furloughed inmates are usually outside the facility is what you're talking about. They are under the sort of the same guidance that everybody would be under in terms of making sure you self-screen and making sure that, you know, you're going to be...
My question is more, are we considering furloughing inmates who are in the prisons right now who may be vulnerable or nearing the end of their sentences?
At this moment in time, given the fact where we are right now, the answer is no.
Nick, local 2244.
Thank you all. So while the guidance is, directed towards essential personnel, what about workers who are not considered essential personnel, such as the food workers? Are their children still being allowed at child care facilities?
Yeah.
Hi, it's Mike Sherling from the Department of Public Safety. The Emergency Operations Center has a task order, which is basically an avenue of work that is assessing who's essential and adding to that list over the course of the morning and through the day, so we can get that out to the child care centers. And grocery store workers, folks who are distributing food, and people in the supply chain that supply that food are essential people. So we expect additional guidance to be available as that list evolves over the course of the day.
And as we've shown over this short period of time, this is evolving, and we are making changes as we see necessary. So we'll be reflecting on that over the next 24 hours.
Anne, VT Digger.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I wonder what models or scenarios you're working with. National epidemiologists are saying that there's a difference between the reported infection rates and the actual rates in the community, and they're estimating that they're 10 to 30 times higher than what we're reporting right now. And I'm wondering what scenarios you're working with right now. What do your models show?
Dr. Levine?
Yeah, we're relying to some extent on those models, and we're developing our own as well as we speak. Suffice it to say that the countries like South Korea that show the lowest case fatality rates have the most testing capability and have tested huge swaths of their population. So their denominator of cases is very large. And since the mortality rate we think around the world is around 1%, they can show numbers that are significantly lower than 1% because they've identified mild, possibly even asymptomatic cases with the abundance of testing. So there's no question that when we identify 19 cases in Vermont, that there are more than 19 cases in Vermont that we haven't fully identified. Likely, though, is that the majority of those other cases are not very ill, or they would have come to the attention of the healthcare system and been taken care of appropriately. So they would tend to be in the pre or mildly symptomatic or moderately symptomatic range, and will do well with their illness, etc.
But having said that, and I know Dr. Levine will emphasize this, but that's why we put into place so many of these steps and measures, because knowing that there are some who might have this and not even know it, they're still transmitting to others. And that's why social distancing, keeping away from others, taking all the precautions that we've been talking about is so important for everyone to adhere to. Just, I would, you know, if you don't know for sure, just assume you have it in some respects. And I'm not trying to create panic. I'm just saying keep your distance. Make sure you're doing the right things so you're not infecting others, because you may be okay, but you may be harming someone else who is vulnerable. So keep that in mind.
If this goes on beyond a
To
couple
follow up, please. Can I
Sure.
Can I ask a follow up?
Yeah.
Please?
Go ahead, Ann.
Thank you very much. Do we have enough ventilators, ICU beds, and beds in general in Vermont? I understand we only have 210 ventilators, for example, and that we might have, you know, say more than 1,000 cases at some point. What are we going to do about that? Other states are pretty upset about that. Governor, were you on the call with Mr. Trump when he talked about states having to buy their own ventilators?
Yeah, I mean, it was slightly nuanced from that, but yes, I was on that call when other governors were showing some apprehension in that regard. But I'll let Secretary Smith answer the question about the ventilators and bed space.
And Mike Smith, we currently have 273 available beds in the state as of this morning. That does not include possible surge beds. It does not include the capability to open up temporary facilities using the National Guard or other sort of temporary facilities. We have 245 ventilators that are available in this state. Again, if this was, as the governor had mentioned, We are trying to ramp up to add capability as we move forward here. And I think one of the things that the governor has always told us is think ahead. Think ahead the next 72 hours to know what we need and where we're going in terms of our needs. And I think that's an important message.
Well, how many ventilators do you think we need, Mike?
We're uncertain right now, Ann. We're working on that modeling in case we have to use it, but right now all I have for you is the number of available ventilators at 273.
When will the modeling be done?
What was that?
When will the modeling be done? We're working on it, Ann. I'll let you know when I can.
Okay, next question, Mike.
Thank you.
Mike Velasquez, North Report. If this goes on beyond a couple of weeks, the economic damage to people's lives and businesses is going to be overwhelming. What are you going to do then?
Yeah, well, obviously, this is going to affect our entire country, our entire world from an economic standpoint. And it's just not a question of if it's going to happen. It's just a question of the magnitude. I've been in constant contact with our federal delegation, Congressman Welch, Senator Leahy. I had a call from Senator Sanders yesterday afternoon, all talking about what is it you need? What do you need to get through this? And obviously, we don't know at this point, other than we're going to need federal assistance, flexibility, in all kinds of different ways. And I know they're working diligently on this effort right now. It looks like it's going to be over $1 trillion package that will be coming to the states. So suffice it to say, we don't know what our needs are, but we know we're going to need some assistance in order to get through this.
Thank you.
Amy, Caledonian Record.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Levine, you said the state is monitoring hundreds of people connected to the 19 confirmed cases. Are there any counties in Vermont that do not have people being monitored? And can you speak specifically to the Northeast Kingdom?
5 or 6
Yeah.
counties at this point.
About half of our counties have documented cases and half don't. But I have to be careful when you're talking about who we're monitoring as a result of a case. They may live outside the county that we're concerned about if they were at a gathering with the person or what have you. So hard to say. But consider the fact that half the state has documented cases, and that half is geographically heterogeneous, so it's not like any corner of the state is exempt.
And we have asked those who have traveled to other countries to self-isolate. So there may be some self-isolating in Caledonia County as well. I would expect most counties have some who are self-isolating and we're monitoring.
Okay, so we have time for one
Thank you,
last,
Dr. Levine, Governor.
one last question. Tim, Vermont Business Magazine.
Hi, I talked to many educators, and it looks like they're going to start the learning programs this Monday, the 23rd, which would trigger the free and appropriate public education requirements of the federal law. As I read your document, Governor, these will be more complicated than just picking up a packet at school or doing an online course. What is the plan for kids on IEPs starting as early as Monday?
Hi, this is Dan French, Secretary of Education. We put out guidance last night on special education compliance, and we're certainly waiting for more guidance from the federal government on this. During this 2-week period, we're expecting districts to just maintain academic performance and progress of students. So at this point, during the 2-week period, it's not triggering necessarily a change in students' individual education programs under special ed law, but we do have to start planning for that eventuality if school closure is prolonged beyond the 2-week period.
Again, I want to thank everyone on the phone, as well as those who are here from the media for your great work in trying to keep your listeners informed and your readers informed. It's really important that we get this right, that we give all the facts we can to try and do whatever we can to help assist people, as well as to calm their fears, because this is going to be a long haul. It's not going to be solved overnight. and we're all going to have to work together in order to get to the end of this. So I thank you for your efforts.
Call to order at 6:29. First is approval of minutes. We have the reorganization meeting, which happened March 3rd after town meeting. Then there's the minutes from the March 10th special emergency management meeting. And then the minutes from our March 10th regular meeting. So entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
You have to do them individually?
Do we have to do it individually? Do we have to do it individually for the minutes, or can we approve all of them at once?
Yeah, I probably should.
Okay. All right, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd.
So moved.
Second. One question I got. As I read the minutes, I was the only one who got sworn in, and two others that had to.
I got sworn in.
Yeah, I know it, but it's not in, I didn't see it in there.
Well, that happened outside the meeting.
Yeah,
that happened before the meeting
Yeah,
started.
I realize that, but
I put Irv swear in because I knew that I had missed the first part of the meeting. So I didn't realize the two others were sworn in. So that was.
Yeah, everybody got sworn in. But yeah, that actually happened before we convened the meeting.
I realize that, but they still have to be shown somewhere that they were sworn in.
Yeah, Anita has it, I'm sure.
Well, I got swore out, so.
Okay, any further discussion on that? All those in favor of approving the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the meeting, special meeting minutes from March 10th, which was the emergency management meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the special meeting minutes from March 10th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I opposed. Didn't know nothing about it.
All right, I'll vote in the affirmative. It was, we formed a quorum because Crystal was there representing the hospital.
Yeah, no, that's it. I wasn't there, so.
So I'll vote in the affirmative.
Motion passes. And then I will entertain a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from March 10th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the meeting minutes from March 10th, the regular meeting, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Additions and deletions. I have one addition. We have a liquor license renewal request from Riverbend, so we'll take care of that in new business. And then I guess we can move on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll in the amount of $9,772.44.
Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $9,772.44 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax in the amount of $4,320.92.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those, hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $4,320.92 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $17,807.66.
What?
I have $6.66.
I have $17,807.66.
Sorry.
Okay. Typo.
It's supposed to be the 7, Harlan?
I had 6 because I was looking at these. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
But if that's what.
I was gonna say, I don't have that, anything here.
Would you like to take a look at it?
Yeah, I looked at it, probably I signed it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a transfer typo. Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
This number 3 on this paper is 666,000.
Or we're looking at the minutes from March 10th, I think.
Oh, it's not the right one then.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll throw it away
That's the
then.
meeting.
I thought that was funny.
Those are from the meeting on March 10th. So there should be a small piece of paper that has just some numbers on it that will say warrants.
There's 5 warrants on it.
Yeah, all right.
That would have come in with
That's all right,
the,
go for it.
Okay, did we vote on that?
I don't think so.
I seconded it.
All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the highway fund in the amount of $9,014.42.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying highway warrant number 4 in the amount of $9,014.42 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Alrighty. Excuse me. Moving on to reports. Steve, you want to start?
Yes, last week, V-Trans sent out the small structure grant applications for 2021, along with the certification of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory, as well as the annual financial plan for town highways. Both of these have to be signed by the select board and submitted to V-Trans.
Okay. We agree with all of the
We do have
numbers
the
and we have
current updated network inventory, yes,
Okay.
and road and bridge standards. And the financial page is based on the budget that was approved at town meeting.
Right.
You can see the breakdown in revenue and the breakdown in expenses.
Excellent. Okay, I would entertain a motion to sign the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I will pass this around. Today's the 24th.
Yes.
Okay. And then I will entertain a motion to approve, sign, and forward the annual financial plan for town highways.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the annual financial plan for town highways signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So I will pass this around as well.
So after copies are made, either Carla can scan them and email them to Megan Brunk, or I could do that, however you would like.
It's up to you, you're gonna have to make copies anyway, so you might as well take care of that.
You have her email?
Yes.
Megan.brunk@vermont.gov.
Did you get any bridge reports back
Not yet.
with the newest?
Not the newest ones, no.
Soon as it gets warm weather, I'll try to get the gravel and grit off of them. That'll be one of the things they'll give you on the first thing.
Yep. Back to the grant application. So I have filled out 2 grant applications for structures. One, of course, is Bridge 34, the Stone Arch Bridge. This one's pretty straightforward. I have Michael Weisner's report will accompany the grant application as well as photographs. So that's filled out along with some background from the Historical Society. And the second one is for Bridge 43, which we had the engineering study done last year. So my question for the board is, when Bridge 42 was completed, the way the invitation to bid was worded was that the contractor bidding on the bridge was responsible for demolition, was responsible for contracting with the company who was going to build the bridge, for all site work, for all traffic control, and for installation of the new bridge, which we all remember was A.S. Clark handled that.
Right.
Renaud Brothers built the bridge, and Clark took care of it. Do we want to handle Bridge 43 in that same format?
Yeah, but there was nothing in that at the time of it, what happened to the I-beams, and they just disappeared. The old I-beams that came out of that bridge.
I would like to see it handled in the similar fashion with regards to what Irvin's saying, that the salvage out of it belongs to the town of Townsend.
So we'll put that wording in the invitation to bid.
You know, they demolition it and they take care of that, but the salvage is the town's.
Does that have a state plate on it too?
That Cure is
Do you
what
remember?
we're
Yeah, that's.
saying.
42 had one that we had to go back to the state, right?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know that.
No, I don't think it said anything about it in it, and that was no.
Right, yeah.
No, I gonna say before, I don't know that, it just didn't get worded so that the salvage was a town.
Well, I think what happened is as the board, we did not read it in ourselves
Close enough. Yeah.
and
Yeah, I think
come
you're
to
right.
that
Okay.
conclusion.
So now
But
that I'm clear.
that bridge, I hope they're gonna widen it more than one car wide.
Well, what would be nice is to see him not only widen it, but straighten it, so you don't come down and have to turn into it. You can kind of.
I can bring the prints
That bridge
next
is
meeting.
fairly straight.
That one's fairly straight. Yeah.
That's that first iron bridge.
I've gone down it a few times, as you have.
But they could.
I'm puckered before when it's icy.
No, but I'm gonna say that it could be to the, well, as you're going up, take couple trees and stuff out of the right hand, it would straighten it some. But then the next one you're gonna be, but that's gonna be on you because it's less than 20 foot long is that next little one down below. That'd be on the town.
Yeah.
Cause anything less it's a 20 foot along the bridge, state don't get involved.
I didn't know that.
Thought that was 21.
Well, I'll tell you, you've got one right up here by Stan Bills's, where you go up East Hill Road.
Yeah.
Now, there's a 20-foot opening in it, and they turned it down, but I'd still say if there's a 20-foot opening,
It doesn't sit in.
that's a 20-foot bridge, because you've got to be longer than that in order to
Yeah.
hold it deck.
Okay, so thank you for the direction on that, and we will move forward putting that grant together.
Yeah.
Excellent.
But I say, I did notice, like, well, across the road from where that road goes up to that house there, they had a place where they'd park cars or something,
Yeah.
and that could be a little worked out, few trees put out there, and in fact, the power company's got a stake there, if they wanna set a pole right on the end of that bridge. I wouldn't after we get the bridge done.
We have been keeping up with mud season, which hasn't been all that bad so far this year. And then we've had a few snow events. We had 2 last week, and of course we had last night and this morning. So winter's still holding on a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's all I have.
You're lucky, we're down Brattleboro there on Gibson Road, which goes from up by the country club and comes out over on Meadowbrook Road. That's still closed due to mud. Been in the paper
Oh, yeah.
for 2-3 weeks.
Yeah. Okay, is not a counter money week. So I have the report from the treasurer. In the sweep account is $750,602.73. And in the checking account is 30,000 even. Okay. So next up was, this is the correspondence that I gave everybody last week, the Economic and Infrastructures Development Grant Opportunity. I don't know if you guys got a chance to look through it. I went through the website, it's pretty short on details as to what the matches may be. And they also think they amended it so that the letter of interest is not required, but it couldn't hurt if we think this is something we might want to go after to draft a letter of interest and send it off to them.
Okay.
So if we want to do that, I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor of sending a letter of interest to the Economic and Infrastructure Development Grant Opportunity, which is being done by the Northern Border Regional Commission, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Steve, do you have a template for that kind of thing? For letter of interest? Or anything that we've used in the past that you have?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'll find one on VLCT.
There might be a template too on their website. I will double check, but I also might have something.
Okay, great. Yeah, if you could, I'm just gonna put this in this makeshift folder for harmless stuff. We have no members of the public. Old business, so we have many appointments to make. I'm gonna just read through the whole list. And then in discussion, we can decide if there's anything that you guys wanna talk about. Just so we don't have to read it more than once. So for Social Services Screening Committee, we would appoint Kathy Grieve, Meredith Kenyon, and Chris Groats-Cook. Rescue Inc. would be Kathleen Heggie. 911 Coordinator is Helen Holt. Fence Viewer, Christina Wright. I assume that got cleared. Inspector of Wood and Timber, Rob Wright. Inspector of Shingles, Rob Wright. Animal Control will remain with the constables. The Pound Keeper will be the Select Board. Recreation Committee is Christina Wright. Valley Cares Board is Crystal Mansfield. And the Wyndham County Sheriff's Liaison will be the constables. So I would entertain a motion to make those aforementioned appointments.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of appointing said representatives signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if we could update the appointments list to reflect those, that'd be great. There was one other part of so we had gotten a letter before town meeting from the Social Services Committee, which will remain the same as it was, and they wanted to put together a little more cohesive procedure for people applying, setting deadlines, asking for mission statements, and some explanation of what they do. So they would like to, I guess what we need to do is, I guess we have to change the procedures for Townsend Social Services Committee requests. And they would like the following stipulations: that all requests be submitted by the last business day of October to allow time to vet them. All requests are to include information regarding agency's mission. All requests are to include information regarding how Townsend residents benefit from the agency's services. And requests that are submitted after the proposed deadline or without the proposed requirements would be reviewed at the discretion of the Social Services Committee. So I would entertain a motion to create that plan going forward.
Second.
All those in favor of adopting the Social Services Committee procedures for requests signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Sorry. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. They had also said that they would like to send out a letter to recipients from the past 2 years, just notifying them of the
new requirements.
New requirements.
Yep.
Okay. Great. I will pass that along to them. Okay. Don't cover the agenda. I like having all this room. Okay. Moving on, we have the form from the listers from the last meeting. That is the form 4155. Steve, you had a question on the Kirkpatrick property.
Yes.
I spoke to Mike Bills. He assured me that the statute of limitations has closed and they are not aware of any pending actions for that. So in his mind, it's done and this is good to go. So I would entertain a motion to sign Form 4155, the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grant list.
So,
Second.
Well, I just want to, I mean, is it definitely a positive?
Well, I talked to Mike. He assured me that it was. Carla did some research and reached out to the LCT. I don't know if you ever heard back from them.
I'm not heard back from the LCT yet.
Okay,
I would
so
hold off until.
all right. Okay, so we will table that until we hear from VLCT. I always want to call them VLCT. Okay. Posters. We have a request from Community Hope and Action to use the Commons for Family Fun Day for Townsend, July 18th, 2020, which is I think it's a Saturday.
Saturday.
Yep. And they are, we have the contract, which is, no, we'll have to get it signed, but we have their application. They are requesting that we waive the fee. So I would entertain a motion to.
What did we do last year? Do we remember?
I think we waived the fee last year. Actually, I'm positive we waived the fee last year.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of allowing the Community Hope and Action to use the Commons on July 18th, 2020 for Family Fun Day for Townsend, with the fee waived, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if you can let them know. And then we will need a copy of their insurance rider. Okay. So next up, we have application for a second-class license for Riverbend Farm Market. It's a renewal. So I would entertain a motion to approve the liquor license renewal application for Riverbend Market.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing none.
that's just beer and wine, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I was gonna say they had, why I said that, because a liquor license, they lost it once.
Oh, they need to get it back, because nobody can sell liquor here now. with our
Well,
laws.
yeah, no, they can sell beer and stuff now, they got it back, but they don't have liquor.
No, well, liquor's the state store anyway.
But I still had to have the license to say to do it.
Yep. So all those in favor of approving the 2020 liquor license renewal for Riverbend Farm Market, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we all need to sign this.
On the left.
On the left.
Sorry, was it Class A license? A Class A? Or,
Second class.
second class, sorry.
Okay. Last two items on the agenda are related. The first one is vtalert.gov is a website where you can put in to receive text or email alerts regarding, well, you can choose however you want to do it, whether it's weather, but particularly useful for the COVID-19 outbreak. And then for COVID-19, I have a statement from Sherwood Lake, who's our emergency management coordinator. It's fairly long, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but we will attach it to the minutes. He and I are in pretty constant contact. I know he's in touch with the hospital and the fire department, as well as all the state agencies. So we are getting regular updates and the latest best practices. And then I also had a similar letter from Glenn Beatty from the fire department, talking about what they are doing to prepare and cope for whatever eventuality might come by. So we can put that also in the minutes. And for government agencies and private nonprofits, FEMA money is now able to be applied for. So if you are a private nonprofit, or Steve, this would apply to you if you guys get asked to run supplies, also apply to the fire department. Just anything that you do that's related to this outbreak, document time and materials, so that we can submit that later on. And they're reimbursing, I think it's 75%, they said. And the last thing is there is a change to the open meeting law that came out this morning, I think. So we can do now our meetings completely remotely without a designated place to have them. What we do have to offer, we would do it, I think, is either a video conference or a conference call or some combination of both. We do have to allow access to the public to join in the meeting, and then minutes as normal. There was some discussion about making them have to be recorded, but I didn't see anything in the final draft that mentioned that. So something to think about. If we do decide to go that way, we will ask Rick to post something on the website, and we'll post a warning to that effect before the next meeting, if it comes to that.
In the past, well, like when Kit was on the board, he'd be in Florida in December, and we'd have the meeting here, but he would be by phone.
Yeah, and you could always do that. What's different now is that in that case, you always had to do it at a place where the public could attend.
Yeah.
Now it allows the public to attend electronically, but there is no requirement to have a physical place for them.
And we do the same thing with solid waste. We have a call-in number that somebody can can't make it to the meeting, but they can be heard, and they hear the meeting.
So I mean, I just recently set up a Zoom account for my own self, so we can use that. Hopefully, it won't go on for too long. Right now, as it stands, I think we have enough separation. I feel fairly comfortable with this setup, but if things change, I'll get in touch with everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody.
So to get this started, it's a real pleasure and honor to introduce Tim Ash, the President Pro Tem of the Senate. Welcome.
All right, well, thank you, committees, and welcome everybody. I'm glad you were able to make it for take two of Working Lands Day. I know the other one got snowed out. I'll just tell you, it was about 8 or 9 years ago, a committee room just around the corner, I was standing there with 4 other senators. Bobby was one of them, and Ginny Lyons, who's still in the Senate, was one, and there were 2 others, as the legislation that created the Working Lands program was being drafted and finalized. And somewhere on the second floor, there were some House members doing the exact same thing. It was late at night and in April. And I don't think we could have imagined then how much success we would have had with the investments we've been making in the Working Lands program. When it was first pitched to us, I feel like it was 2011 or 12, my years get a little mixed, but when it was first being pitched, people were saying, this program promises to make exactly the kind of investments that double down on what is best about Vermont, a triple bottom line approach of people who take care of our lands, people who want to invest in rural communities, local food, local wood products, and so on. And we kind of took a chance when we first passed that legislation that would come to fruition, but I think the handouts that you're looking at now show dozens and dozens of investments all throughout the state in communities who need it most, creating jobs, creating economic activity, and I think it really has furthered exactly the kind of goals that were promised in the beginning. And I'll just say this is because I'm not going to be in the Senate anymore after this year. This is the last time, and I don't know how many of you, I know many of you will be familiar with the show Leave It to Beaver, all right? So if you remember, my favorite character on that show was Eddie Haskell. You know, he was always brown-nosing Beaver's mom. And so I'm not typically an Eddie Haskell, but since I'm leaving, I can do it. And I just want to acknowledge Paul Costello's role. I don't believe that without Paul's advocacy, we would have created the Working Lands Board and Fund. It wouldn't have been sustained, and it wouldn't have grown over the years. And so many of you will benefit from the work that Paul has done on the advocacy side, but I do just want to especially acknowledge his role. There have been many others, of course, but Paul really was the kind of magnetic north on this one, so I want to thank Paul.
And I would like to say that, you know, we're going to miss Tim in the Senate next year, or whoever's there, but if I'm there, I'm going to really miss him. When he was first elected President Pro Tem, he called me into the office and he said, you know, Bobby, he said, I may be out of Chittenden County, but I really care about the other Vermont out there. And I want you to do rural development and some forestry issues and things like that to help rural Vermont out. And you know, I've never forgot that and have appreciated that in all of his support over the last 6 years while he's been Speaker, and hopefully we'll have him as our Lieutenant Governor, and
Bobby, you've done enough.
But anyways, thanks, Tim. Appreciate all your help over the years. So now we'll get right to it. And Carolyn?
All right. So we're going to be hearing from some folks. And Lindsay, you're up first. Yeah, please. And if you can introduce yourself, that would be great.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lindsay Curley. I'm the Secretary of Commerce and Community Development, and it's truly my honor to be here today to address you on the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative Day, Legislative Day in the State House. I'm amongst the 7th generation in my family to live on the family farmland in Middlesex. And some of my most favorite childhood memories are time spent with my cousins working on my grandparents' farm. Whether we were gathering sap during sugaring season or stacking hay bales in the heat of the summer to prepare for the long winter ahead, I couldn't have known it then, but I look back and I will always value the time that I spent with my family working on the farmland. So like so many Vermonters, The working landscape is part of my heritage and was once my family's sole source of income. Though we no longer farm on the land, I do hold dear what that land has meant to me. I live there still today, and I can't help but wonder if there had been opportunities made possible like those that are offered through the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative, if my family might still be making a living on our farm. The Working Lands Enterprise Initiative encourages economic growth by supporting entrepreneurs in the working lands industries. The initiative brings leaders of agriculture, forestry, and commerce together with budding entrepreneurs to encourage innovation through public and private funding sources, including loans and grants. These programs directly impact businesses and service providers by helping to improve the infrastructure and create jobs while protecting Vermont's land. Successful business owners know they must continually make investments in order to grow their business and have to take risks. These programs support businesses through these critical growth stages and help mitigate the risks that must be taken to bring their companies to the next phase. We take pride in the work that we're doing to support and invest in the food, farm, and forest industries, and I'm honored to be part of it. Growing and investing in the working lands enhances the lives of all Vermonters, and our goal is to promote an active, working, and vibrant landscape, the foundation of Vermont's communities, families, and our economy. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Lindsay. Yes.
Oh, and shall I introduce the next?
Sure.
Okay, so it's my honor to introduce Secretary Anson Tebbetts, Secretary of Agriculture.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Anson.
With your permission, I'd like to just introduce a couple of people from the agency who really manage this program and are doing a bang-up job with it. It's Deputy Eastman is here as well, and Lynn Allen, who's our program manager, who's put this all together and manages it year-round. So I just want to recognize their leadership in making this program so successful. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to be here today. It's an honor as always, and we appreciate the ongoing support of Working Lands. We're all working extremely hard to try to improve the rural economy of Vermont, and this is an important program to reach that goal. This program makes Vermont more affordable by investing in infrastructure to those small companies. Governor Scott is well behind this program, believes in it, and has put some extra dollars in his budget this year because of his strong endorsement of this program. This program brings the leaders of agriculture, commerce, forestry, and all those that make their living off the land together. We're all leveraging those precious dollars that you folks have to manage to grow the Vermont economy, and we appreciate the ongoing support of this committee and the committees throughout the legislature for this approach. Support for food, farm, and forestry is critical to Vermont's future. You'll hear some personal stories today where companies have had to take a big risk to get their businesses to the next level. These investments by the Working Lands program encourage innovation, and in many cases, these companies get to the next level because of this program. They add jobs, they're creating more products, they're growing their operations, and growing the Vermont economy. We all need an active, working, and vibrant landscape, and this program is critical to that success. And that success goes beyond the farms, it's also about the forests. Thank you.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to join on Working Lands Day. Senator Ash referenced, was it 2012 or so, some late nights down here and upstairs. And I was here then as commissioner and was remember running back and forth upstairs and down, and it really was something. And I think it's appropriate to reflect back and to realize I don't think we all thought there was real promise to this premise, but it's really amazing to see what has come of it and the people who make it work, from our staff, our partners, and importantly, the recipients of the grant monies, the farm and forest owners of the state. And that's, I'm going to be brief. I think we all want to be, because you should hear from them, grantees, and that their stories are always amazing. I like to say, when we make things like world-class food and forest products, furniture, etc., we make Vermont. We make the best of Vermont. And this is a working landscape in that it works in an ecological way by scrubbing carbon dioxide, by cleaning water, providing flood resilience, right? It's working whether we're here or not. But so the landscape works, and this working landscape here that we're talking about is the people who work that landscape in a close, careful, intelligent way with all kinds of co-benefits and impact. And it's really worth celebrating. And I want to just thank all of you for continuing to support all of our partners who have helped build it. At the beginning, it was an idea, and we had to build a grant program and a board and process while also putting money out and trying to quantify impact. And I just think it's a raging success. So I want to also just be quick to thank, on our part, I've been as you know, there's the 3 agencies that are to the board. And in the early going, I was there and served on the board. A few years ago when we added Deputy Lincoln to our team, Sam was kind enough to take over the day-to-day function as my designee on the board, and he's done a fantastic job. So I want to thank Sam. And our lead staff are Essex Caledonia County Forester Matt Langless and our wood utilization program lead Paul Frederick, who provide a lot of technical assistance and really do a lot of work on top of their normal jobs. So I really want to single them out and thank them. In a couple of quick notes, just this is about to reflect sort of a nimbleness, and I think in adapting to change and continuing opportunities and challenges, the board continues to think about where to go next and how. Examples being the recent decision to scale up forest impact investments in 19, focused on low-grade wood markets as well as dairy, just a larger impact model. And along the supply chain. Also, another quick shout out would be to Ski Vermont. I think it's an interest that they've been significantly providing support over the years, $50,000 I think to date. And I just think it's a nice way of reflecting that we have this important working landscape that supports the land and land health, economies, and we tend to focus on that, but remember it's also culture and our way of life and our quality of life. And that includes the recreational pursuits of the state. And Ski Vermont's interest and investment in the program is just one reflection of those co-benefits that are totally consistent for providing for outdoor recreation as well, and the big impacts that come from it. Lastly, we have a business skills committee chaired by Sam Lincoln, and working with the Ag Agency, Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund, and others, about to pursue the development and launch of a new platform, an online directory, a Working Lands Business Development Directory, making it easier to find professionals like service providers, as a tool for searching and contact information, just to connect people and make it easier. So we're excited to launch that new platform today, and I think I would then introduce the program manager, Lynn Ellen Schmoller, to take it from there and explain that.
Thank you.
So thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Michael. And I'm actually going to ask one of my colleagues to come up and help me, Laura Masseria. Laura Masseria is another, I'll let you talk.
I work for the Agency of Agriculture, and I do marketing and promotions.
Good morning again. So I'm Lynn Ellen Schmoller, and I'm the program manager for the Working Lands Enterprise Initiative. Really thrilled to be here today, and thank you so much for your continued support of a really impactful and important program for the state. So I really want to give more time to the past grantees, so I'm going to be pretty quick here. As Commissioner Snyder said, this is a platform that I want to give some kudos to Ellen Kaler. She's here from Vermont Sustainable Jobs Funds. We've been collaborating on this for the last several months, and Lauren is actually, we're going to do a little bit of role playing here. But first, I just want a couple quick points. The tool allows for a search of the contact information of various service providers who have particular expertise a business might be looking for. The directory only contains a listing of nonprofit and public sector organizations that provide these services. There are also many private consultants who also work with Working Lands businesses. And the directory is not intended to preference any service provider over another, but simply make the information available to Working Lands businesses to then take the next step. And our intention is to continue recruiting providers to join the directory. So Lauren owns a farm and food business, and everyone just wants to give their attention to the screen. This is the portal. So she owns a farm and food business. She has 7 years of success as a fruit grower, and she also produces value-added fruit preserves. So she's clicking on to value-added. She's got 5 employees. She recently added 2. Her brother is a lead trainer and human resources manager, which has enabled her to spend time in the bigger picture of the operations. She recently went through a successful land transfer with her aunt, and now she's actually looking to add goats to the new parcel of land, since she just learned cheese making from Kate Turcotte. And so she's actually going to click on to dairy as well. Kate suggested that Lauren dust off her existing business plan and start fresh. She is located in Windham County, so she's going to click on Windham County. And she's kind of unsure of what stage of business development she's in. She's had good growth. Is it early? Is it growth? She hovers over the descriptions, she sees the definition, and she clicks growth. This is the perfect way to describe her needs. She really enjoys networking in a classroom setting, so she's going to choose workshop as her desired approach. Also clicking business planning there at the top. And then she's going to hit search. And if she scrolls down, she's going to find that there's actually 4 programs that match her needs. The website links are there. She can click onto the website, and from there she can determine who will be the best match for services for her business. So if you have questions, you do have a handout today. It does have my contact information, but I do want to shift back to Secretary Tebbets and some conversations with grantees. Thank you so much.
Well, that's pretty awesome, because, you know, as we, in state government, if we can make it convenient and easy for folks and efficient, without a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, and they can go right to it, I think that will be incredibly helpful for our people that are looking to expand their businesses. So that's kind of cool. So grantees, I don't know, what order you want them on? You want to?
Well, most of them hope are in the front. I do
Okay.
see Pete Coleman stuff.
All right, Pete, you want to begin? Sure. So come on, why don't you talk to me?
Maybe I can leave first? Not that I want to.
Why don't you get back to work making that wonderful product?
Yeah.
All right, so
Get
Pete,
into it.
Pete, some of you may know Pete.
Yes.
Pete,
Hi, everyone.
so Pete, introduce yourself and tell us what you do.
Hi, my name is Pete Coleman. My company is Vermont Silvermeat. We make value-added pork products, predominantly. It's all pork. Sausage, salami. I know we have a new beef product as well. We started making bresaola. It's a product that hails from northern Italy. It comes from the eye around in the back of a cow's leg. Anyway, we started 9 years ago selling sausages to farmers markets in Montpelier and Burlington, working out of a room about as big as this, attached to my apartment, and we started selling wholesale and slowly grew, and then started working with Vermont Packing House in Southern Vermont. They started doing all of our raw fabrication. We utilized Maverick Food Hub to develop a line of salami, and a year ago, about now, we broke ground on a project in downtown Barrie. And we took over the old Homer Fitz building. I don't know if anyone's familiar with it. Been vacant for, I don't think it's had a successful running business. I mean, just there's been a few people taking rent there, but no one's made it work since, I think, Mr. Fitz did.
Since Homer left.
Since Homer did. Yep, I think Homer was the last guy to make a real run at it. And I love the space. I'm very happy. You know, we're doing manufacturing in the back. We plan to utilize the front portion as a retail component, as kind of a marketing branch. I think we can actually do numbers there too. I think it'll work. And yeah, I was the recipient of a pretty significant amount of money, and that helped make this happen. You know, I've kind of bootstrapped this from the start. We've never taken on a lot of debt. I'm still the only owner. I'm in more debt now than I've ever been, but it's actually pretty manageable, I think, for where we're at as a company. We're now selling product all the way to Ithaca, New York, Portland, Maine, and we just started getting a couple of accounts down Maryland, Pennsylvania, and even a couple in West Virginia. So we're excited, and this new space allows us to fill up. We have so much capacity now. so much capacity, which we're really excited about. But I think, speaking to the working lands, it's evidently valuable for me, but I think what's really important is, I think it's really important for if maintaining this, agricultural economy here in Vermont, if that's what you all want to do, then I think as a business owner, I've seen that you got to make investments. It doesn't, whether it's a relationship, whether it's your garden out back, you either have to put in time and resources one way or the other. And I think the diversity that this can create and help build is really nice too, because it's not just whatever dairy or just woods. I think it's a spread, which is really valuable, because I think it's becoming evident to us that we need to create kind of some diversify our, the way we generate revenue in the state, and I think this is a good way to do it. Let's see. Yeah, I think, part of it, if that's your goal, if that's what you want to do, I think this is a very, very viable way to get it done. And as a small business owner, this money is crucial. It can be, I want to say, maybe it's the type of thing where maybe it's not a make or break, but maybe it's the type of thing where all of a sudden you take on an equity partner and you lose some control of that business, or maybe that's the value also I see in it. Is that it's just, and as I've grown, it's taken more time and more cash than I would have ever imagined. And that's why I think these little injections here and there really change a business, or allow us to make these, steps. Like we were in the Matter Food Hub able to produce, 400 to 500 pounds salami or dry cured meats. And now, we're in a space where we'll be able to hang 45,000 pounds eventually. It'll take a while, but we can sell product in there. It's we can be a formidable business, and before we couldn't. And I think these are the help that just, get business owners to go, I'm gonna go for it. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know. I just thank all of you for your support, what you're doing, and I also think, it's, I can thank you if you do want to maintain this viability in your ag businesses. I think you got to invest in it. I just don't see any way around it, actually. And you can rely on the private sector to do it all on their own, but it's also great to see a partnership.
Pete, have you had any challenges sourcing enough pork to keep you going?
No, we are now having to utilize a lot more out of state. If you want to invest in the pork market in state, I think the viability of it would be a good thing to analyze, but also scaling it. There's not a large size or scaled hog farming here. I think one nice part is the consistency in the price point that out-of-state suppliers provide you with. Also will then allow from pork being able to purchase a lot more from in-state as well, because what I've found in my past, I bought a lot of pigs in Vermont, is that consistency and price point are big hurdles. And even just being able to say, I need 4,000 pounds of hams. People just go, next year, I'll put them in 50-pound boxes and freeze them over the course of a year. And so, the scale is not there. All right. And that's a good problem for me. I'm happy to be there finally, to have to kind of go, we used to buy out, 3 pigs a week, and I'd cut them up and I'd do this and that, but we're just not, that model is no longer for us.
Thanks.
But I also think it's worthwhile to even say is that, I don't know, I think having more Vermont pigs is really valuable, but I like the idea of it, but maybe it isn't functional as well. I don't know. I think you have to look if some of these farms are at 4,000 hogs a week or something, and we're at 40 for our largest farm, where is the sweet spot where they need to be, where they can be competitive on price and provide the consistency, but maybe until you're at 2,000 or 3,000 hogs a week, maybe it doesn't even make, I don't know. I think it's good to be able to grow your business utilizing sometimes a more affordable and consistent product, or rely on those who that's what they've been doing forever,
Thanks.
Yep.
How many people do you employ?
Currently not that many, because we do all of our raw fabrication at Vermont Packing House. So they have 70 employees. I got a bookkeeper, I got a full-time production manager, I've got and a couple people that help me with I also pay someone in-state to help with out-of-state sales. But no, we keep it pretty lean.
Yeah.
But we'll change that. But I don't see us ever having too many employees. Currently, the way we're structured. But you never know. Who knows? Who knows what could happen?
Businesses change.
Business change, the way you do business change. You know, maybe someday I'll say, hey, you know, we don't need to be working with a Vermont Packing House anymore. I'm going to start doing all the grinding and stuff, and et cetera, build some, you know, much bigger. And who knows? Maybe a bunch of large size chain grocery stores around the U.S. start picking up our products, and we say, yeah, we have to do that.
Brian has a question.
Peter, how did you first hear about the Working Lands Initiative?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I think I've looked for grants in the past. I think I've also just been in the circle of other food producers and.
Well, you mentioned you're at the farmers market, so maybe talking to somebody there. And
yeah, you know, I haven't done farmers market for probably 8 years, but.
Probably through Mad River, right?
Yeah, probably Robin or, I mean, I just know a chunk of the folks in the room as well, and I mean, I grew up in Montpelier and kind of right around here, so I don't know. I can't even remember. I don't remember the shining moment when it was brought to my attention.
Just curious. Thanks.
Yep.
Good. Well, thank you.
John.
Just quickly, how I noticed you're the only business who has Vermont in its business name, and so this came up yesterday during dairy marketing. How's that helped you or added to your story?
I think there's an inherent like perceived value associated with the name. I wouldn't say. I think people get interested, but I also don't think it's. I think it's valuable. I think we do, like I said, have an inherent perceived quality associated with us. But honestly, when I name the company, I think I'm really bad at naming things. And it's just like, shit, here we go. Let's go. Better just to do it. I don't think I wasn't like, this is going to be my, well, all the doors are going to magically open because I got Vermont in front of the word salami. To be honest, I kind of don't like my name, but I'm just I think
your company name or your personal name?
My personal name was changed actually when I was 8, so.
You could change it again
I
for
could.
Vermont.
I could.
Yeah, Mr. Vermont.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a value. I think I wouldn't say people were like, oh, I definitely opened my door to you because you had that Vermont name. Yeah, it doesn't. I still have to work to get the sales done. And I think on the shelf.
That'll never end.
That'll never end, will it? No, I think on the shelf it probably helps a little bit. I can't give you like a tangible, real. I think it's got value. I don't think it's not to make or break in a business whatsoever.
I would just add, I think this is a win-win story because he started sort of the ag aspect, but now he's gone to a downtown that needs some help, we all know, which I think is an important component. I've toured the facility, it's gorgeous. And then when he gets his retail operation open as well, I think he's going to be supporting some other ag-related food businesses. So I think it's kind of neat that he's started in the hills and now he's also helping in downtown, which is important as well.
I will chime in on that. I do think actually that a lot of these downtown spaces that are 9,000 square feet, where it's like, what do you do with that? And like, it's too small for a box store. It's way too big for a mom and pop something or other. It doesn't have a ton of parking. What do you do with it? And I think these mixed use kind of manufacturing and retail could be a good approach to tackling those. Or breaking them up or something. But yeah, those buildings were empty, have been totally empty for a long time. And I don't think my landlord was pretty excited to have conversations about renting it.
Chris?
I want to go back to the supply and do you get any Vermont pork right now?
We get some Vermont pork and some Vermont beef. We're working on a whole muscle line, part of my challenge too is our product lines are made predominantly from 2 cuts of meat. We're working on developing a whole muscle line which would incorporate more. So carcass utilization is one of the biggest challenges. And so like I said, if I'm like, oh, I need 4,000 pounds of hams, the farmer's like, well,
What do I do with the rest?
what do I do with the rest? So in part of what we're doing now is developing this a program that would incorporate all cuts of the animal, and I think that will allow us to much easier purchase whole animals, which keeps, I think, the farmer's task super simple, and then allows us to develop a product line from that. And in, we started like all Vermont everything, all Vermont garlic, all Vermont wine, all Vermont pigs. I used to cut them all, and I literally went to the farmer that I was working with, and I showed him the spreadsheet, and I said, "Do you see where this is going? Like, we're done, both of us, in 6 months or whatever, And so I think longer term, I think what I see is a good portion of out-of-state meat, but help, where we have better margin and, able to buy. I think we'll have a few product lines that we sell a lot more volume of, and relying on some out-of-state pork will really help us to make that happen, but then being able to create product lines that we can utilize. And also, just working with farms, I found that buying whole animals keeps their job super simple. If you can alleviate that, like, we need your bellies, your hams, and your shoulders, but then you're stuck with the rest. And, we're at enough of a volume now where, like, if you're stuck with the rest, it's a lot to get stuck with if you don't have a market for it. So part of my goal would be to develop something that takes that burden off of them and allows us to do it. And I think we can do it.
I've sometimes wondered if we have small farms basically, and some small producers that we're helping kind of get bigger. And I wondered if there's a role for us to try to, maybe through Working Lands and food hubs, have tried to do this in different ways, but an aggregator that you could turn to instead of trying to deal with individual farms.
That's the other thing I always found challenging is, you buy from 2 or 3 super small farms, just the logistics of it, like I showed up late to this meeting. Could you imagine me trying to organize 3 farms and getting the pork to land at the slaughterhouses and the pickups and the this and that? Like, it's just not gonna happen. I think I also found too, when you got 2 really small businesses working together, sometimes it's really challenging because everyone's still kind of bootstrapping it. Everyone is like, one little mistake is like choking feeling on both sides. Whereas if you're working with really a larger producer and they really help you scale, I think then I could see if once we become a much more formidable company, it'd be easier for me to take on some smaller pork farmers and just be like, just send us what you can. Oh, whatever, your pigs were a little off weight this week, we'll just grind them all. Like, I don't know, I think then you can absorb those challenges or that learning curve. But if both parties are learning at the same time and you're both making mistakes, I think it's really detrimental to both companies. But if you're working with a really formidable company that's consistent and provides a price point where you can make money, then yeah, that would be kind of my approach.
Did anybody shop at Homer Fitz? Remember, they had change, right? That you pay, and the change would go up the pneumatic tube and then come back.
It's in my office.
So yeah, you gotta institute that when you have a retail space.
I need to hook up the vacuum lines, but
right.
If anyone wants any signs, I've got some signs in the basement.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I can try to get it back to the family.
I've
The only one.
connected to it. So.
No, I've got his Eric, right? Eric is like I don't know what Eric Levine, I think. Anyway, if you want some signs, come on. I tried to give as many of them as away to the family as I could, but. Good.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate
Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
We're not opposed to out-of-state pork as long as it comes from Washington.
Thank you for having me. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I was one of those early pork producers that was working with Pete at the very beginning, and that was challenging, and although it did help grow my business. I have a little bit of a different story for you. My farm began in Middlesex and was a 3-acre tiny little farm. I was a teacher at the Rumney Elementary School, and I wanted to find a way to stay home with my kids and do something meaningful. And so I decided that farming was a great idea.
Raising pigs.
Yeah. And turns out it's pretty challenging. But what we did was we signed up with Farm Viability. And Farm Viability took our farm from this tiny little diversified farm. We started the first year, I think we did 20 pigs and 50 chickens, broilers, and 50 turkeys. And it grew to, on that location, we bought the Vermont slaughterhouse for chickens, the mobile unit, and we started producing inspected chicken. And we did, that first year, we did 2,000 broilers. Farm Viability helped us write our business plan to be able to actually grow and support ourselves by farming entirely. And we were able to then move to Glover, where we live on a farm that's 188 acres. We grew the farm to, we did 6,000 broilers. We did about 100 hogs a year. We had a herd of 60 beef. And I was like, we're doing everything and we are great. Then, you know, as the farm really grew, I leaned on farm viability a lot and learned how to analyze the enterprises that were making money and the enterprises that were not making money. And I would say that the most important thing that we got out of the farm viability was business planning, because I kind of went into the whole farm with a dream and thought, like, I can just work. I will just work my way to make this happen, and you can't do that. So, got divorced.
Sorry to laugh.
No, you come on. It's okay. I got divorced, and the farm, I had to make a big decision about what I was going to do with the farm. Was I going to stay farming? Was I going to be able to do this? I have 3 children. So could I sustain a farm by myself with minimal employees? And that's when I went back to farm viability, and Sam helped me a lot. And I applied for a working lands grant to scale up my laying hen business. And so we went from about 1,000 laying hens to 2,800 laying hens. And I would not have been able to do that without the working lands. It would not have happened. And I wouldn't have been able to keep my farm, to be able to stay there and raise my kids. So we kind of pared down on the other enterprises. I sold the slaughterhouse. Raising chickens in Glover, broilers is really hard on pasture. And so laying hens are hardier, and I was able to do that and ran the farm after receiving the grant and building. What the grant did for me was allowed me to build large, efficient, mobile chicken houses that could house 500 chickens per house. And it allowed me to grow my business, and I got to about 1,500 dozen eggs a week. We were selling them all through Vermont and New England. And I eventually, and we grew to, we had about 8 employees. So farm viability also taught me about payroll and job creation and all of that stuff that's really imperative, especially in the Northeast Kingdom. And I wasn't really aware of the culture of the Northeast Kingdom until I got there. And there's amazing farmland and amazing farmers and people who need jobs. And so we were doing something meaningful. I ended up last year deciding that the work, what my kids needed and what we needed as a family was changing. And so I made the decision to transfer my laying hen business to 2 different farms, to Black Dirt Farm and to Patrick's pastured poultry there in Rhode Island. And so even though I'm not doing it right now anymore, what I have done is helped these other businesses scale up and be profitable and and be able to feed their communities and run profitable laying hen businesses. Like, I loved getting to be a laying hen egg farmer. It was a lot of work, but we fed a lot of people because some people can't afford to buy $8 a pound pork chop, but they can buy a dozen eggs for $5, and they know that they're good eggs. And so the way that my farm went through so many transitions and bumps in the road, and now I'm not farming, but my 188 acres is active. Jasper Hill leased all my farmland for the last couple of years that I wasn't using. And this year, Youngview Farm, who is a Working Lands recipient, and they are producing cheese, is using my land. And so, even though my story isn't like, yay, I'm still just churning out eggs, what Working Lands did was help me scale up and help me keep my farm and teach me about business so that I knew what I needed to do and when I needed to do it. I really think that's most of it.
Pretty good story.
And now I am the Director of Marketing at Northeast Kingdom Human Services in Newport and St. Johnsbury, and it's funny because it's kind of similar.
Yeah, a lot like your chickens.
You're hurting them all. No, but farming is about marketing. It's about telling the story. Why is it so important that people should invest in local products? What is the importance there? And that those skills that I received from farming, learning how to tell the story, learning how to market the products, it's hard. It's hard to get out there. And when you get to a larger scale, like selling 800 dozen eggs a week was pretty easy. Selling 1,600 dozen eggs a week was hard. And I had to work really hard. And now I'm doing this job that I would not be able to do, which is marketing why it's important to take care of your brain, basically. And I would never be able to do that job if I hadn't done this job. And one last thing is I'm also helping other farms and foresters in the Northeast Kingdom write Working Lands grants now and helping them with their business planning. And none of that would have ever been possible if I hadn't been able to receive the skills that I received from farm viability and the skills I received from having to write my own Working Lands grant. All of that is still being put to use today, and I feel like it's giving me added revenue too, because I'm writing grants for other people, and hopefully those grants will help support those foresters and those farmers to keep their land being viable. That's my story.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. From Bread and Butter. Yes, indeed. Hi, everyone. My name is Mike Bratt, and I own and operate Blank Page Cafe, which is a small micro business operating at Bread and Butter Farm. I'm here representing not only my business today, but also Bread and Butter Farm on behalf of Corey Pierce, who owns Bread and Butter Farm, who couldn't make it today, and she's on a much-needed and well-deserved mini vacation with her family. Firstly, I'd like to express my gratitude to not only this committee, but Lynn Ellen and the folks at Working Lands and Sam Smith at Farm Viability, all of whom provide us with a deep level of inspiration and validation for all of the work that we're doing. Bread and Butter Farm has about 600 acres of land under management located primarily in Shelburne and South Burlington. We're uniquely positioned very close to population density, that being Burlington and Chittenden County. And our primary agricultural product is 100% grass-fed beef, pastured organic pork, and vegetable production, organic vegetable production. We also have what we like to call a diversified farm operation, in that at Bread and Butter Farm. There are a number of educational programs happening, all with agriculture and land management and sort of the core of that curriculum. We regard ourselves as land stewards first, and then operating businesses around that principle almost all the time secondarily. My cafe is located in the farm store at Bread and Butter Farm. We sell the majority of our product in a retail context in a very small farm store that is located in what was a milking part of a dairy barn. And what's really cool about what we're doing is that through my presence and my business at the farm, we're able to provide folks who visit the farm with a one-on-one interaction with somebody who's familiar with the farm and its products and can speak to what we're doing and why we regard it as a valuable tool for the community. And that, we've noticed, has really helped increase not only our market share and the immediate community that we serve, but also the market share for folks visiting Vermont. This Working Lands grant, we received $20,000 last year for very much needed infrastructure improvements related to a small expansion of our kitchen area within the farm store. And the way I think about it is, as many of you know, operating a small food business or a small food and farming business, oftentimes funding infrastructure improvements specifically from ongoing operations can be really difficult. And what the Working Lands grant has enabled us to do is really quantify the inspiration and the creative visioning that is oftentimes part of our long-term strategic planning process. And what I mean by that is we oftentimes will have these creative visions for what the farm could and we think should be, and it's oftentimes very unclear, and we're unsure of how to get from point A to point B. And the Working Lands grant has really helped bridge that gap and has provided us with some financial support to take meaningful steps in that direction. And so that for us has been invaluable, and the resources are being specifically dedicated towards these infrastructure improvement projects that will help us create, I heard the word capacity being mentioned, create the capacity to be able to, A, reach more people, operate our businesses more efficiently, and a common theme here and common thread is hire more people. My business, my small micro business, has operated with just me and one part-time employee, and we're poised in the very near term this year, over the next 6 months, to hire 2 additional employees, plus several additional part-time employees, both seasonally. The farm has about 5 full-time employees year-round and 15 to 20 seasonally to support various events and just to accommodate the work demands of the season. So, yeah, we're tremendously grateful for all of this work. We think soil regeneration, ecosystem building, and creating a vibrant foothold for our community with regards to not only where food comes from, but also a place where folks can feel comfortable being on a farm and spending time at a farm and understanding what happens on a production farm. We think creating those opportunities for our community members is very important, and we've seen the transformative effect of creating those opportunities, not only for community members who are purchasing our food to customers, but also the next generation through some of our educational programs. We see that transformative power manifest in a lot of the kiddos that we work with around, being and working in concert with the land and really appreciating animal production from an entire supply chain perspective. And so for us, becoming a little bit more vertically integrated, creating opportunities for myself as a micro business to become a wholesale account for the farm will create the sort of necessary impetus for the farm to grow and expand the agricultural operations, especially with some recently acquired land that we plan to work very closely with Sam Smith on developing sort of a strategic plan for the direction of how that will integrate under the fold of Bread and Butter Farm. And we look forward to continuing to work with folks at Working Lands and this group to play a collaborative role in how the agricultural economy in Vermont continues to transform and evolve.
Great. And I would add, if you ever get a chance, and there's a number of places around Vermont that have wonderful burger nights in the summer, and I know that's part of their operation. You know, 4 or 5 times a year they get together, they're sprinkled around Vermont, and that's part of what I think is important for these operations to remain viable, is to invite people onto the farms, and I know they have a lot of school children that come as well, so absolutely appreciate it.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
So,
before the rules.
Yeah.
No rules.
So there you go. Mateo's here, and Mateo has got a story, and it seems like he just started the other day, but he's now, what, 15 years old?
About to be 17.
About 17. Yeah. But he's a mature company now, but he can tell his story.
Thank you for having us in. Before I get off on a tangent here, I want to appreciate the Working Lands Enterprise Board specifically. This program, I think, is a model and needs to be considered the beginning of something. I don't think that the impact, I think the impact can really be scaled. You know, and I understand that's a question of resources, but we're in a moment in agriculture in Vermont where communities and states that invest are going to thrive and survive, and places that don't are going to wither away. And you know, I know there aren't endless dollars, but I believe that the working landscape is probably the best investment that you can make. So Andy and I started milking. Andy's my brother, and I wouldn't be here without him. He's back there doing all the hard work. We started milking cows in 2003. We bought the farm in 1998. It was an emotional, irrational decision. We had no idea what we were going to do with it. .com bubble was inflating real estate values, and we took some time to try and figure out what we needed out of life, and Jasper Hill is part of a three-pronged approach to satisfy intrinsic needs, meaningful work in a place that we love with people that we love. And so the meaningful work part for us is around developing the economic mechanisms to support the working landscape. 6 years ago now, we went through a visioning process. Previously, it had been like Vermont, and we've basically shrunk it down to a 15-mile radius of where we are. Our goal is to build a market, to build a pipeline to that market in which we can put high-value products and suck cash out of places where there's plenty of it, and redistribute it in a way that commodity markets don't, or can't, or won't. And we started tracking our expenses 4 years ago by zip code, and you know, there's a lot of waves of cash that flow in and mostly flow out of our business. We're not a wildly profitable business. We're you know, somewhere in the between 4 and 5% return on our capital. It's, you know, profit is not the purpose. Profit serves the purpose, and the purpose is to build livable communities, right? So Craftsbury, Glover, Greensboro, and Hardwick is pretty much, you know, our natural community and our natural landscape, and we're building all kinds of enterprises and trying and failing, trying again at ways where we can create value through value-added businesses. We started a value-added pork business a couple of years ago, so we're also making dry-cured salamis. This past year, we started, we bought Oak Knoll Dairy, the goats, the bottling equipment and the brand, and partnered with a couple from California who moved out a year ago. This past summer we built the barns and moved the goats up and built a bottling plant. And they were milking 1,000 goats in California. So they're plugged into our whole situation in Hardwick now, up on Bridgman Hill Farm. And it feels like we're just getting going. We milk cows on 2 farms, and 230 cows at Andersonville Farm in Glover, 45 cows on our home farm in Greensboro, and this morning I think we milked 280 goats at Bridgman, and we buy milk from 2 neighbors in Greensboro, where we process that milk into cheese in 2 facilities, the Vermont Food Venture Center, where we're the anchor tenant, and a creamery at Jasper Hill Farm. We ripen cheese at the cellars at Jasper Hill in Greensboro. This past year we produced about 400 tons, so around 800,000 pounds of cheese from ourselves, and we ripened about 400 tons of cheese for other producers, including the Von Trapp Farmstead, Skolton Family Farm, Landaff Creamery in Landaff, New Hampshire, Cabot, Shelburne Farms. And we're full. So we've got a couple of big projects on the dashboard, the Yellow Barn Accelerator, Business Accelerator in Hardwick, which I'm really hopeful is going to happen. But that'll be a big leap forward for us. So, you know, our goal really is to create some vibrancy where we live, right? 15 years ago, it wasn't clear that Willie's store in Greensboro was viable or was going to survive, that schools were going to be there when our kids, you know, were ready to go to them. And so these are just some of the priorities. Cheese for us is just a lever that we're yanking on to try and transform our community and make it more livable.
Fabulous lever. It's a fabulous lever.
Lever, yeah. So it starts with a mission, and our mission is to be the #1 thing, to be the standard bearer for quality and innovation in the artisan cheese industry, because we can't compete on price. We're not a low-cost producer. We have no interest in competing on price. Our only comparative advantage is quality, period. So that's like a religion for us, because it's the only way that I believe Vermont and agriculture in Vermont is going to be able to survive over the long term, because we are not a low-cost producer of anything here. So if we can't focus on quality, we're cooked. And I got to say one thing, and that is that something I've been thinking a lot about lately is that pricing drives scale. And what's happened in the dairy industry specifically over the last few years is really problematic, because equity is transferred from rural communities to urban and suburban populations through pricing mechanisms. And what we're left with is balance sheets where there's actual equity that's being transferred over just a few years. The hundreds of millions of dollars that have been transferred out of rural Vermont to urban and suburban communities through a pricing mechanism is really problematic. I believe that the future for dairy specifically, and the working landscape, if we want to keep it, is going to be paying farmers for environmental services. And just got back from Switzerland, and milk and cheese is a byproduct of a farming system there that is really directed towards the conservation of their working landscape. And between 50 and 60% of the farmer's income in Switzerland comes from grazing their cows on Alps. So, anyway, and we have 104 employees this morning. Yeah, so we started. We started with my brother Andy and I, and 18 months later, our wives forsook their careers. We would not be with where we are if it wasn't for the sacrifices of the ladies in our life. They really got us over the hump. And it feels like we're grown-ups now.
Don't worry.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
How about that microbiology lab?
Oh, yes. Right. The whole reason I'm here. So in 2013, we got a Working Lands grant for $50,000. We put up $100,000 and we built a microbiology lab. This came on the heels of 5 years of research that happened inside our business by microbiologists, systems biologists from Harvard. Who used cheese as a model system to understand microbial communication. And they basically, cheese is an accessible a medium, it's reproducible, and they use the rinds of our cheese to study the microbial ecology and to look at how microbes communicate, right? What genes produce what chemicals that make up microbial communication. And as part of that process, thousands of samples were taken and sequenced, and we got to understand how the ecology on the rinds of our cheeses works. And we basically took hundreds of samples that were collected from our raw milk, from our cheese, from our environment. These are interesting strains, cheese-making strains that are indigenous to our farm and our process. And we banked them. We're producing now fully wild, indigenous cheese made with microbes that have originated within our farming system. We're able now, we have 2 full-time microbiologists working in the lab now, and we're able, I used to describe being a cheesemaker as being like God, except you're dumb and blind, because we're unleashing these universes of life and then like wiping them out, and that's basically what cheese is. But now I describe it as being like God, no longer blind but still dumb, because we don't necessarily fully understand exactly what's going on, but we can see what's happening in our product now. It's really incredible. The part of the business plan had been to try and figure out how to provide services for other producers, and we've done some of that, although that part of the business plan never, or at least hasn't taken off yet. But it's been a huge driver for quality at Jasper Hill, and we're able to do things that even very large cheese companies can't even dream about. So thank you for that.
Very cool. Chris?
You guys, many of us were at your presentation at the Dairy Summit last year up in Jay, and it stuck with me, particularly this picture you have of your store downtown, of sort of dilapidated and now refurbished as a way of just the example of what you've been able to bring to the community. And there's no question that we're all very proud of your business, I think. But I'm curious, up your way too is Lawson's Brewery, and we have these sort of exemplary businesses that are highly dependent on local agriculture, and we have to have those sort of as anchors in a sense. But I've sort of joked, if local ag is all about cheese and beer, we're kind of in trouble at some level too, because it is about we have to reorient the local in terms of food, right? We're not gonna sit here in 20 years and import tomatoes from California if we're successful, I think. The climate's not gonna let us do that, I believe.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if you can, it's sort of at odds, or how does it complement the statement that I totally agree with, where you've said, you know, we have to be about quality, because we're not gonna compete on price, and how do we fit that with the fact that a third of Vermonters are struggling in poverty? And so I would love your help thinking that through. Maybe it's not just today, but I'm sure you've thought of some of these dynamics. I mean,
so you're talking about like the cost of like the products that we're producing, like kind of being like high value, high cost.
Yeah,
and not necessarily accessible.
And it has to fit in a strong ag economy, but it also can't be what we're all shooting for, I don't think.
So my response to that, because we've been criticized really openly by some.
Don't hear me say that.
No, because you know that we couldn't survive making cheap food, right? Cheap food is part of the problem.
Absolutely.
You know, with agriculture.
Yeah.
Our goal is to pay people enough within our community so they can afford to consume the products that we produce, and we do that. We, you know, when we started our business, the median income in Greensboro was just over $18,000 a year. This is like household income.
Yeah.
All right, and we just went through a housing survey. As part of that, we got some demographic information, and in the last 10 years, we've gone from about 20,000 to 36,000, and our median income is around 45,000 inside our business. That's for an employee.
Yep.
So
not household, yeah.
That's how we're going about trying to address that particular question, and it's not something one business can solve, but it's part of. I saw some incredible things in Switzerland, and I hope I can come talk to you about.
Tell him what the farmers drive for vehicles.
So the average farm size, 24 cows. Okay. BMWs in the driveway, and the value that society there places on being able to walk in the Alps, okay, and the identity that's inherent and originates with the working landscape there is something that Swiss people are willing to pay for.
Yeah.
Okay, and how do you make sure? What we live in is a trickle-up economy, where resources are trickling up to 1,000 people, and they're trickling out of our communities, right? We're trying to reverse that by trickling it back in to our community and spreading it around, and that works. But you're right. It doesn't work for everybody, and I think that the challenge is going to be to change the fundamentals of farm income in Vermont if you want to conserve the working landscape and make sure that people in rural communities are getting paid.
Just so we're clear, I don't think it's on your business. I think as policymakers, we have to figure out how we're able to balance the high-end, high performers that are having clearly an awesome impact on our economy, and the need to frankly produce more of our own food and make sure people in Vermont can buy it.
Do you attract many visitors to the Hardwick area?
We have no place within our company where a consumer, a civilian, can interface with our brand. It's we consider ourselves to be exporters, and we see a need to build some kind of place where people can come and have an experience. But I think that's going to be in the 5 to 10 year plan for us.
Terry had his hand up. Terry.
I remember at the Dairy Summit, we were talking about the housing shortage. I wondered if you had any solution to that, or because of the conserved property.
So part of the challenge in Greensboro is around wastewater infrastructure and zoning, right? So we've got 10-acre zoning. And then you've got Greensboro Bend where there's very depreciated housing stock, and I use the word depreciated in the most polite sense of the word. And it's impossible to see how we can get where we're, have to revitalize the housing stock there without wastewater infrastructure because of the Lamoille River and flood zone issues. And so we worked with Paul, who is a personal hero of mine, in the town of Greensboro on a community visioning project. And one of the things that came out of, there were four things that came out of that, but wastewater infrastructure was the number one thing, because it is the linchpin to try and solve some of the housing issues. I think we're going to lose our school. We've had, in the past 4 years, we've had over 20 families with children move to our community, and with children, and 0 of them live in Greensboro because there's nowhere to live, right? And so we're working on it. I hope it's not too late for Lakeview Elementary School.
That's the one in the Bend?
No, it's the elementary school is in the village of Greensboro, but it draws Stannard, and most of the kids are
That's
coming
a
from.
pretty nice school.
It is, but our numbers dropped under 50 this year, so it's a problem, and it's not because there aren't young people with children around. There's just nowhere for them to live in our town. They live in Craftsbury, Glover, and
Vicki?
I was just going to ask exactly what Terry asked, so thank you, Mateo.
Has the federal milk inspector been to see you lately?
Yeah. Yeah, we're on their list.
Yeah.
They show up right on time.
One problem that we have, that we as state policymakers, you talked about walking through the Alps, and one issue we've run into this winter is Kingdom Trails, which is a little bit east of Viewpoint. They're in danger of losing some of their trails because they may have to put some of their private landowners the trails through Act 250.
Yeah.
And, it makes no sense. We should be adding to these trails and welcoming the people with the money, bring it up, and we can keep a little of it.
I absolutely agree. In Greensboro and Craftsbury Outdoor Center, Highland Lodge trail systems, I believe that's the future of, that's going to be an important component of the future of the economy of where we are.
In your section. So we're working away at that and trying to fix it.
Thank you.
Mateo, thanks so much.
Yeah,
Say
thank
hi to
you.
your mom for me.
And just jump right in?
Tell your story, sir.
All right. Good morning. Thanks so much. We're glad to move beyond the field into the forest. And I have slightly a trick question for you. This is a table, it's chairs, it's game pieces, it's wainscoting, it's windows, it's many, many products. It's also a nice piece of maple. And it also doesn't know state boundaries. This grows in upstate New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and beyond that. And so when we think about the forest and we think about the working landscape, from my organization's perspective, it is beyond this state. But I thought I'd have to compete with food samples, so I brought some shovels. I'll try to pass this around. It's a nice piece of wood.
Take a bite of it.
Exactly. Not too many teeth marks. So, Northern Forest Center is a 22-year-old organization working across 4 states of the Northern Forest, from, as I said, from upstate New York across the Adirondacks into Vermont, New Hampshire, and 2/3 of northern Maine. Our focus is really on the forest economy. How do we create viable jobs within wood products manufacturing, wood heat, and outdoor recreation? All those are incredible values that produce jobs and create vibrant communities if we do it right. Over the last 3 years, we've been a beneficiary of the Working Land Service Provider Grant, and we've provided, in turn, a number of services to wood products companies across the state. Over just the last 2 years, our partnership with the Woodworks Council and a direct grant to ourselves has resulted in our delivery of services to 14 companies that employ over 550 people, have $128 million in gross sales, and utilize 21.5 million board feet. So when you want to talk about scale and impact, these are a collection of 14 companies that in aggregate are using quite a bit of labor, producing a lot of value, and using a lot of wood from the region. 3 different quick stories I want to share with you on how we provide our services. Number 1, some of you may know Ken Gagne from Gagne Lumber down in downstate near about Pittsford, outside of Rutland.
Yeah.
Pittsford, thank you. We helped him secure, we love funding from you all for his power transition this past year from diesel fuel to 3-phase power on the grid. That was huge in his transformation in greening his company, but also setting up a more sustainable path from a financial perspective so he could look long-term at succession planning and maintaining that mill in its production in the state. Second is us providing direct technical assistance to companies like Vermont down in Wilder, Britton Lumber in Fairleigh, and Built by Newport up in Newport. We've helped with lean manufacturing principles, business planning, financing, management coaching, and these are all of larger employers. We on the service provider side, with some of your direction by staff, are well coordinated as to the viability program on the smaller micro enterprise side. As we move up, we've been really filling the niche with some of the larger businesses. One of the things we've done this last year was actually to convene CEOs together, and we're calling the Northern Forest Board Forum. Some of you all know that if you're working as an individual business and entrepreneur, it's a lonely endeavor. And when you get together with others, you can trade a lot of trade secrets, if you will, coach each other, mentor each other. But we have 8 different companies that participated. Appalachian Engineered Flooring up in your neighborhood. Timber Homes, Vermont and Montpelier. New England Woodcraft down in Brandon. Treehouse Hardwoods and Mill Shop in South Burlington. Andrew Pierce Bowles in Heartland. Linden Furniture in Linden. And Built by Newport up in Newport. We're entering the 2nd year of this program, and what we're finding is that each of these companies are not only getting assistance from our staff and our coaches, but getting a lot of assistance from each other. They're building business connections peer-to-peer, and they're looking at things like ERP systems. That's an enterprise resource planning system. A peer-to-peer advice basically saved one company $150,000 on not buying the wrong product. Seems like a pretty good savings to me. We're also in a couple other areas that I think are really critical when we think about the overall health and vitality of the wood products sector in the forest economy. As some of you know, that piece of board comes out of not a square log, but a round piece of wood, right, a log. On the edges are pallet wood. On the other edges are bark. In the middle are chips. All those go on to other value-added products. So we see wood heat as a way to support the state to achieve its climate goals, but also to help support low-grade wood markets that are vastly critical to local silvicultural practices. You all know that, but it's like weeding carrots out of the garden. You can't just take the best ones. The other ones do not produce long-term in sequestering carbon, keeping water clean, and so on. Other piece I want to mention is mass timber construction, wood insulation, new advances of wood. We and our partners in Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, with the Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund and others, and in New York, are really looking at this regional wood basket of 26 million acres. And how can we really provide value-added jobs and products out of that to serve the nearly 100 million people within a day's drive? So benefits of forest stewardship obviously go well beyond just wood products manufacturing and the companies that I've shared with you. It does go into the recreation economy. And I also want to say that because of our ability to look across 4 states, I would compliment you all on just saying that the Working Lands Enterprise Board is unique in its northern New England neighbors, particularly of New Hampshire and Maine. There is nothing like this that exists. And I'd say that state policy showing that and providing funding is a clear commitment to the working lands. You all know this. Other states look enviable at you all to be able to get that legislative done. Thanks to Paul, thanks to many others. So I congratulate you on that and appreciate the partnership. Happy to take questions.
Thanks, Rob. No, appreciate you working with Dalton Newport and Appalachian Flooring. Yeah.
Great outfits.
Yeah. What about Columbia? Do you do anything with them?
We have not. The scale they work at is kind of beyond us a bit, you know, and they're working more in that larger commodity space. I mean, as agriculture, you know, same as in wood products, you work on commodity side stuff and you're in a whole different, you know, ball game, if you will.
Do you ever co-partner with generating facilities where the mill could use a dry kiln and where you get heat, say from a wood-fired generator, they could build kilns there to dry wood, or is that?
Absolutely. The co-location of facilities like that to use efficient use of waste heat, electric generation on site is absolutely where we need to go to in the future to stabilize those energy costs. Most of the examples that I can cite off the top of my head are in Maine right now, but I'd say that as we work and get closer into some of these different companies, particularly some of the sawmills in the state here, there is ample opportunity for increasing efficiencies and looking at that cost control that is really that very little margins that these companies have.
So, we're in the process, Chris's other committees, of relicensing like Rygate. And they have a tremendous amount of heat that could be utilized for kilns or some other process, greenhouses.
Absolutely.
And it would be great to co-locate.
Well, I couldn't agree more. Let's take a moment here because I think one of the challenges that we face when we talk about wood heat compared to biomass electric generation is those are very distinctive energy efficiencies, as you know, and very different carbon calculations. An independent study we commissioned talked about 50% better on greenhouse gas emissions from wood heat compared to fossil fuels. We don't have that same benefit on the electric generation side. So the more we can capture that waste heat and create those efficiencies is both a business benefit but also a climate benefit. So we have talked to some of the folks at Rygate and are trying to figure out where we can be helpful.
Oh, Vicki had a question.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear where you live, Rob. You're helping the Northeast Kingdom. It sounds like you're networking in a large radius of places, but where are you based?
Well, it's kind of a secret. I sneaked over the Connecticut River on my way here. I'm actually living in exile. I grew up down in Andover on Marsh Hill Road, and so I'm actually, our headquarters is in Concord. We have staff people scattered across our broad region, and our wood products provider actually lives up in St. Johnsbury. But this is almost as good as looking at a PowerPoint. But this is our map of a region, 26 million acres. So people say, where do I work? And I say it's in the car. But we've got a great staff and a great sense of group of partners. So we extend as well as we can across the region. And I find that my 2-hour drive here is probably similar to some folks coming from Brattleboro or down south.
That's right.
So yeah, we travel a lot, but it's that regional perspective we find is really helpful to connect the states beyond their borders.
That's great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Secretary Tubbs, if you don't mind, I just wanted to make a quick note of time. We're respectful. I know someone's coming in at 11. We have Sam Smith here from the Integral Center. Gwen Piccolo from Central Enterprise did not come, but one of her clients might be here. Yes. The speaker would be great. And then if I don't have time to read the note from Parker Nichols from Vermont Wildwoods, I will send it electronically. But we certainly would like to hear from Deputy Commissioner Sam Lincoln additionally.
So, come on.
Okay.
Great. Morning. Morning. It's nice to be back here again, speaking to you folks. So I'm Sam Smith. I work for the Intervale Center, and I'm the Director of Agricultural Services there. I also do a lot of, my office is also my car because we work statewide, and so we provide business planning services through funding from the Working Lands Enterprise Board, and then also through the Vermont Farm and Forest Viability Program to about 100 farms a year, farm businesses. We provide those services from concept to exit. So I primarily spend a lot of time doing transfer succession planning right now. And I'd like to thank all of you sort of for your vision and for Paul, well, Paul's gone, but for the vision around this program and the support that it provides, not only for organizations like ours to do this type of work, but also to the numerous farms that have been the recipients of these grant funds. You know, this is sort of, it was just said that we're looked at as a model, and when I go out, I just got back from the National Farm Viability Conference in Minnesota, which was partially put on by our farm viability team, and we're looked at as a model nationally for the type of initiatives that we have going on in the state, and this is one of those initiatives. People are really envious of us, and so I just want to acknowledge that. I could talk about, you know, we have had a huge number of contacts with the WeLab funding in terms of our organization, but also the farms that I work with. When I talked about that spectrum of farms that we work with, when I first started the Intervale, which was probably 7 or 8 years ago, we had a farm viability contract that allowed us to work with 20 farms a year. And that contract was limited to working with those farms. They had to be in a certain stage of business, and the planning process takes 2 years in that program, so it's relatively intensive. And we received some Working Lands funds back in a partner grant with a couple other organizations, I think in 2015 or 2016, that allowed us to start to leverage funds to provide services to the sort of concept or newer beginning farmers that we actually do a lot of work with now. So if we look at our current sort of 100 farms a year, I would say probably 60 of those are in the concept and startup phase. And those are not farms that we work through farm viability funding with. So we've received several Working Land Service Provider grants over the last 3 or 4 years. And they've been for a relatively small percentage of our budget, but they allow us to work with these farms in really distinct, short engagements that allow us to do, we call it coaching, but basically get them started off on the right foot. So we help vet their concepts before they get into business or in that early stage of business, yeah. And then instill some values in terms of business management. We have a portion of the funds is set aside for technical assistance, so we can hire consultants to come in. Probably the biggest one with this group is we try to get them into QuickBooks so that they have good financial data moving forward, because I think all of you know that our agricultural sector is changing, and a lot of the entrepreneurs you heard from today, they are business people first, farmers second. And that's what we're really trying to instill. As we move away from the commodity markets, our farm business owners have to have a whole new set of skills. So I just wanted to share a couple stories. Well, one in particular, I have 2 farms that came up as I was sort of looking through the list of the farms we've worked through in terms of the Working Lands funds. And one of them was a Working Lands grant recipient, and that's the Bear Roots Farm. And they're currently in Williamstown, but they just opened up the Roots Market, which is in Middlesex. If you haven't been there, I think this is the future. Senator Pearson, you asked that question about how do we get food into the hands of people with lower incomes, or how do we make food accessible for our local populations. And I've been working with a number of farms in the past year or so that have really decided that they're going to commit to the direct local market. And that is a good example of a farm that really they bought a retail space and they outfitted it, and it's a year-round operation, and they're providing vegetables year-round, and they're at a relatively accessible price point. So I think that that's sort of the future of where we're headed. They've received the Working Lands grant. We provided them with business planning support, and I think they're really poised to be successful in that. You know, they've bought 2 farms in the state so far, and that's all been in the span. I worked with them right when they moved here in 2013, right? So, and then the other farm is Old Road Farm, and they're in Granville, and I look back and they were one of our original Working Lands coaching clients back in 2017. And we sat down with them and did a little bit of business planning, taught them how to do a cash flow, and they're now poised to purchase a property that really, and when we talk about our rural community and our rural economy, the small farms that will be the hub of employment and the sort of community culture that we need in our rural towns, those farms have to be anchored by these really strong business people who have a vision to provide a product that can be sold direct or to regional markets that can provide a living wage for them and their employees. So once again, I'd like to say thank you for doing this and providing the guidance, and thank you, Lynn Ellens, for letting me speak today. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I always love to come back and talk to you about farm viability and business planning.
Yeah. Any questions? Well, thank you for your time.
My name is Jetta Mandel Abramson. I was a beneficiary, I guess, of the Working Lands Enterprise Grant for the Center for Women and Entrepreneurship. It was a wonderful business class I got to take, thanks to you all. Really benefited me as I had no business experience before taking this class, and writing the business plan had been excruciatingly difficult for me. I got to take this class and it was great. So my husband and I are a startup saffron farm in Newbury, Vermont, and we focus on regenerative agricultural practices in order to, preserve our planet. Sequester carbon, build soil for our saffron, and we're small at the moment. This will be our first, this is our expansion year, I guess. We'll be planting our first acre this summer, which is very exciting. We have a 10-year plan to expand into 9 acres total on our farm in Newbury. We will be introducing a small ruminator herd, probably of sheep and goats, in order to build soil and sequester carbon on our property. And we'd like to eventually sort of move into the agrotourism industry a little bit, building cabins to host cooking classes as well as regenerative agriculture classes on our property. And eventually we'll have, if everything goes according to plan, which it will, we'll have about 30 to 40 employees on our property. Seasonally, of course, as saffron is harvested and processed once a year. So we'll have about 2 months out of the year where we will be hosting about 30 to 40 seasonal employees. So we are in the stage currently of finding funding for our project. And as I mentioned, that business class that you folks afforded us was integral in the ability for us to build our business plan and be able to find funding for our project. So that's sort of where we're at.
So you live in Barry?
Newbury.
Oh, in Newbury.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, good farming country.
Indeed, yes, especially for saffron.
It takes a lot of little crocuses to make.
Yeah, it's between 150 and 200 flowers per gram.
Yes.
So
they're 28.3 grams per ounce.
That's correct. That is correct.
I'm a dyer. That's how I look at it. Yeah.
And UVM is doing a lot of research with saffron, so, and especially crop block grant has been supportive of that. I think you have a conference coming up in
That's
March.
right.
March,
Yes. Yeah, we've been in close contact with the folks at UVM for several years, and we've been experimenting on our property for the last 2. So we're quite confident in the next step forward.
Cool.
So,
Well, thanks.
Oh, John, did you have a
No,
quick
I just-
question?
Going further, since we've been talking about this, what are the processing, because hemp's running into a lot of processing problems, and marketing challenges ahead for saffron, even if you can grow great saffron?
Yeah, so our marketing techniques are, we're going to be selling our product primarily in bulk, so wholesale. We will reserve a few ounces to sell retail to local clientele, farmers markets, and we've been quite successful actually selling by the quarter gram and gram thus far with the product that we've grown so far. But we plan on bringing, we're going to be actually this coming month, we'll be bringing samples down to a variety of farm-to-table restaurants in Vermont, but also out of state, Boston, New York City, to clients who have expressed interest already in purchasing bulk saffron from us. So our marketing strategy is more or less going door to door, face to face, samples, and then non-binding contracts. So for purchase for next year, and then hopefully these clients will also be able to grow with us as we will be scaling up. We should have about 5 pounds this coming year, and then of course by the time we have 9 acres, we'll have considerably more than that. So we are hoping to have clients that are able to scale up with us. Luckily, there are a lot of farm-to-table restaurants in Vermont, which is wonderful. So we have quite a few clients already who are hoping to purchase saffron from us, which is wonderful. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Processing.
Oh yeah, processing. So in our 4th year, we plan on expanding into 2 more acres. So we'll have 3 acres, harvesting 3 acres in our 4th year growing season. And then 2 acres per year after that. So in our 5th year, we will actually be building a processing plant and drying facility on our property, which will take significant resources, but I'm sure that when the time comes, we will have that all worked out. Maybe with a grant for you. So.
Or at least by the front door to the place.
Yeah.
You know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and good luck.
Thank you.
Morning. Thank you for spending time this time here today with this group. The working lands in Vermont are going through a period of extreme transition with our global economy changing, rewarding the lowest cost producer, and as it was put earlier, that Vermont's not a low cost producer of anything. Historically, for generations, centuries, Vermont's working lands businesses, our farms and forest businesses, have produced commodities that they plugged into a pipeline where they had value added and were turned into consumer goods elsewhere. And there's this great transition as we see that model is not always going to work for various sectors of Vermont's rural economy. And the Working Lands Initiative, supported by you, created by you, and the other branch of the government, is the hub. I can't state anywhere near as well as the many people you've heard sit here today the hurdles they've overcome, the challenges they face, the expectations for how they manage their businesses, how they engage with the environment, how they manage employees, all these great transitions that these businesses are facing as they maintain the vistas, the working lands, the environment that we have, and your support for that is greatly important, and as well as the funding that you put into these businesses, as well as the policy considerations that all of you have in front of you in your committees that affect these business owners across the state. So we're very proud of the work that's gone on here collaboratively, and we the many things with the targeted focus with the private sector business owners that are on this board. We are, as Commissioner Snyder said earlier, adapting and being as nimble as possible to change and address this. We've made a lot of changes in the last few years to the ways that the money is spent and where it's focused to help create opportunities for people to successfully navigate this transition in the economy, the rural economy. And just a few days, the Working Lands Enterprise Board is going to announce funding for 26 businesses for grants, putting out some of the $1.6 million that you all provided in funding. And I know that, again, in the last few years, some of these businesses, there's hope on the horizon for the way that this money is being spent, that some of these businesses that were traditional commodity producers, that they're stopping those commodities before they leave the state and adding value to them. And through the grants that will be funded by this board, or the business planning processes that are funded by this board. This sector employs nearly 80,000 people, and it's growing. And it's just such an important part of our culture. These are salt of the earth people that work the land, and they're our neighbors and our select board members, our business owners in our towns, and it's a way of life that we want to sustain very much so. Thank you very much for all your work. This between the board and the legislature and the private sector members here. This is really the hub of that transition, and pleased to work with you all on that. And thank you for your attention to it.
Thank you, Sam. And Sam, I'd like to thank you and the other commissioners and secretaries for all the work on trying and achieving getting the workers' compensation rates down so our small farmers and small producers can afford to have employees and pay at a somewhat reasonable rate. It's really 30 to 40%, I believe, the reduction has been, and that's very good.
Well, I'm pleased. Thank you for that, and I'm pleased to always say that there was a great team that worked on it, and others that deserve a lot of credit.
Yeah.
And I'm pleased to say that after all of the work on it, not only that we're now competitive with New York and New Hampshire, a place we weren't 4 years ago when this started, and that is due to just a natural reduction in the injuries and claims that have happened on businesses, but also the work of the Department of Financial Regulation. But I consider it foundational when I talk about this, that the workers' comp issue in the forest economy is foundational. How do we go to parents and say, how do we have your daughter or son work in the most dangerous occupation in the country if we're not going to train them properly and cover them with the insurance that's required by law? It's foundational to growing that sector of the economy, and I'm hopeful that all of our work together on that will be, again, transformative as we look at employing more people in that sector.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, everybody.
Is there anything else?
Just one final thought. I know we have some board members here, and I think it's important we recognize they spend countless hours evaluating the applications, making really difficult decisions. And I think a few of them here, some of the board members could stand and just say hi. Yeah, they spend so much time on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, everybody. This has been wonderful.
Good evening and welcome to a special meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board being held on Monday, March 23rd, 2020. I just want to make sure I hit the record button properly on this. If it's making volume things, then I'm good to go. Perfect. Yeah. So we are recording, we are live, everything has been done properly. And Jan, has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Excellent, thank you so much. Okay, it's a short meeting tonight. We have a few quick orders of business to take care of so that we can keep town government running smoothly during these uncharted waters. The first thing that we are going to do is have an appointment of a select board member to fill the vacancy that was created by David Skoll's resignation, which many of you probably saw, I believe came out last week. And David, who served this board very well for I think 7 or 8 or 15 years, I'm not sure, is now going to put all of his attention into the school board. And so we are going to appoint somebody to come on in and take that spot. Indeed. And the person that we're going to appoint is none other than Ian Goodnow, who of course won the election, and had this been a normal year with a normal representative town meeting, we'd be swearing Ian in right now to his regular spot, but instead we are going to be doing an appointment. So
would you like the motion?
I could make a motion.
Yeah,
you
That's all right.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to appoint Ian Goodnow to fill the vacant seat on the select board for the remainder of the term to which David Scholes was elected in 2017.
Excellent. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. All right. Motion carries. And now, directly following this, we will swear you in. Please find your X. And the swearing in will be done tonight by Jan Anderson.
Thank you. So please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Ian Goodnow,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties of select board member
that I will faithfully execute the duties of select board member
for the town of Brattleboro
for the town of Brattleboro
for the period to which I have been appointed,
for the period for which I have been appointed,
and will therein do equal right and justice
and will therein do equal right and justice
to all people
to all people
in the best of my judgment and ability,
in the best of my judgment and ability,
according to law,
under the
pains and penalties of perjury.
Under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome to the table.
Yeah, please join us at the table, which we are, of course, practicing social distancing, so Ian is way over there.
Welcome.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Okay, so with the exception of Daniel Quip, who could not join us tonight, this is your sitting board. We are now going to move into election of officers, and what that means is this is the opportunity for people at this table to give out nominations for chair, vice chair, and clerk. Currently, I am chair, Tim is vice chair, and Liz is clerk. That's going to be a big shakeup. Peter.
You need to adopt a motion to conduct the election since it's not a reorganization.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I have this right here. Before I do that, I want to say that I will not be seeking and have not been seeking any of my colleagues' nominations for chair, as I am not seeking to be an officer of the board. I am seeking to just be a regular old board member for the remainder of my term this year. I am now going to be looking for a motion to elect select board officer for the remainder of the term of the 2019-2020 select board, right? Perfect. So I would look for that motion.
I move to elect select board officers for the remainder of the term of the 2019-2020 select board.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Whew. Motion carries. We get to continue our work this year.
4-0.
No shakeups on that one. Okay, at this time, we are going to go ahead and do the election of officers, and the first position that we are going to be looking for a nomination for is for chair of the board. Liz.
I would very happily like to nominate Tim Wessel for chair. He's currently serving as vice chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Are there other nominations for chair? Okay. Nomination closes. Do we do these one at a time? Does it matter if we do the whole? Okay.
Yes, you do.
So for chair of the board, the only nomination on the floor is for Tim Wessel, current vice chair. All those in favor to appoint Tim as chair or elect Tim as chair of the board? Aye. Motion carries. Phew. You can breathe now.
Should I have abstained?
No.
No,
Okay.
you were allowed to vote for yourself.
My mother said you should always vote for yourself.
That's right. You should be the first boys we hear. Okay, moving on. I am now going to be looking for a nomination for vice chair of the board.
I would like to nominate Liz McLaughlin for vice chair.
Excellent.
That's in order.
Very good. Are there any other nominations for vice chair of the board? Okay. Seeing none, I would say Tim has made that motion for Liz to move into the vice chair position. All those in favor? Aye. 4-0 again. God, we're just keeping it too easy up here. And last but never least, our final officer position is for clerk of the board. I would entertain a nomination for clerk of the board.
Yes, you were going to do that.
Okay. I was until 30 seconds ago, clerk of the board. And I would be happy to nominate Ian Goodnow for the position of clerk.
Excellent. I have a nomination for Ian Goodnow for clerk of the board. Do I have any other nominations? All right, then Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Good job.
Oh, wow.
That's how you do it, Tim. Take note. Wonderful. So we have your sitting board for the remainder of the 2020 select board term. We have your officers who are Tim Wessel, Liz McLaughlin, and Ian Goodnow. That's what we have. Is there any other business to be discussed? Is there any member of the public who would like to participate this evening? No, there is not. Okay, then I would entertain a motion to adjourn at 5:38.
Oh, I move to adjourn.
Excellent. All right. Ian has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, BCTV. We'll see you soon.
That might have been a record. I think we're good.
Okay.
I know. but it looks like I'm going to just start the meeting. So welcome to the March 11th meeting. This is for the representative town meeting informational meeting. We know the meeting has been properly warned.
Indeed it has.
Very good, thank you. I'm going to start with a couple logistical matters. For those who are just walking in and wondering where childcare is located in room 130 down the hall on the left-hand side. Quick segue, representative town meeting will be at BAMS, the middle school this year, and childcare will be provided there as well, which is a really nice location for childcare, so I think that's going to work nicely. Back to tonight's logistics. Bathrooms are out the door to the right. There are signs helping you find your way. There's hand sanitizer available on all of the tables. Feel free to find it as you feel that you need it. And finally, we do have interpreters here this evening. They will not appear on the live broadcast. We are live tonight, but tomorrow you can check BCTV's website, BCTV, to view the recording of tonight's meeting, and that will include the interpreters. Okay, so those are my logistical announcements. And at this point in the meeting, we're going to begin with a COVID update, and then we will move into summarization of the articles. Peter, do you want to take over for COVID?
Thank you, Brandy. Good evening. If you're a human on our planet, you're aware of COVID-19 these days, and we knew that would be on everyone's mind. We've got a large public gathering here this evening, and another one planned 10 days from now. And so we wanted to take a few minutes at the beginning of the meeting before we get into dealing with the substantive matters that you've come to discuss this evening, to let you know what we know, let you know what the town is doing, what we think that individuals can be doing for themselves, and look ahead a little bit to what we can reasonably expect. There's not much that we can predict with certainty. The one great true thread that's running through this experience for all of us with COVID-19 is uncertainty and how it changes from day to day, depending on circumstances in each region where it's impacting. Fortunately, right now, Vermont is an area that is not as significantly impacted as areas around us within the northeastern United States, and certainly elsewhere in the United States and elsewhere in the world. But it's an epidemic. It was declared today a pandemic by the World Health Organization, and as such, it is literally a matter of time before everywhere is touched by this, and everyone has some degree of vulnerability to it. So the key thing is to learn about it, be aware of it, pay attention to what the health experts in your particular area, our particular area, are saying about it, and do those things that each one of us can do ourselves, make the most intelligent decisions we can for those things that we control in life. What we are doing about that as a town is we've seen this coming for a bit, as it was, once it had arrived in the United States, and there's really good emergency management networks within all levels of government that communicate pretty effectively around these things. And so word was coming out weeks ago that it was time to get ready for the potential impact in communities in the United States. So we've been doing some planning. We now have those plans in place. We've taken the what in emergency management jargon is pre-incident actions. We don't really have an active incident to manage as an emergency in Brattleboro yet, thank goodness. So we're taking the pre-incident actions that are necessary to make sure that town government is ready, and to the degree that we're interacting with our partners in the community and in the region, that those that we depend upon are also ready to step up into a more active level of emergency response if and when that may become necessary to do. That's almost certainly going to arrive for first responders, and it may arrive more broadly for us as a community, but there's just really no way to predict when or in what ways, how significantly we may be affected by that. But the main thing that you can do right now as an individual is to stay informed through the expert health advice and directives that are coming out of the Vermont Health Department and Vermont state government more generally they've activated the EOC. So the state government has now got a centralized point of communication for all the different departments of state government around this issue to make sure that they're communicating effectively internally among state employees and state agencies. And they're in a position now where they can more efficiently push messages out from the interdisciplinary folks representing the different state agencies there at the EOC to people like us. Both those of us in this room who represent your town government and have a role to play in that intergovernmental relationship, as well as us more broadly, all of us as people in the community who may be affected by this and need to be knowing what the state and others are doing about it. The health department is updating its website at least daily, and in some cases more frequently than that. It is filled with really good information and links to the CDC and the World Health Organization and other expert sources of information. You want to go to those sites, please, to learn about what's happening and what you can do and what others are doing around these issues. Please don't rely on Facebook. Please don't rely on neighbors. We'll rely on each other for help, for information about what's going on and what's currently happening and how it's moving around and eventually probably into our area. Please rely on the State Department of Health website, and you could call 211 is the other way to access the expert information that is being put out by the state and by other officials. The health department website, if you want an easy link to that, if you're somebody who goes to the town's website for information, you can go there, brattleboro.org, and over in the right-hand side under News, where we always have some links to things that are relatively more timely. There's budget information at this time of year, and there's other things there about what is more current events in the community and in town government. Right now, at the very top of that news list, and it'll stay there until it is appropriate to remove it, is coronavirus information, which is your link directly to the Vermont Department of Health website that's going to have all that information that's going to be updated all the time to tell us what's actually going on these days. The main advice right now, while it's ever changing, the primary advice is and has been to individuals to rigorously practice good hygiene, both in the hand washing aspect of that I think probably has become completely known by all, I hope, by now. We need to be washing our hands frequently, and we need to be washing them for longer than most of us are used to. I know that there are some medical professionals in the room who are used to washing your hands more completely and for longer periods of time. Some of the advice is to sing the happy birthday song twice to yourself as you're washing your hands, and that'll keep you actually moving the soap around long enough. So you want to do that. Make sure that you're keeping your hands clean, that you don't touch your face if you can help it, that you certainly cover any cough or sneeze, preferably with a tissue, and throw that away. If you feel unwell, stay home so that you don't expose other people in the community to whatever it is that's causing you to feel unwell. It might be COVID-19, it might be something else, and we just need to be really careful about not exposing each other to illness these days. And if you can avoid being around other people who are not well, please do that. Obviously, there's a more complicated question there. We take care of each other. There may be a family member or a good friend or a neighbor or somebody that you're assisting who's not feeling well, and you're going to have to do the best you can to protect yourself as you provide help to them. But in general, in terms of our social interactions with one another, avoid being around people who are not well. That is the basic broad picture of how it's happening right now. The numbers in Vermont actually got better today, but please don't take that as a sign that we're dodging a bullet here. Again, based on the declaration that it's a pandemic and based on how the virus itself is actually mutating and moving around in ways that it's really hard for the medical professionals, public health professionals to predict. Nobody is dodging a bullet at this point. We all need to stay vigilant and aware of how it's happening. But it is a fact that today, the numbers of people in Vermont who have been officially declared to have been monitored and tested and not have COVID-19 went up, and the numbers of people who are being actively monitored went down. But that's today's news. That's not an indication that we're heading in a better direction. Very likely, because we're an area that's been spared so far, there's only one person who has been confirmed as a diagnosed case of COVID-19 in Vermont. They're in the hospital in Bennington. Because of that, there's going to be increased numbers, and we'll be having to stay aware of, where that is within Vermont, where it is in the tri-state area as well. Massachusetts has been harder hit. We're keeping an eye on where that is, and New Hampshire has had cases as well. So probably the unasked and unanswered question about all this at this moment is, what about town meeting? We're here tonight to prepare for representative town meeting. It's 10 days away. Frankly, while there are increased numbers of public gatherings of different types, social and cultural events that are being canceled or postponed, for an event of this importance to the community, we're going to do everything we can to hold it on time, but we're not going to be foolish and reckless about that. And so right now there is not a reason to postpone representative town meeting. If there becomes a reason, either because the state says we're not having any more public gatherings in Vermont, which is possible, then obviously we would follow that guidance and postpone. Or if the state doesn't require us to, but there is some obvious reason and changed, a substantive change in the local circumstances that make that the prudent thing to do, then it may become necessary to do that. But for all different kinds of reasons related to the sort of logistical and legal importance of what you do as town meeting representatives, and the one time a year that you come together to do it, and the time frame within which a postponed meeting would need to be held, which is complicated by the fact that this very well may get worse instead of better. So postponing to have it, think maybe a month from now it's going to be better, there's no reason to have an expectation that that's going to be true. We just don't know what's going to happen. So what we can assure you is we're monitoring it vigilantly. The select board will give consideration to this on Tuesday night, to COVID-19 in general, including some discussion of representative town meeting at the regularly scheduled select board meeting on Tuesday the 17th. And our intention at this time is for us all to gather at BAM's at 8:30 in the morning on Saturday the 21st. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay. So we will, in just a moment, move into summarizing the articles. Some of them will be cut and dry, and some of them we will actually provide summary for. I will ask at the end of each article if there are direct questions. I would remind people that any hearty discussion or debate should be saved for representative town meeting, which is a warned meeting where people expect to be able to come to discuss these articles. And I will be gently but firmly ceasing any debate that accidentally tries to happen here this evening. I will, at the very end, have a general Q&A as well as article-specific Q&A as we move along. Are there any new reps in the room? Raise your hand. Welcome. Woo! Welcome to your vibrant town government that I'm glad we are able to have. Out of you new reps, did anybody just barely caucus in this evening? Nice. Thank you for doing that. That takes courage. Well done. Okay, so at this time we are going to move directly into our articles. And okay, Peter is going to kick us off.
So the first thing that we wanted to speak specifically about tonight is Article 4, the interim treasurer, because while the appointment of a treasurer, or ratification of an appointment of the treasurer is usually one of the more routine matters to come before town meeting, this year we are in between finance directors. John O'Connor has retired. We are currently recruiting for the new finance director. I'm happy to tell you that we have a good, strong applicant pool. We'll be conducting initial interviews next week, and we hope that by the latter part of the spring we'll have the new finance director on board. And at that time, as is the practice here, the finance director will be the treasurer also for the purposes of meeting all the statutory requirements of having the treasurer by that specific designation. But for right now, we have an interim finance director. We've contracted with an auditing firm from New Hampshire that has experience auditing Vermont municipalities. And so we are having the affairs of the finance department overseen on an interim basis, just as steady as we go through the transitional term, and then the treasurer position, interim treasurer, as appointed by the select board, is Debbie DeRosier. You all know from coming and paying your taxes at the treasurer's office on the first floor of the municipal building. She's been the assistant treasurer for very many years. She's been a town employee for 25 years. She's extremely reliable. She, as the assistant treasurer, has acted as treasurer in John's absence. So she is officially the interim treasurer for now. We're asking you to confirm that with your ratification vote at representative town meeting. And so the wording is a little different on that item as well. Instead of it being for a term of a year, it's for a term of up to 1 year, because with the appointment of a new finance director, the select board will also appoint that person to be the town treasurer.
Are there any questions about what Peter just talked about with our interim treasurer? Okay, move along.
So use of fund balance is the next one we wanted to talk about. That's Article 12. A reminder, and we appreciate the Finance Committee's joining us in this annual reminder that it's a best practice to use the fund balance for non-recurring expenses. Most typically, and it has become our standard practice in Brattleboro, to be used for a capital investment of one type or another, either into a project or into a piece of equipment. But in the event that it weren't actually spent on something capital, it should always be spent, fund balance that is, on and something other than a recurring operating expense, because otherwise we're just making it a little easier for the tax load this year with the known additional burden that represents for the year following. So thankfully, we've made a really good standard practice of that over the recent years. This year, the particular detail of it is we had $223,000 available. We have that policy of the guideline to set aside 10% of the unassigned fund balance for events that are unforeseen. That came in really handy for Brattleboro during the Tropical Storm Irene. And so it's important to have that as a sort of emergency fund above and beyond the 10%. When there is an amount in the unassigned fund balance above and beyond the 10%, that's what we look to make an investment into some appropriate non-recurring cost. This year, that is a fire engine. There's a 1994 fire engine scheduled to be replaced. It's going to cost about $550,000. So it is in the capital plan for a $550,000 expenditure, and we're asking that you authorize under Article 12 that $223,000 of that be from the unassigned fund balance.
Thank you, Peter. Questions or comments on Article 12? And I apologize for not having said this before. If you haven't found it already and you just haven't wanted to ask, we are looking at the warning which appears on page 9, where you can see the full wording of each motion. Peter and I are kind of using outline language, but if you're looking for the exact wording, you're going to find that on page 9, and you will find descriptions of the articles on following pages. So the next thing that we're going to discuss, or that we're going to overview, yes? You can come right up to the mic in the center and introduce yourself and your district.
Yes, Ralph Mima, District 3. I just had a quick question about Article 12, about the unassigned general fund balance transfer. I just wondered if there were any other potential uses for that money, and how the decision was made to use it for the fire engine and not for something else.
Yes, the other potential uses are many, probably. The reason that we selected what we selected is because the fire engine is so old and significantly, it is a piece of equipment that is obsolete, needs to be replaced, and we are, as we'll talk about a little later in this meeting, moving now into a period of time when we will have a much more stable means to funding equipment replacement using the 25-year equipment replacement plan. I won't go deeply into that right now because we're going to cover that under the budget piece, but because this is the last year before we're going to be fully into that process, it seemed a logical place to make this investment in that piece of equipment. It's as long as it's being spent on something that isn't a recurring operating expense, it could be just as well spent on something else that isn't recurring, but we would then strongly request and recommend that Representative Town Meeting appropriate the full $500,000 from just general operating revenues in order to be able to, $550,000 in order to be able to purchase the fire truck. So,
thank you for that. Okay, we're going to move into Article 13, which, like I said, you can find the formal verbiage on page 9. Last year, this is the Community Marketing Initiative. And this, if you remember from last year, if you were present, is the joint DBA and Chamber initiative for marketing Brattleboro. And last year, Representative Town Meeting approved $42,119 towards this initiative, which was meant to be 10% of the prior year's collections of the rooms, meals, and alcohol tax. And that motion was subject to the Select Board's approval of the plan for the marketing and for evaluating impact. This year, as you'll notice, it's in there for $43,748, which is, again, based off the same formula of 10% of the prior year's collections of room, meals, and alcohol tax. There was some projection early on, and we noticed that there was some media coverage of maybe we had approved an increase. It's more that we finally got the final numbers and made adjustments that were correct and true to the numbers that we finally received. And so that is the number that you will see, which is $43,748 for Article 13, the Community Marketing Initiative for the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance and the Chamber. Any questions? Yes, right up to the microphone in the middle and introduce yourself and state your district.
I'm Millicent Cooley, District 3. I think to answer the question, to vote on the question, I think of it in two parts. One is, does one agree with spending that kind of money on this thing, and does one agree with the way that that money is directed in the proposal? So when I looked at this book, I saw that what was listed was the website, and so I went to the website, and because I have experience in hiring groups like that, I was frightened at what I saw on the website. So then I emailed Peter, and I got the proposal, and I had a very, very different impression. So I guess my question is, I would see it as helpful to this group to share the proposal itself, because it's so different, and in my mind, so much better quality than what is represented in the website, which is the link in this thing. So.
Thanks, Millicent. Do you want to speak to that at all, Peter, of the ability for us to link the proposal, or anything you think is good to say?
Yes, is there anybody in the room who wouldn't be able to go to the town's website and take a look at that proposal if we posted it there tomorrow? Okay, so if you would want to look at a hard copy rather than at the online version, then you can just contact the town manager's office and we'll make sure that you get one. But since the vast majority of you would be able to go take a look at the website, we'll just make sure that it gets posted. I think because I'm thinking on my feet here and not sure of exactly where we should put it that's going to be easy for you to find, we're going to make it as easy as possible, put it right beneath that coronavirus link. So it'll just be right on the town's homepage, directly under coronavirus information, and it'll be labeled something like Community Marketing Initiative Proposal. maybe perhaps exactly that. But that you'll be able to find it there. Take a look at it if you want to be prepared in that way for that item at town meeting. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Yes, in the gray, you come forward and introduce yourself, state your district.
Louise Zach, District 3. Was it true that last year when we voted on the 42,000, it was assumed that this would be an amount, the 10% of the rooms and meals tax, on a recurring basis? I recall that it was kind of a one-time pilot thing, and maybe I misremembered that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it was proposed as something new. I think probably whether one anticipated it to be recurring or a one-off may have very well just depended on one's perspective. I don't personally recall explicit discussion of that. There was explicit discussion of what can we expect from this, what will be the measurement of success, and there was an amendment that passed on the floor that attached some conditions. So Representative Town Meeting approved the funding subject to the Select Board approving the process by which it was going to be implemented and how success was going to be measured by those who are responsible for the project. And then this year, the request was made to continue the practice of a 10%, using 10% of the prior year's proceeds from the rooms and meals tax for this purpose. So the condition was met. Representative Town Meeting's condition was met. The Select Board viewed an initial proposal and then a second proposal, did give its blessing to the project moving forward, and now the matter will be freshly before you. Not as a question of whether this is automatically going to happen every year, but whether it would happen this year as a second instance of using 10% of the prior year's proceeds for this purpose.
So in that proposal that's going to be on the town website, will that include the evaluation of the effectiveness and the success of the campaign?
There is information in there. Honestly, I don't have it committed to memory. Kate's.
There is somebody here who could answer that question if you'd like to yield the floor.
Sure.
Kate? Introduce yourself, please.
I'm Kate O'Connor. I'm from District 2, and I'm also the Executive Director of the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce. We do actually, the campaign was kicked off on January 15th, and we just received on Friday from the local marketing firm that put the proposal together. We have the latest statistics on the digital presence and the print and marketing, and I'm very happy to either can do both. We can put that on the chamber website, and I'm happy to give it to the town to put on their website, and I think that will answer hopefully a lot of the questions that people have.
That's great, Kate. Thank you.
So thank you, Kate, for that. And so just so everybody's clear then about what we'll do, that link from the homepage on the town's website will take you to a page, and on that page there'll be separate links to the two documents. There'll be a link to the proposal and a link to the document that Kate's going to supply.
Great, thank you. Spoon, and then Alex, and then Wendy.
Spoon, Agave, District 3. I'm a little confused at the moment because I thought we were talking about the request from the chamber and who else is it? And that's, we didn't have anything like that last year. Last year we dealt with CEVEDs.
No. Yep. This was approved on the floor last year.
Both this and
We did both last year? Oh,
yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Alex Fisher, District 2. I was curious, between the DBA, the chamber, and the town, a lot of the promotion is targeting communities that exist here, but also bringing more specifically queer and trans folks and folks of color to this town through the marketing campaign. And I'm wondering what the town is doing to make sure that it is a safe and welcoming place when folks get here, as it is not already for the folks that are being targeted as tourists, and it's not that for folks that already live here. So I'm curious what is being done to make sure that law enforcement isn't pulling over more folks of color, that there's bathrooms and like service providers that are treating queer and trans folks appropriately. I'm curious sort of what's being done besides just getting people here, but to actually make it a good experience.
Thank you for that question. Don't go away. Because I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't know how complete of an answer it's going to be. I'm going to kick it over to Peter because I think there are some answers, and I think that is a really valid question that needs to stay on the front of everybody's minds.
So the part of your question that relates to broader community readiness and welcomingness is something I'm not really well prepared to speak to, because there's certainly other organizations and lots of individual businesses and all of us individually as people who need to be part of making sure that Brattleboro is welcoming for everyone who lives here and moves here and visits here. But I can tell you that town government has taken this matter very seriously for the last 3 years. You and I have had a fair amount of communication directly around it. We've got a long way to go. I think anybody who's paying attention to becoming a more equitable environment, to creating a more equitable environment for all people present and all people who are coming, knows that the work doesn't ever get finished. We've made, as town government, some particular progress this year in moving from our sort of engagement with folks in the community who have been working around these issues to some beginnings of more concentrated work ourselves. It is just the beginnings, but you will recall, and actually many of the members will recall, because thankfully you voted 2 years ago to support the creation of a position of Human Resources Director, in part to address these issues, and in larger part to make sure that we just have appropriate human resource practices across all the different operations of town government. So now we do have Sally on board. She's been here for 6 months. She's doing a great job, actually more like 9 months, doing a great job. And recently we had training around equity and inclusion. That's baseline training just to open up our eyes and get ourselves ready to do work together that included the select board and every town employee. And in the months ahead, we'll be working towards actually starting to put actions in place around those issues.
Thank you. And I think maybe more my question is specifically towards the DBA and the chamber. I'm very aware of what the town's doing, but because it's a marketing campaign for businesses and for downtown, what is the Downtown Alliance doing to answer that? So I don't know, Kate, if you want to jump on that, or anyone else.
Kate, you can if you want to come up.
It's actually a really good question, and it's something that we put a steering committee together when we were doing the RFP for the proposal for this, and we actually have a small steering committee that stayed on that is helping us as we roll out the campaign and sort of help us oversee it. And it's something that we talk about at all of our meetings, is that we're doing a marketing campaign and asking people to come here, and are we going to be welcoming to the people that come here? So we talk about exactly what Alex says. And a lot of what we're trying to do is make sure that the businesses in town know about the campaign. And so if people arrive and they say, oh, we're here because of Love Brattleboro, and they're going to go, what are you talking about? So, and this is going to sound really, really small and not what really, Alex, I think you're looking for, but we have, and again, I don't want to sound diminishing what you're saying, but we have window clings as something as easy as that we're trying to get the businesses to put up to say, I understand this campaign is going on, and I am welcoming you, visitor, who is coming for this. So we're trying to just at a very basic level do that, but also bring a general awareness to ourselves that we are asking people to come here, and we need to make sure when they get here they have a good experience. And we are doing that with, the discussions are, should we be targeting individuals? Should we even be doing this for our town? Because we do want people to come here. So from the littlest thing, by having a rainbow window cling and a business, and all the way up to the really sort of the higher level discussions on making sure that we are a welcoming community. I don't know if that's, it's a bigger issue, but that's what we're really trying to do.
Thank you. I'll have Abby come up, and I will say that what I can feel, I'm sorry, Wendy, and then Abby. What I can feel in my gut is that this is a very large topic, and I'm going to expect robust discussion to take place on this at representative town meeting, and I'm going to try and give respectful restraint to it not being a huge topic for tonight, only because it doesn't allow for the conversation for the warned meeting. And so with that, Wendy, I'll have you come right up.
Hi, I'm Wendy Levy, and I'm from District 1. This is more of a procedural question about the article. So as Louise mentioned when she came up, last year from the floor at Representative Town Meeting, we amended the article to provide select board oversight, right? I don't see that reflected in Article 13. So if we want to continue that, does that mean we have to amend that from the floor?
Good question.
Thank you.
Going to take it.
Actually, our expectation is that the motion, so let me say just as a quick example of how the motion can be more than just what is listed as the essence of the matter on the article. The budget is a really good example of that. So the budget article asks, how much shall we raise and appropriate and expend for the operations of the town? And then there's a motion that is, a couple of paragraphs long that goes into a lot of detail about how much taxes to raise and different kinds of revenue and when the taxes are due, and all of that fits into that motion that you ultimately then consider and adopt in one form or another. So our expectation is, based on the action of the body last year, that you'll want to adopt this year, if you do choose to approve this again, the same form of approval that you gave it last year. And so the motion will include the conditions that it be, again, subject to the select board approval.
So we won't have to amend that from the floor?
No, you won't.
Okay, thank you.
Abby?
Abby Manukin, District 2. I don't want to continue the conversation, but I'll just say that I don't feel like, Kate, you answered Fisher's question. So if we can just get back to that at some point. It's not a matter of marketing Brattleboro so that it feels welcoming to visitors who are coming here, but it's how is that marketing campaign also making people who live here feel welcome, of all persuasions. And it reminds me of the initiative where there is talk of paying people $10,000 to move to Brattleboro, and how is that money, how could we use that money to make people who are here actually stay, as opposed to getting other people to move. And it feels like there's a parallel there. So it's not just like making visitors feel welcome, but making people who live here feel safe and welcome. And those are very different things. So if we could get back to that at the representative town meeting, that would be great. Thank you.
I think that that would be a very wise idea to have, to kind of take stock of this conversation tonight for representative town meeting and know that those questions are going to come up probably in threefold for people who are not even able to be here. Chris, I'll take a question, and then I'm going to probably move us along to our next article.
I don't have a question, but I do have an observation from page 12, which indicates that the steering committee is made up of a number of folks, including Mr. Curtis Reed Jr., who's executive director of the Vermont Partnership for Fairness and Diversity, and who has a long, broad reputation as a champion of human rights. And I would hope that that would really carry some water on the question.
Thank you, Chris. We'll take that into consideration when formulating discussions for representative town meeting. That's a valid point, and there's definitely other voices that will want to be heard equally as loudly as Curtis's, which is a very respected voice. At this time, I am going to move us on, and we are next going to discuss, I'm up again, Article 14, which is specific to the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. It's the last article that you'll see laid out on page 9. And it is discussing the usual amount of $80,000, which for those who already know, it's the usual amount. And for those who don't know, that is monies that are collected from only downtown property owners. I believe many people know it as the DID, the Downtown Improvement District. And so this is not money that comes out of town-wide taxes, but rather is something that downtown Brattleboro property owners participate in, and this is a annual allocation. Are there questions? Peter, did you have anything to add? No. Are there questions? Yes. Now you know the drill, so I'm not going to.
Louise Zach, District 3. I couldn't find the revenue portion of that 84,000. I would have thought that would have been a pass-through. The 80,000 that they collected, and then we passed that 80,000 out. I may have just not looked at the budget carefully enough, but is it in there?
It is. Let me see if I can point you quickly to it.
Tim just said, as a side remark, that it's in an odd place. So I doubt that it's that you didn't read it thoroughly. It's just one of those things.
On page 114 of the town report, it's the first page of the detailed line item budget, and it's the revenues section. The second cluster of figures there is taxes, and the second line of that is downtown district, and that's the source of the 80,000.
It's helpful, I think, for people, for that to be explained again to people, that that is not money that comes out of taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. That is not sickness. I've been working with hay all day, and I'm really feeling that. Any other questions on the DBA $80,000 annual assessment on the downtown improvement district? Okay. So we will move on now to Article 15, which is meet again. Just feel like all of mine are in a row. I'm just throwing that out there. And that is human services monies. And so we have now moved on, of course, to page 10, and it is the large descriptive paragraph right at the top, which is a very distilled reflection of all the very hard work that the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee puts in every year to reviewing I don't know how many applications and trying to be as fair and as plentiful as possible with supporting our local human services organizations. So as you can see, there is a slight increase. The Select Board supported the Human Services Review Committee's recommendations, and that slight increase is 1.03% of the proposed FY21 general fund budget, which is a total of $190,105. You can see it all broken out to who's kind of getting what, and is there in this? Good. Hold on. My fingers are too dry. Oh, good. If you look to page 16, there is a graph that can show you kind of year over year. So you can get an understanding of increases, who's generally gotten funds, who hasn't gotten funds, who isn't currently getting funds, and it gives you a little bit of a window snapshot into this item. Peter, did you want to add anything to that? Give people,
Maybe just regarding the 1%. So many of you will remember that there's been some discussion the last couple of years by Representative Town Meeting about whether there ought to be sort of a standard target figure for funding for human services. There's been no decision made by Representative Town Meeting to actually say that it should be 1% or some other amount of the town's budget. But based on the fact that we were already right around 1%, and there had been quite a lot of discussion about that being at least an appropriate starting place for such an annual target, we thought it was important to report that, the results of the committee's work. So somebody from the committee would have to speak to the question of whether or not they viewed it as a goal to bring a recommendation to have it be 1% of the town's budget. But what we did in preparing the presentation for tonight was we wanted to make sure that you were aware that in fact it slightly exceeds that at 1.03%.
And I think for anybody who's new, and I see your it's important for anybody who's new or just doesn't know to realize that the Select Board does not sit here and go line by line and say, I don't think this organization deserves money. The Human Services Committee, Review Committee is a member or is a part of the Representative Town Meeting. It then, after doing so much work of sifting and deciding and using very good algorithms, brings the recommendation to the Select Board, and we pass it on to you generally in bulk to be hashed out on the floor or approved as presented, since the hard work was already put in. Liz, let me pass you this. It's already on.
Thank you, Brandy. I just wanted to point out to the Assembly that on page 50 of our booklet, there's several pages that the human service agencies have submitted about each group that would be receiving a grant. And also the Finance Committee's report discusses the process that the Human Service Agency went through in great detail, and it's a very, very good analysis of their process. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Liz. I'm going to try not to knock over this water here. Okay, are there questions on Article 15, the Human Resources Committee recommendations? Kurt.
Kurt Dimes, District 2. I would like to ask someone on the committee how far back their perspective was directed to get an idea about our historical contributions to human services. I understand in 1932 the budget was $75,000 or $750,000, and our expenses for the poorhouse, the farm, and another allotment for the poor totaled almost 7.5% of the town budget.
Thank you for that question. I'll see if there's anybody. I just need to clarify. I believe I said the word resources when I meant to say the word services. That's my bad. I see somebody walking forward, looking like he has all the answers in the world. Please introduce yourself.
Absolutely not. As far as all the answers, John Kennedy, District 1, also a member of the Human Services Subcommittee. What we did is we reviewed 33 applications. We had an initial meeting with all of the organizations to go over the application before they had the time to submit. So they had about 6 weeks before the deadline. We developed a matrix that scored everybody on how well they answered the questions in the application. We went down through then, and that gave us a broad view of kind of the 5 members' view of how well those questions answered. We ended up looking at a perfect score of 15 and then grouped the 6, 7, and 8 scores, the 9, 10, and 11 scores, 13, 14, 15, and worked down from there to come out with numbers. We basically used 1% of the previous year's budget as a guideline. We had no number to work with other than that. And as the numbers showed, we came in within a few percentage and said, well, let's run it up the flag and see who salutes it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming up and offering the explanation of the methodology. Millicent, you know the drill now.
Yeah, Millicent Cooley, District 3. I guess I didn't really hear the answer to Kurt's question, and I'm combining that with what Peter said about the fact that town meeting hasn't discussed it. So is there going to be some information? Is it possible to, at some other time, to look back at that, and is that significant? You know.
I mean, yes. I don't know that we'll look back as far as Kurt's description of 1934, but I think we can see over a 5-year trend or something that's a little more feasible.
There's 6 years worth of data in that chart on page 16. And just to clarify, the comment that I made was that Representative Town Meeting has discussed this question, but has not taken action on the question of an actual target, a fixed percentage of the budget that ought to be devoted to this purpose. And it's actually increased during this 6-year period that the history is shown in the book. It has increased from less than 1% up to slightly over 1%.
George? I just see a hand go up way in the back.
George Carville, District 1. There was a lot of discussion last year about the appropriate percentage, and I remember we tried to come up with some things, and some of us got overruled. Could someone, perhaps this is a question for the moderator, is there a mechanism that we could use so that this body could inform the select board what percentage we would like them to use. Is there a way we can do that?
Mr. Moderator, you've been interrogated if you
Committee of the
choose to be.
whole something?
We could do a committee of the whole, it's permitted. It tends to, with a body, a group this large, become somewhat unwieldy. However, it's
a committee of the whole, George, would be permitted. It is something that is authorized by the charter and by Robert's rules, so it's possible. We don't typically, I have no personal recollection of actually doing a committee of the whole with town meeting since I've been a member. And the reason is it can be somewhat cumbersome and difficult to pull off in a way that is meaningful, but we can do it. It's permitted. The other thing we could do is actually debate this issue as a separate motion under other business as a advisory directive to the select board based upon what the general sentiments of this body might be. And as you all know, other business is not binding. However, we could have a good, healthy debate, at which point that would be potentially instructive and helpful to accomplish what I think you're looking to accomplish. So that would be my recommendation, is probably the best way to handle it.
Thank you. Did I see a hand go up way in the back over here, or maybe somebody was just stretching? I just want to make sure I'm not ignoring anybody because I actually can't see super well over all the heads. Okay. Abby, do I see?
Abby Manukin, District 2. I noticed that there are 5 organizations that applied for funding this year that got $0, and I don't see that in previous years where the requests are listed, which is only the last 2 years. And I'm just curious if this is the first year that's ever happened, if that has happened before and we just haven't seen it. It seems like kind of a high number of organizations to receive $0.
Peter's saying he can speak to that.
It has definitely happened before. If you want more detail about how it's happened and who was affected, somebody else will have to speak to that. But what I think what you're seeing in the chart is a record of who has received funding, and because that has changed somewhat from year to year, there are some places where there's blank lines when an agency wasn't receiving money, and then other years when they do receive money. Some of them have received it every year. The information about who asked and didn't receive money is something that would require digging back into the records of the committee.
It just seems notable that 4 of those organizations had never asked before, so I would just hope that some amount of feedback were given to them so that were they to reapply, hopefully that wouldn't happen. Because at least one of them asked for a big chunk of money and got 0. So,
Fair question, and maybe I think good to bring back up on, I keep wanting to say Saturday, but 2 Saturdays from now. Good, okay. Other questions on human services before we move on to Article 16, which is not my turn. Okay, Peter, it's your turn.
Okay. I'll ask in advance for your indulgence. This is the budget article, so I'll try to move through it quickly, but I also want to make sure that I cover the significant aspects of it. The bottom line of the proposed budget that is recommended by the Select Board to Representative Town Meeting is an increase of 2.1%. And the property taxes necessary to fund that proposed budget would increase over this year's property taxes by 2.9%. That would be a 3.77 cent increase in the property tax rate. And so town property taxes per $100,000 of value would increase by $37.70 for the year, or $9.43 per quarter.
Can we direct people to which page they should be on?
Sure.
Sorry, I should have set that up.
yes, I can do that. One of the things that is
Yes.
difficult about responding directly to that reasonable request is there's a 20-page line item budget that I don't think is the place you want to be looking at while I'm speaking. I don't think that's going to be helpful to you, although we're happy to look at any line item and answer any question that you might have about that level of detail. It might be helpful to look at pages 112 and 113, which is 2 pages at a glance that provide a more detailed summary than the couple of tables that I've included in the budget message. But I would suggest, I guess I'm going to quote the Finance Committee here because it's a little awkward for me to recommend my own document to you, but we work hard to make sure that the budget message that comes along with this document, with these numbers, explains where the priorities are and what the decision context was for the expenditure of $18.5 million that we're proposing. And so I think it is, as the Finance Committee thankfully pointed out to the membership, useful to read that. It's only about 7 or 8 pages worth of explanation, but it'll go a little deeper than what I'm going to cover here in this brief presentation tonight. And hopefully it'll be helpful to the members in formulating your own opinion about whether the proposed budget is reasonable or whether there's things you'd like to change about it. But for tonight, as I go through the highlights, it might be useful to you to kind of keep an eye on pages 112 and 113 as the sort of middle ground between very, very big picture summary and the line item detail. I'll move on from the summarizing as I did the overall increase, so that I talk now about the particular causes of that increase. What are the major items that are driving a 2.1% overall increase? And this year, the really overriding theme of the budget that's proposed is the major investment that we have made in town employees and the continuing cost of that in the upcoming budget. So this past year was a year when, 2019, all 4 of the collective bargaining agreements expired with the unionized employees. Most of the town employees belong to one of those 4 unions. There's about 25 or 30 employees that are non-union employees. That's mostly the management team and part-time employees and just a couple of other positions. So we have new agreements, new 3-year agreements with each of the different unions, and there are included within those agreements some continued work that we began 3 years ago in the cycle, the 2016 cycle of collective bargaining agreements, to make sure that we were paying attention not just to cost of living, but to the actual structure of our pay system and making sure that in areas where it was not equitable across the full town organization, that we have made adjustments in how we pay people in addition to how much we pay people. And so that had some impact over the last couple of budgets from that 2016 set of agreements. It has a more substantial impact this particular year, where the overall recommended increase in employee salaries from FY20 to FY21 is an increase of 5.9%. Part of that is because we've created a new position, so it is a larger than normal increase because we don't very often create a new position. But this year, at the direction of, well, not quite the direction of representative town meeting, at the recommendation of representative town meeting to the select board, and then the select board's very thorough consideration of it during the summer months, in August, we created the position of sustainability coordinator. And so that salary and the benefits for that position and the other costs related to that position are all reflected in the proposed FY21 budget. There was the $100,000 flat amount of money that was a sustainability related language, but not in the salaries part of the budget because it wasn't a position. So it was the standard $10,000 for sustainability that had been in for many years at that level. Representative town meeting last year directed that be increased to $100,000 with the intent of creating a position and hiring a sustainability coordinator. So that got approved by the select board. We have done that, and now that money, instead of appearing over in the non-personnel expenses, is in the staffing costs of the town. That's one part of the 5.9% increase, and then the remainder is we would have, even without that factor, have had a larger than a sort of a normal average year in terms of compensation increases for town employees because of the structural work that we're doing in the implementation of the new round of collective bargaining agreements, and then the additional impact of looking at the non-union employees. We had not done that for the non-union employees at all, at least during the 5 years that I've been with the town. And we had done some really intentional work around the collective bargaining agreements. And so it became apparent last spring, as we were going through finalizing this new wave of the collective bargaining agreements, we really needed, out of fairness and running a good operation, to see what the situation was for the non-union employees and take action there also to ensure equity across all town positions. We believe we've done that.